So today we build upon the strong foundation we laid yesterday, moving from lessons learned to solutions designed for the future. Day one gave us a powerful insights. Today, we aim to turn those insights into even stronger action plans. So with that, I will ask our first panel for the day to please come on the dais. And our first panel of the day comprises Ms. Mrinalini Srivastava. She's a director NDMA. So I will ask ma'am to please come on the dais. We have panelists, Dr. Vishwas Chitale from CEEW. We have Ms. Sudeshna Sen from WFP. Shri Anthony Joe from NDMA UNDP. I will request all of you to please come on the dais. And we have Mr. Amit Anand from PwC. So I'll request Mr. Anand to please come on the dais. So as we start the first panel discussion, I will hand it over to Mrinalini ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shishir, and a very good morning to you all. I believe there has been a lot of discussion on how the evolution of disaster risk financing has taken place, particularly here in India. And today we are going to have a topic which integrates climate and disaster risk finance. And I have a very worthy panel here, and I can see a private sector person also sitting with us, so there's going to be interesting discussion, hopefully. I would request beforehand, Sudeshna ji, you have a presentation to make. So let's set the context and the tone, and then we can take it forward. Thank you.
I've been asked to set the context for climate change and then looking at climate disaster risk finance and insurance. So how vulnerable is India to climate change? We are extremely vulnerable to climate change. If we look at where we stand, we are 6th on the latest Climate Risk Index 2025. Here we see an increase of 0.4 degrees Celsius in the temperatures. But if you look at the WMO report, globally, we're already 1.34 to 1.41 degrees Celsius higher than pre-industrial levels. That means by September 2029, we're going to pass the threshold of 1.5. That actually spells doom for India because, first of all, we also have mountains, which also, globally, temperatures are higher there. So they're going to face a lot of risk. Also, our decline in monsoon rainfall has been since 1950s, and there's an increase in frequency of heavy rainfall. I don't have to preach to a panel of disaster risk practitioners that we are highly diverse in the risks that we have, but 13 attribution papers linking climate change and natural disasters say that climate change is going to increase your disaster risk profile. So your intensity and frequency is going to increase. And we are still an agrarian nation. We might not contribute as much to the GDP, but we have a large population that works in food systems. And this spells doom for those people because 48% of our districts are highly vulnerable to climate change. If these impacts start happening, if there's flooding, cyclones, severe droughts, marginal farmers and farmers in general are going to be impacted severely. Already, 1/3 of the marginal farmers say that they cope with extreme weather events at least twice in 5 years, and that's just the minimum. So that makes it extremely important that we start mitigating carbon emissions that are there and adapting to climate change risks. Now what happens is adaptation, if you look at climate change adaptation, it is still a very poorly funded area. Mitigation is very well funded, but climate change adaptation is still very poorly funded. So what that leads to is, if we do not do everything for mitigation and adaptation, there's going to be residual risk. Even if we do everything, there's still going to be residual risk. But if we don't do anything in adaptation, there's going to be residual risk that will be converted to loss and damage. So that's where we come in. So we can look at climate disaster, risk finance, and insurance in those areas. Now this is just a snapshot of what I was telling. More than 13 attribution studies have been done, where 11 found that climate change increased the severity. And these attribution studies are not limited to just heat waves. It's heat waves, floods, cyclones, and these are in the last few years. And that's just a snapshot of extreme weather events that we see across the years. And it says that in 2024, India's experienced extreme weather events increased in comparison to 2022. And these are kind of going to be the reality every year. 2024 was the warmest recorded year, and this is just going to get warmer and warmer. So that is where climate and disaster risk finance and insurance comes in. So what is climate disaster risk finance and insurance? It's actually a range of diverse financial strategies and tools which enables governments, communities, households to better manage the impact of climate crisis, recover faster, while offering financial protection for loss and damage. It is a humanitarian financial model that can be used to aid vulnerable populations. Now, this has been used extensively by WFP in several regions. We've worked with 27 countries in 2023, helped about 5.1 million people who have been protected with insurance. And these financial instruments can be at different levels. They can be micro, they can be meso level, or they can be macro level tools. So given that WFP had this global experience, in November 2023, we had the opportunity to work with the NDMA to see, can we actually think of certain ideas that can help in supporting the resilience and food security for smallholder farmers through kind of a CDRFI platform. So what we did was, we brainstormed with stakeholders, a lot of you may be present in those meetings, and identified a possible mechanism. This is just a solution that we think can be used, and it's called the Crop Failure Early Relief Support System, which is proposed as a potential mechanism for disaster relief. Now, this is not an alternative to anything. This would complement the existing crop insurance scheme as well as the disaster relief. It is basically a parametric insurance covered through a risk pool. So what is a CFERS? So it's a structured disaster relief mechanism designed for India and would provide early stage crop agnostic financial support facing sowing failure during extreme weather events, complementing, as I said, existing programs. We are not looking at removing at the end. It is more like in the 3-month planting period, if they have made losses, can payouts be made to them based on a parametric index so that they can get back on track. It is only to get them to be able to kind of access other options when possible. It's 100% parametric trigger. It will be managed by a risk pool between states, which primarily means collective contributions will be made to a fund that can be utilized to compensate loss. Because it's a parametric trigger, the use of remote sensing or more advanced technology and data would be necessary. There's already a parametric tool that we do have, and we see that maybe such kind of tools can be helpful. And universal coverage. We are looking at targeting all farmers and not just those covered by the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. Can this possibly be used to do so? Now, the strategy that we used in this, or that is suggested for this, is risk pooling. Basically, what risk pooling means that when states combine their resources, we are kind of spreading the risk. And that means that there's more stability and predictability. So larger the loss pool becomes, more predictable the losses become. So companies can rely on historical data. Secondly, It's far more affordable if you kind of pool your risks. And risk diversification, which means that the insurers can diversify their risk portfolios. For example, in ARC, which is the African risk capacity, it's a sovereign risk pool, basically says that if a drought happens, it possibly won't happen in all the countries at the same time. So that kind of diversifies your risk. So India being a larger country, can that kind of activity be used, a mechanism be used for all the states to come together? So basically what we are suggesting is a solution like this has an integrated approach, has lower premium, will provide flexible protection. So it can initially be subsidy-based, but if farmers want more protection, they can go for more premium-based options for additional coverage. Efficiency, because it's parametric, that means that you are not going to do yield assessments. It is based on a parametric figure, so it will reduce your administrative costs. Also, it is faster disaster response, which you need within weeks instead after the end of your crop cycle. Enhanced accuracy. If you have advanced monitoring systems, it will improve your assessment, and parametric triggers can lead to quicker and earlier payouts. And a robust safety nets. Just a reminder, this is not the fix-all solution. We're just saying that this can be possibly explored to look at CDFI in India. Thank you. That's it from my side.
Thank you, Sudeshna. I think it has helped us to see that how vulnerable communities can be supported, especially if a DRF is integrated into their livelihood dimensions. Sudeshna, since you've already spoken about this, and after you've taken a breath, I would like to request you that is there a tested model, now since this is an experiment, but where you've actually seen a situation where a sort of some disaster took place, but this model has supported and helped. Within India also, if this has worked out during a disaster or in predicting one.
Within India, we have parametric models, but not risk pools, agri pools per se. But outside, for example, there are quite a few global examples. There's one in the Caribbean, one in Africa, which is the ARC, Africa Risk Capacity. There's also one that has come up in 2018 in Southeast Asia. So there are models, but those are sovereign risk pools because countries are coming together. But if you look at India, the states are as big as countries. So possibly it could be used in some way there.
Thank you. So, we've also heard the word consistently that intensity is increasing, frequency is increasing, and overall the landscape of climate change is increasing, because of which we also find the disaster landscape is changing. Now, given that, and what Sudeshna just spoke about, that how disaster risk financing can change that, I would first come to Anthony, because NDMA is working on a lot of mitigation projects. We have also acknowledged already that climate change and disaster risk financing can be integrated. So I think you're working on the urban flooding. Would you like to give that example where you've integrated components of that, so that I can ask the other two on reflecting on that?
Okay, so on this urban flood mitigation program, which is already active, which is being currently conducted and led by NDMA. So we do have our guidelines on what kind of measures has to be taken for mitigating the floods. So the major classification is on structural as well as non-structural measures. So on the structural part, what we have observed in phase 1 project, there are 7 cities, where all the 7 cities have taken enough measures to accommodate the extremity due to climate change. So for example, all the stormwater design, basically like in Mumbai and Chennai, the design flood for stormwater construction was 40 mm per hour. For Chennai, it was around 38, 40 mm per hour. Again, for Mumbai, it was 45 mm per hour, which is again being revised to 70 mm per hour because of the extremities which was being induced by climate change. And another major differentiation on the structural measure is every rule curve based on which the flood releases are being made from the storage tanks, dams, reservoirs are being revised so that there is a good enough buffer before the flood hits reaches its peak. That's on the structural part. On the non-structural part, all the cities are actually working on dashboards for hydrodynamic models, where on a static event or maybe on a dynamic event, to what extent the flood would go, to what velocity, with what velocity the water would hit a building, to what depth does it go. So all these are being modeled. So currently, to take care of the changes due to climate change, projections data are being used, where climate models like CMIP5, CMIP6, the data, the meteorological forcing data from there is being used, so that this extremity is being captured. And again, additionally, on the nature-based solutions. So nature-based solutions are any solutions which would act as a buffer when there is an extreme flow by capturing the water and increasing the infiltration time to groundwater. So this would act as a buffer, which would again capture the anomalies in extreme events. And additionally, I would like to make a point on the disaster risk financing part on the parametric insurance. Now, currently, most of the cities, namely Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, all these cities are actually planning for a parametric insurance based on rainfall products, extreme precipitation events. There should be a threshold. If it hits the threshold, what percent of releases on the assurance should be made. So currently, these are the activities which are being taken care in the mitigation program, apart from the parametric insurance. All the other three measures on structural, non-structural, and nature-based solutions are being in practice now.
So, now if I put everything in sequence, so when Sudeshna said that the intensity frequency is increasing, here comes a reply from Anthony that let's take one example of increased rainfall resulting in urban flooding and then, in particular urban flooding. And he has talked about the structural measures. I feel that there's a component of resilience of infrastructure which is important alongside your resilience of financing, which can then help you adapt better to the climate changes. So here I would like to come to you, Vishwas, that do you think that this critical infrastructure, the way he is mentioning that the dams and stormwater management and all other things which is infrastructure, if not in critical infrastructure, to what extent we should invest already in them so that we are not only responding and reacting as a response, but are actually creating infrastructure which is far more resilient, and therefore our payouts are impacted in a positive manner. Like we are not reversing the developmental gains, and we are actually, putting in money which is lesser as compared to what if we had not invested in infrastructure.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having me on the panel. So I think, Anthony has already talked about one example of urban flooding, but if just to set the context, and Sureshna also talked about how climate change impacts have been increasing in intensity and frequency both. So if we look at some of the statistics also coming from some of the research that CW has done in terms of changes in the Indian monsoon rainfall, we are seeing that states like Rajasthan, Gujarat have seen a massive increase, and by massive I mean nearly 30% increase in the rainfall in last 10 years. That too coming from heavy rainfall events mostly. So then it leads to urban flooding kind of situation. But also, like when we were also developing state action plan for climate change for state of Maharashtra, there are 18 severely water stressed districts in Maharashtra, which saw in last 40 years, nearly 25 years when there was excessive rainfall events in these water stressed districts also. So the situation is fairly complex in that case, that whatever new infrastructure we are planning for, or whatever critical infrastructure that exists, I think we should ensure that that is catering to this kind of changes, adapting to these kind of changes. But also I think here comes the part of adaptation, more focused on how do we deal with this complex situation throughout the year. Because it's not only about one season anymore, it's about throughout the year, how do we build that resilience. And when we talk about our critical sectors such as say healthcare infrastructure or communications, I think yesterday DG Fire Services was saying that our communication systems should be strengthened. So communication, power supply and healthcare, if we just talk about these three critical infrastructure sectors, we should focus more on how do we adapt to say urban flooding situations, then talking about heat, where health sector might get overburdened by heat-related illnesses, patients, heat mortalities, etc. So how do we ensure that health sector is very well prepared for that? When it comes to power supply, I mean, for the first time in my town in Pune,
we saw a power outage of more than 12 hours. Now in a city like Pune, we have never seen that. And that we all know that it is because of heavy load that is coming on the grid because of all the air conditioning that is running. So can we ensure that in terms of critical infrastructure for power supply, can we do grid forecasting, peak load forecasting, and then strengthen our systems to respond to that kind of demand? So that is all adaptation. I mean, this is all falls under adaptation. I think since already there is a urban flood mitigation program and there is some discussion on heat mitigation program, I think we should ensure that this mitigation fund gets utilized for planning for these kind of critical infrastructure sectors to ensure their robustness, their strengthening, and that's how we will be able to sustain in times of different disasters.
So again, you've spoken about the mitigation aspect for adaptation. What we also see while working at NDMA is that database and robustness of how we can predict an early warning systems would actually help us in creating those resilient infrastructure. So here I would like if PwC would so this database in India is still significantly weak, and if we want to kind of marry the database information for payouts for insurance, what barriers do you see with your experience?
Thank you once again for inviting me to this panel. So, if I have to say, barrier, it is not a barrier anymore now. There are some data sets that are available, and probably we need to devise some indirect mechanism to infer something out of it. That's at an industrial scale we have been trying out. And GeoAI is something which is developing these days, and it has helped a lot in preparing some of the data sets. Just for the example, we have just finished the Pan-India Telecom Resilience Project with CDRI. And as sir was yesterday rightly pointing out, communication, which is one of the critical infrastructure, needs to be strengthened. And just to give the information to this wider audience that the 8 out of 10 recommendations that have gone to Ministry of Communication to strengthen the overall country's telecommunication network, right from satellite-based to ground-based, both, and in terms of technological interventions as well. So if I see, it was a very challenging job, and data was there, but in a different formats. So we had to collate all those things and then infer out of it. I see there are enough data that is available, but there are some very important data that is not available. And one I would like to highlight, the record of the intensity is something that is still, that needs to be matured. So intensity of that data at various locations, not even at a point location, but at least at an area level. For the flood, for the landslides, so landslide is a localized phenomena, so it's not a big deal. But even for the cyclones, these things matters, because when we talk about the critical infrastructure, right from power to telecom to roads, we were trying to find out that how much damage is there out in last 10 years of event, and there are sufficient data. The area is there, but probably that is in such a format that needs to be brought out and needs to be standardized basically. So district collectors are doing a good job. There is a good amount of data available at district level, but somehow it is there at the district level. There are print software and all Assam is utilizing. They are trying to include some of the data into that database, but again, the capacity is a big issue. So if those points get strengthened or those areas needs to be looked into, so we have, I say, if we need 100% of data, 60 to 70% is already available. Some of the information on the intensity side and some on the gradual increase of the impact. So basically, impact is not a culture, that is the impact assessment we do at the end, but how it has progressively impacted that particular region or that particular infrastructure is something that needs to be addressed when the event turns into hazard and hazard turns into disaster. So that's something is a area where I see probably a new thinking needs to be developed, or that needs to be elaborated. Thank you.
So, that's interesting because, the way you've just spoken about how data sets are available and how it can be worked out. When we work on ground, and I would like to talk about one particular example of climate-linked disaster, which is not yet disaster, but almost there to be a disastrous heat wave, because we can see increasing heat, and then we are calling Delhi as an urban heat island. And when we are calling Delhi as urban heat island, we were struggling on this data set where while we are calling it because we are experiencing heat, but when it comes to the data set proving it to be an urban heat island, we did not have the ambient air quality information. We were banking on some surface data information. And then when we wanted to do that, the biggest handicap for the government was that you have to place the automated weather stations at multiple locations, probably 100, 200, 300, and to get real-time data on those three. And that's where the gap of funding comes. The mitigation project yet is not allowing you to access that fund. The requirement is ABC. Now, where do you see the role of private sector? Can you come in to support that?
Yeah, just to give you a brief thought about it. Most of the cities, generally what is the practice that the temperature data center all is available at near the airport area, But in satellite remote sensing, there is a product, we call it a MODIS product. And MODIS product is there. And there is a LST parameter into that, land surface temperature parameter. You can have those, and it is available for this entire country, entire globe. And at a very high resolution of 256 meter kind of. You can calibrate those informations and with the nearest weather stations available to you. It's a tedious task little bit. Some technical know-how is required, but beyond that, it's not a problem. And then we can develop the overall daily, weekly, bi-weekly land surface profile of that particular region. And then we can extend it over the period of time. So it's all about inferring the data sets, and private sector is doing whenever they are getting this kind of projects into the best possible innovative ways. And we have been supporting government, CDRIs, and DDMAs, many of the agencies through these innovations these days. So currently, as Anthony was mentioning, the threshold. Basically, if you see, there are just two parameters. When we just leave about other aerosols and all, temperature and precipitation. And temperature is increasing, it has multiple impacts. Rainfall is increasing, it has multiple. And the third one is the wind. So if we are just capturing the profile of these three basic parameters and then how it is behaving over the period of time, over the geographical region, and then how the impact is getting. So it will have a continuous answer and a good answer and a reasonable answer for all the regions. So, and these three basic parameters, information, we have sufficiently available database for this globally, locally, all. So we can utilize that and then turn these information into the different hazard assessment parameters, vulnerability, anything, whatever we want to assess. So it's there, it's all about we need to integrate. There is not a direct way of it. There are multiple indirect approaches to do this.
So I've taken note of the competence that your company brings in, and I do hope that the little challenge that we are facing, we can talk later about it, and maybe we can bridge it. Vishwas, so since you're also working actively on this heat action plan, and I'll take you from what Mr. Anand just mentioned, and I'll again bring in the aspect of disaster risk financing. For the hawkers, for people who are, lowest in the belt and are the most vulnerable at-risk communities, what kind of platforms can be used? How can we bring that micro sort of support to these people?
Yes. So I think in terms of, say, vulnerable population or outdoor population that is not able to access, say, thermal comfort, if we say in that word, or cooling facilities, I think the cities have to look at how they can provide, at least in some public facilities, some sort of thermal comfort, such as, for example, in Ahmedabad, they have implemented this cool bus stop. So it is nothing but misting channel is there, and there are these husk panels around the bus stop. And what it is doing, it is spraying the water through fogging mechanism every 5 minutes. But with that, they are able to bring down the temperature of by nearly 5 to 6 degrees Celsius inside this kind of atmosphere. So if we are able to create such facilities throughout the cities, where say outdoor population can take some rest or get some sort of thermal comfort, I think these technologies or these facilities will not cost a lot, but the impact on reducing the heat-related illnesses or heat-related mortalities will be a large impact that can be achieved here. But also in addition to that, I think maybe a couple of next sessions will focus on parametric insurance, but there are some parametric insurance models that agencies like Seva or Mahila Housing Trust has tried out. But just yesterday we were talking about if we were to scale such a model, what are the challenges? Like currently there are challenges in scaling these micro scale models because the initial funding might have come from a philanthropic foundation to begin with. But then who should pay the premium is the question here. How do we subsidize that model for people to get say 50% subsidy on the premium or something like that. But in that case, when we talk about workers working in construction sector, I think if we look at construction sector's capability to pay premium for their own workers, I think they are pretty well off and the premium amount is not that big. But again, the output that it will achieve in terms of ensuring the outdoor workforce will be really large. So we have to look at individual channels of operationalization where we can look at the opportunity of, it's only about paying that premium to begin with. And as I said, the amount is not that big. So if we are able to convince these agencies to start taking that initiative, and once people will realize its benefits, I think people will also proactively start paying their part of the premium. But I think if we are able to solve such a problem, then insurance is definitely something that can be availed. But I think apart from that, we have to look into the infrastructure component also, like structural component of infrastructure, where these kind of thermal comfort could be provided.
So our entire discussion is in several layers. The layer where government is supporting in proactive mitigation so that we already are well prepared. Then you've talked of aspects where further non-structural but preparedness component, like you just mentioned about a cool shed or sprinkling water and all those things, is again a financing mechanism. But I'm looking at more of local individual level support. So for instance, when Sudeshna, you mentioned about the Caribbean model, and then you talked about Africa and Southeast Asia. These are regional pools which allow countries to quickly have access to funding. So they are quick, they are predictory in nature. But what if we want to go at individual level? Do you have some, and then with every hazard, and especially with the climate risk induced hazards, the whole landscape is different. For heat, for instance, it's very difficult to say that this insurance is linked to heat, but it's easier for a cyclone or a, so the parametric insurance is easier. So, but when we are faced with a threat, which is like a heat wave, where we still do not know how to, spell it for ourselves, what do you think? What can be, would you like to answer that? I mean, this is open for all four of you, if you would like to talk about it.
So, looking at it from the insurance perspective at least, I can look at it from the adaptation perspective. So when you have angles of heat waves, for example, maybe in urban centers you can still have cooling sheds, but in agriculture, where you need to work in those areas, at that point of time, you can't say, we won't work in certain hours. So in that time, we need to look at other angles. Like, can the crop be of a certain type? Can the activity that you do of cultivation, can those be changed to support? For example, one of the major reasons of heat in a rice field, I don't know how many people have gone in a rice field during planting, it's extremely hot because of the water. So can we change the type of sowing at that particular level? It's not going to change the entire scenario, but at least if you have DSR sowing rice or if you have late sowing rice, shorter duration rice, maybe certain periods can be escaped. So you need to adapt to certain activities. Insurance is always going to be there. It's always going to come when the disaster is already struck. But in slow onset, can these kind of angles be also looked at? So that's why we believe that climate change adaptation focus also needs to be very, very prime and center.
So, I couldn't agree more because as I just mentioned that we are having a layered discussion, and when you talk of disaster risk financing, it's not just insurance. It also is not just what we're talking about mitigation. It's a blend of a lot of things and, at multiple layers. The one thing that comes to my mind is also for a country like India, where, we have huge demography, and within that also educational levels, our awareness levels are so difficult and different, and for government it is a mammoth job to reach to several levels of people. In such scenario, Odisha stands out as an example where we found that zero casualty has been, achieved as far as cyclone as a hazard is concerned, which also has a link with weather precipitation, and so it also has link to climate. So it's not just an independent hazard, it has that link. So on that, now Odisha is trying to go on a slightly upper level where they want to work on their infrastructure, where CDRI has given a report that their infrastructure needs a certain sort of protection. To that, how can we bring financing? Can the fibers and the transformers and all those can be supported through a mitigation project? Can that be recommended to the 16th Finance Commission? That, a state which has done well in, basic level where other states are still, are up to the, not up to the mark. Can Odisha get that slight incentivization for having had performed so well? What's your opinion on that? And I'd request Vishwas.
Sure. So I think, if we talk about innovative financial instruments for disaster risk financing, I think risk pooling mechanism has been talked a lot about. I think, if I'm not wrong, it already exists in case of Kerala. Some of the districts came together for flood mitigation, risk pooling, etc. But I think in case of a state level, risk pooling is definitely something that we should look at, especially where sort of baseline is already established, that this much of requirement is there for ensuring the resilience of power sector. And I think based on that, the state should get into allocation of funds for disaster risk mitigation. But again, this is more of the mitigation side of things, when the state is proactively trying to avoid the losses that the power sector will incur by doing all of this. So similar to, again, going back to the, say, urban flood mitigation program, or there are multiple, landslide risk mitigation program, cyclone mitigation program. Similar to that, we should have something called urban resilience mitigation or urban resilience program, where, again, these kind of challenges which are kind of cross-cutting. So power sector is not per se getting impacted just by one disaster. It is getting impacted by heat. It is going to get impacted by flooding, as well as by cyclones. So for such sectors which are falling in critical category, I think there could be certain allocation that can help in strengthening the resilience. At a state level, then state can decide based on the level of vulnerability of power sector within different districts how to allocate those funds.
Drawing from this and then coming back to the ground reality, where now government has allocated money, is willing to pay money, and yet we see the states are not able to put up the projects. So here I'll request Anthony, a very small, quick answer from you. Urban flooding in Delhi. What do you think that why are states not able to put up when 10,000 crore, 15,000 crore is there at their doorsteps? Still the time is such that, after me the deluge. So, so why is that? What's your take?
To what my understanding is, most of the cities lack capacity on building a comprehensive flood mitigation program. So there is always this understanding that usually a mitigation always involves a structural investment. An investment on structural mitigation measures. So this perspective has to be changed. So usually in the mitigation program, when we release our guidelines, NDMA do have our guidelines on how the urban flood mitigation program has to be designed. There is always a certain weightage which has to go for non-structural mitigation activities. And in the phase 2, phase 3, which is being proposed, we are also going for nature-based solutions. So now what happens is, nature-based solutions is a very new concept to the public. So are there any best practices? Yes. But are there any documentations? No. So lack of reference is one major issue. Then understanding what are the real aspects of mitigation. That is also a different issue which we have faced in the entire progress of phase 1 of UFRMP.
Uh, Taking the cue from what he just said, that states are not able to make a comprehensive project. There comes PwC, the Ernst & Young, and the KPMGs, and they're able to make those programs. So what do you think that the government of India should do, that competence is there at our levels? Do you think that, we should do something about our hiring processes, or what do you suggest? I mean, it's a very, very tricky question for ourselves, but I would still like you to float any idea around it, that how to improve that competence, not to make you jobless, but to improve our competence.
So I'd like to give you a very recent example that we have been facing. So it's from the UT of Ladakh. We have been supporting UT of Ladakh from last 4 years, that too into the urban division itself. We 4 consultants, all big 4, we tried there. It's a challenge. Really, it's a ground challenge. And what happens, there are 2 levels of challenges. One is that in those extreme regions, extreme conditions, the adaptability of the outside people is a very big concern. Second thing, the local understanding. It does not match. So you have to match. It means we have to make the balance in between. That's one part of the story. Another part of the story is the handholding. There is a huge gap in terms of those regions understanding to what we are talking in Delhi. So we have to balance that. So we have to take them to that level. So there is a technical assistance or a project management unit that gets established at these states in different ministries, different departments. So we are supporting as a private sector stakeholder for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and that program is continuing. And then we have helped conceptualizing certain programs in stormwater management, in sewerage, in climate resilience, even in developing the master plan for Leh and Kargil. So, but the journey has been very, very tough, to be very honest. And there, the government is pumping a lot of money that even the UT is not able to utilize. But the point is, as Anthony was rightly mentioning, the capacity. It needs not to be enhanced 2x or 3x. Whether it's a permanent capacity or whether it's a temporary capacity, but that capacity needs to be enhanced in some form or the other. And that hand-holding of that mandate should be given. That's one part of it. Second part, when we are talking about the local challenges, the African nations, they are gradually, and they are also very, I have worked in 6 countries of Africa, and there if you see, the awareness is very different. The local community awareness, then the departmental awareness is somehow, and integrating the challenges and then developing a comprehensive kind of packages, those kind of awareness is also required. And there are n number of local solutions that exist. Biomimicry is a concept that is getting tried and tested across the globe in remote regions, because those cities, those areas, 1200 years old, 1800 years old, they have certain historical evidences that has helped them in protecting them from these hazard impacts in the past as well, which we don't have the record of, but this is there. How much it has been tried, or it is getting tried, and those local know-how is already there, but somebody needs to support to get those informations in place and on record, and then it can be practiced across the region. So these are 2-3 things that needs to be scaled up, at least in the remote part of the country. I have also worked in Arunachal way back in 2014-15. Again there, that time we were working on 2-3 glacial lake assessment. And again there, see in the glacial lakes, if you see, so these are just the examples where I'm giving you that in 2014-15, we suggested, there was an environment department there, that we should have a program, and they had, that time they said we have some 1,000 crore rupees for the overall to manage this. But the challenge is that we don't know how to design the program. So we said, okay, sir, we will be doing this for you. And then the challenges were who will go to those regions that is beyond 5,000 and so that was a big challenge. And I think now with this National Cloud Risk Mitigation Program, these things are getting derived in the state. But 10 years ago, this concept was given to the Arunachal state. So that awareness, that willingness, that needs to be a little bit strengthened at the state level. And plus, some drive, a mandatory drive for two things. One is that no, this is the minimum that you need to do. For the case of Orissa, I would like to give you a very good example. When we were assessing Orissa, Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, three coastal states in terms of cyclone itself, we found that Orissa has some 800 plus cyclone shelters. And out of those 800 plus cyclone shelters, we visited almost 138, 137, 138. We found that not a single cyclone shelter has the telecom towers and the telecom infrastructure in place so that it can support, if there is an emergency, some basic connectivity. They have the power sources, but that is again not. So we have been discussing with CDRI to have a kind of infrastructure resilience pool that can support at least these basic infrastructures at the time of catastrophe. There will be a minimum continuity that will be there. So that's another level of things. So we need to dissect things, and then we need to go deeper. So those are the, and every state has a unique challenges. So, and it's not that Odisha has done something, Tamil Nadu has not. They also have 200 plus multi-hazard shelters, and that is all well maintained. But again, the challenge is more or less same, because they all have been practicing a central guideline. So nothing a state-centric thought is there. So, yeah.
So certainly, sir.
I just want to raise one issue for the panel.
Yes.
So we have a large number of, due to the climate change impacts, we have a large number of extreme weather events, EWEs. You know, we are talking about the heat wave, urban floods, fires, and maybe mudslides, you know, in Ladakh. Now, these are the local level occurrences, limited in geographical impact, but they are far more frequent. So what is important is that there should be local level preparedness and local level mitigation. It is very, very important. And the local bodies, be it panchayats, be it municipalities, they should be more equipped, more empowered,
Yes.
more, and more capacitated to deal with them. The real problem is they do not have the access to resources. So how do we access those resources? That is the most critical thing. We are talking about the lack of capacity. We cannot acquire the capacity unless these local bodies start doing things themselves. No, you cannot have a consultant flying in and doing the things for yourself forever. So the idea is this, that local bodies should develop the capacities. In order to develop the capacities, they must have access to resources. So one of the issues that we want to discuss, how should the local bodies be able to access these resources for local level preparedness and mitigation, going beyond the model of the NDRF, SDRF, which are existing at a macro level. So what kind of a local level financing mechanism we should have? Should we think of that in this current cycle of finance commission? How should we innovate that so that panchayats and local bodies be able to access it? So if you can share
Thank you,
your
sir.
thoughts. in
So
this.
while you'll add to what Sir just mentioned, I would also like you to, think also that, what are the upcoming climate-linked hazards? So we are talking about heat wave, we are also talking about desertification, we are talking about droughts, which will be increasing. So considering all that, and then look at the ground person who's going to deal with it is that local panchayat and the local. So we are talking about state capacities being so weak. Now coming down, further down to this, what would be your recommendation for the 16th Finance Commission? You can think as imaginative as you want. We'll calibrate with our bureaucracy.
So at the rural level, if I have to say, the Abda Mitra scheme is there, right? We are going to the panchayats, but there should be one model that should work. Again, my answer will be on the capacity side itself, because there should be a role model first, because those areas are like that, that they first need to understand, that they simply understand it at the moment that, okay, somebody will do that for them. So that mindset needs to be changed. For that, they needs to have some sort of capacity building at the very local level. Then on the sir's point on the resource allocation, locally the resources may not be available or may be available depending on how is that area and what is that area. But, and those people are, especially in the panchayat level, they are very, it's not like urban that you need to give a direction and then something will come to you. It's automated kind of. So once there is a problem, they automatically support each other. So that mechanism is very strong there. You just need to infuse some of the required resources.
So you're saying that it will blend with the community
Yes.
resilience.
So
I have only 3 minutes left. If you don't mind, I'll have to quickly
Yes,
give
yes,
1 minute each to the 3 of them. Anthony, you will be the last one. I'll ask Vishwas and then Sudeshna and then Anthony, please.
Sure. So I think, that point is very important. How do we mobilize the funds at the local scale? We have been doing some research on that to look into what are the innovative financial mechanisms that the urban settlements can access. So there are 6 kinds, so I will not go in detail of that, but there are 22 different types of financing mechanisms that can be availed by local authorities, ULBs. We are focusing more on that, but I think that model also can work for Gram Panchayat level. I think green municipal bond, resilience bonds, again coming to risk pooling mechanism, as well as parametric insurance are just some of the things that I have listed here. But in case of, say, green municipal bond, so far, like we know some examples like Vadodara raised to 200 CR for solid waste management project. But the good part is that whatever they have to pay for the interest is getting covered by 13 crore rupees that is provided as incentive by Mahua. So these kind of mechanisms already exist for urban local bodies to raise their own resilience related funds. Now, I think one challenge that what we are seeing so far into the scheme of work is maybe corporations feel that they have sufficient funds. So why, say Mumbai is saying that we have 70,000 CR budget, why we should be worried about 500 CR addition to this when the processes are very difficult to follow. You will have to have your clean books for last 3 years, digitalized books, etc., all of that. But I feel that if there is such an excellent fund that is available from outside of the system, why are you going to use 500 CR from your own system to allocate for resilience? So we have to build that awareness, that sensitization among the municipalities, among the corporations that this kind of fund exists. With a little bit of working and refining your work of things, books, audits, etc., you will be able to get access to that, and you don't have to worry about your interest part because that will get covered by the interest, like the incentive that Mahua is providing. So it's only about generating the awareness, but also what are they going to use for is still somewhat lacking in the process. That, for example, this year Thane has allocated 1 CR for heat action plan implementation and urban flood action plan implementation at municipal corporation level. So they have a heat action plan that CW supported them to develop. They have a flood action plan that there are recommendations to be implemented. But do all the municipal corporations have these kind of action plans where the actions are listed properly? So there is that little bit of disconnect in the things. So if we are able to identify what is needed to be done on the ground, what is the finance required for that, and then come to the process of how ULBs can access funds, I think we will have to play a part in connecting these dots. Then at local scale, these corporations and even I would say that Gram Panchayats will be able to access the funds. They will know how to use the funds for and what to be used for.
So, we are at 11 o'clock, but I'll still request Sudeshna for one last gender punch point on this topic.
Okay, so I think I'll actually pick up from the action plan. So adaptation planning, let's do village-based adaptation planning. We can do village adaptation planning, and as he said, we can list down the activities that are done. There are resources available, so maybe the district can take a call on which projects can be funded, and if there is more need for resources from outside, then the districts can then go ahead with it. But once you plan that, then you'll know actually where it's needed. So that can be done. So climate adaptation planning, and that kind of fits in with our national adaptation planning that MOFCC is currently doing.
So very quickly to sum up, National Disaster Management Authority has already worked around across the sector how the National Adaptation Plan can have DRR integrated. And in addition to all that has been spoken is already in context and in talks at the NDMA level. You would also see that a couple of sessions which are after this are subsuming what we have been talking and raking the brainstorming around. So with that, I think that one takeaway for today for us at NDMA is that we need to probably give more awareness around what's available and how to use it. And with that takeaway, I would like to close this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrinalini ma'am. Thank you all the panelists for giving us deep insights on the climate change issues and also extreme weather events and how panchayats and local level bodies can come together and help to cope up with these. So with that, I will request for a group photograph. You can all please come forward. Thank you. We can all break for refreshments now, and we will be assembling together again at 11:30. Thank you. So welcome back, all of you. So now we have our next session for the day lined up, and it's enhancing state and national capacities. For this session, we have Mr. Rajendra Singh, HOD and member NDMA, as the moderator. So, sir, I will please request you to come on the dais. We have Sri Alok Nagar, who is a Joint Secretary, Ministry of Panchayati Raj. Sir. Then we have Mr. Suben Bagchi. He is a social policy expert in UNICEF. I will request Mr. Bagchi to please come on the dais. And we have our representatives from state of Gujarat, Mr. Devang Parekh. So I will request him also to please come on the dais. So this is a panel discussion, and there is a presentation has to be made by the UNICEF, a small presentation. So I will request Mr. Bagchi, you will be making the presentation. So first there will be a presentation, and then it will follow by a group discussion, a panel discussion. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. And as the last session ended with the extensive role that local governments, both in urban areas as well as in rural areas, are expected to play, we just pick up from there. The question posed by Krishna sir actually set the tone for this particular session, which looks at how disaster management could be optimally integrated in the urban local bodies governance and financing ecosystem, as well as the Panchayati Raj institutions governance and financing ecosystem as it currently stands today. With this, I will be moving to the subsequent slides very quickly, such that we can leave a lot of time for discussions. We have heard the interesting discussions in the morning, and to allow us to keep good time for discussion, we will be very quick and running through the slides for you to just take a look. As UNICEF, our mandate is to protect the children from child rights perspective. And as we mentioned, children and women are at high risk of triple impact of plenary crisis. In 2021 alone, UNICEF has accumulated some data, and it shows that pollution-related under 5 mortality itself is to the tune of 169,000. There was a flood impact study that was conducted by Indian Institute of Technology for 25 states. And here where disaster and financing link is actually brought in, that it mentions natural disaster severely affects the state's budget on an annual basis. As UNICEF, we had few rounds of discussion in terms of how we can optimally integrate the costs of adverse impact of climate change into the social sector budgets, if at all it's doable, and if it is doable, how optimally it could be done. Investments for climate change adaptation, we know that there is a need for high investment, huge investments to actually adapt to the changing scenarios and situation. Risk is global, but the resilience is local. We really, really need to make our local governments resilient. During the COVID-19, we had seen that it's the Gram Panchayats which pulled up its socks and which delivered what is required at the grassroots level, and they really did a fantastic job. And since then, it has been on the agenda to empower the panchayats. We already have all the statutes. There are several initiatives by the Ministry of Panchayati Raj. We have Joint Secretary Ministry of Panchayati Raj with us. I won't get into those level of details at this stage. What we propose is the convergence of Panchayati Raj system with the disaster risk management system, including for emergency prepared response, climate change adaptation, mitigation, as well as disaster risk reduction. When it comes to urban local bodies, we have heard the previous panelists talking about how best ULBs could be made available with the multiple financing instruments to actually innovate models to finance disaster risk, which included some bonds that they spoke about. And they mentioned that that could be equally applicable at the Gram Panchayat level, which could be tried perhaps. Foundational risk reduction in partnership with forest and disaster risk management is fundamental. Natural-based resources need to be protected to really get into the detail of how risks of climate change and disasters could be mitigated. Yesterday there were few sessions on 15th Finance Commission's recommendation, and you know, though the 11th schedule doesn't necessarily directly mention that disaster management is the responsibility of the Gram Panchayats particularly, but both the Disaster Management Act as well as the 11th schedule, they talk about, the Disaster Management Act talks about the local authorities, and through the district administration there is a role, enhanced role for the Gram Panchayats on disaster management. On the other hand, the 11th schedule mentions about economic development and social justice. So when it comes to social justice, obviously social justice would remain half done without the managing disasters properly. 15th Finance Commission has already recommended the following for the Panchayati Raj institutions: lack of disaster preparedness and mitigation planning at the local level, adequate capacity at the panchayat level. We really need to be on ground to build the capacity. Ministry of Panchayati Raj Joint Secretary is there, who is extensively involved in the building capacity of Panchayati Raj institutions. And UNICEF works very closely on multiple things with the Panchayat Ministry. Proximity to the local community. In the last session we heard people spoke about how to engage community. Better awareness generation, better sensitization helps community to be better prepared to mitigate the risks of disasters that are upcoming. Improved planning, coordination and monitoring, and thus making overall relief rehabilitation. So basically, a lot of responsibilities on the Panchayat Raj institutions have been delineated in the 15th Finance Commission report. However, what we will get into at this stage today is about how we optimally allocate funds for panchayats to actually take care of such activities. What UNICEF recommends, and to which UNICEF has made a presentation to the 16th Finance Commission, is a share of devolved funds for disaster management to be provided to the Panchayati Raj institutions, particularly the District Disaster Management Authority and further to the lower level at the block as well as at the Gram Panchayat level. What is it for? Knowledge and skill building and among the communities. And when it comes to UNICEF, we specifically always talk about women and children who are possibly the worst affected because of the disasters. We have tried to link disaster with the care responsibilities. There are innumerable studies which have shown that young girls and women's care responsibilities significantly enhances during the disasters. So it's basically about protecting the rights of children and women when it comes to disaster mitigation, and knowledge is one area where we need to really work hard. The second point actually talks about the Gram Panchayat development plan. At village level, we have a lot of plans actually. We have village poverty reduction plan, climate change action plan in some of the states, villages we have seen. What UNICEF is trying to do to better integrate local governance and financial ecosystem with the disaster management is to ensure that the Gram Panchayat disaster plans are risk resilient. UNICEF worked very closely with the government of Orissa. I'm sure there will be representative from government of Orissa here in this our group of participants. And government of Orissa actually has made the amendment in the Panchayat Act to make provision for the risk-informed Gram Panchayat development plan, and UNICEF has worked very closely with the government of Orissa. State disaster management authorities roll out the real-time disaggregated unit level data. This is something which we have tried. We are initiating in Assam, where household level data post-disaster is better captured to ensure that necessary social protection services are provided to those individuals during and after the disaster. We have tried to arrive at some number. I will tell you one thing, request you one thing. Methodology is not something what we need to really consider here in this case. The objective is to convey the message to the 16th Finance Commission that it is a high time that the grants that are going to the local governments and the grants that are going to the disaster management, some proportion of it could ideally be devolved to the Gram Panchayats themselves to enable them to better address the disaster risks and mitigate disaster risks. That's the objective. Methodology could always be discussed, elaborated, and fine-tuned. 16th Finance Commission has much better capacity than we have, but certainly we can give them some direction in terms of how best this could be done. And 16th Finance Commission has always been very receptive to seek advice, guidance, knowledge base, etc. from Government of India ministries, state departments, and other international and bilateral and multilateral institutions. 15th Finance Commission has developed the Disaster Risk Index at the state level. And this Disaster Risk Index captures your cyclone, drought, floods, earthquake, which has 70% weightage, and 30% weightage is given to the state's poverty level and arrived at the disaster risk score. And they have used the disaster risk scores to devolve funds from the Government of India, from Central Finance Commission's recommendations to the State Disaster Management Fund and the National Disaster Management Fund. What we are here, this is something, the approach that we have adopted is, we have looked at the Disaster Risk Index developed by the 15th Finance Commission and the grants received by the state under SDMF and NDMF and the total grants that 15th Finance Commission has recommended for the Panchayati Raj institutions. The grants to PRIs for disaster management has been derived for the period for 26 to 30. This is indicative, just based on the methodology that UNICEF felt appropriate for further discussions with the Finance Commission whenever that happens next. These are a set of numbers. Basically, the first column looks at the grant provided by the 15th Finance Commission to the local government. The second one is an estimate which is extrapolated based on the annual average inflation that we have over the period of the previous 5 years. And we know 75% of the total grant goes to the Panchayati Raj institutions. And 15th Finance Commission has also recommended disaster management grant through the SDMF and NDMF. We have estimated the amount for the subsequent 5 years. And state-wise share of Panchayat Raj grant has been used to impute the value of indicative grant. You may see that these are based on the share of Panchayati Raj in the total. And this, because this devolution is dependent on the disaster risk index computed by the 15th Finance Commission, this takes into account adequately the disaster risks that are involved, as well as the share of Gram Panchayats based on the Panchayat population strength, as well as other Panchayats risk absorptive capacity, etc. Those are taken into account. This methodology is something which is proposed for going forward, but this is not something which is done and dusted. This is for the brainstorming purposes. I will stop here and we can go to the next session for discussion. What finally I would say that's fundamental, that disaster needs to be looked at integrally with social protection, livelihood opportunities, natural resource management, and local governments have to play a major role going forward in terms of disaster risk management. Thank you very much for patient listening.
Thank you, Bhakti. That was a good presentation. Slowly, sir. We need you. Yeah, please, sir. Mic dijiye.
So one of the, just to set the stage for discussion, one of the arguments that would be made against the devolution of DM grants to the PRI is that the resources would be spread too thin, and it will not have the kind of impact on the disaster management. So I request all the panelists to respond. Instead, the finance commissions have been making devolution of funds to the Panchayati Raj for development purposes. Within that devolution, can we have a small allocation, not just for disaster management, but also for climate change impact? So environment and disaster management, both of them. So one is this, there is already an allocation, and it is for different purposes. Within that, you can make, so that would retain the devolution, but it will just provide some earmarked resources for climate and disaster. That would probably be a more practicable way of approaching it, rather than devolving the state to the Panchayati Raj institution, state disaster grants to the Panchayati Raj institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishnaji. Before I go to this 16th Finance Commission recommendations, what we are going to ask them. Yesterday, Safi Rijvi Sahab has made an opening remark that in the disaster management is always prevention, mitigation, response, preparedness, response, and recovery things. And one thing is, I want to ask you, what is the common in these all 5 things? The common is the capacity building. Either it is prevention, there also we require capacity. It is mitigations, we require capacity. Is it preparedness, they are also required. Why I am saying this? Because disaster management should reach to the local level, each city, town, village, panchayat, and they should have some basic awareness, capacity building, and resources to deal with disaster. From reactive to proactive to resilience, we are moving now in 16th Finance Commission. Reactive to proactive time, we have done fairly good. And we compliment and thank Finance Commission. They have understood the need from 14th Finance Commission to 15th Finance Commission, and how the triple the budget they have allocated to 1,62,000 crore rupees was given to distributed to states. Now the question is how they are going to utilize this money and how they are going to make the schemes. They giving the money and saying we have given this much of money. We have to ask them how good, how well you have utilized this fund for disaster management. And for that, we require SDMA to be strengthened, DDMA to be strengthened, and then coming to, if you want to take disaster management to a panchayat level and village level, first you have to strengthen all these sectors. And if you want to utilize this fund for infrastructure, and finally going to be at 2047, the dream of our Prime Minister, Viksit Bharat, we need to develop, we have to develop our capacities. One thing is very clear, the disaster cannot be managed by one department one ministry or one agency. I'm really thankful to all the NGO, knowledge partners, that all the international agencies, they are doing a hand-holding for us during our, when we need them. We are very thankful to them. Otherwise, if they just minus them from the from the canvas, and you'll find there's nobody to hand-holding of these people. So we are very thankful to them. And it is not one agency, one ministry, one department, or one agency job. It is a whole of government or whole of community job. When we talk about whole of government, Government of India is very, very proactive. They have given a money to you. Whatever we wanted in a 15th Finance Commission, they have provided that money. And this is the first time the mitigation funding window was introduced in 15th Finance Commission, and 20% fund was earmarked from that fund for mitigations alone. But now question is how prepared we are and how good we are for making schemes. We have given, suppose one example I am giving, the landslide mitigation scheme. We have, after a long of hard work, lot of work has gone, and friend from expenditure ministry is department is here. How we work, how difficult it is to make one project or plan, program. It takes months and months together. Consult states, consult knowledge partners, consult all the IITs, and then finally bring a plan into shape. And then when we get the approval from HLC, high level committee, and when money is given to state, I think for December or January we had a meeting with all the SDMAs. We have given a one-pager template to them. This is how you have to fill up, and this is how you have to make your plan and submit for approval. Almost 12 weeks has passed, and not a single proposal, DPR, has reached to us. If this is the state of our SDMAs, when the program was made, they were on board. Yes, sir, this is what we require. Workshop was organized for this. And now when the DPR things comes, 12 weeks, and there's no. Same thing happening with lightning. Same thing happening with the forest fire. Same thing happening with other programs. So there's a need to develop this capacity. Now my first question is with Mr. Devang Parikh Sahab, who has come from Gujarat SDMA. So what are the biggest technical or institutional gap in the state level in assessing disaster risks and managing DRF funds? Can you throw some light? Because SDMA and government, what is the biggest challenge? What is the biggest gap you are facing in your states?
Sir, I first want to clarify that someone else was supposed to attend this technical work, but I have joined just 1 month before as a controller of accounts. So I'm sharing my point that some technical person should be appointed in SDMAs for operational support and strategic problems and technical expertise. Funding is given by to the controller, commissioner of relief, and some procurement and all that. For that we need technical support in SDMA. For that, we need some technical experts. And other thing is some operational ongoing projects. We have established emergency response centers, but I came to know that their equipments and vehicles are 10 to 15 years old. So ongoing projects may also be funded by this grant. Those that will be enhance their capacities. And so what my experience is this, so far in my little experience, I would like to say this on.
Okay, now you have joined just recently, and but you must be working with the government of Gujarat? Fine, okay. Now you very rightly you have brought out that there's some technical expert need to be appointed. Is the why, like state like Gujarat, who have done so well after Bhuj earthquake, why this question is coming to now after 5 years? Is some technical person required to be appointed there? You should have no, because every state have done good, but every state has learned from their own mistakes. Am I right? Odisha has learned after 99. Uttarakhand has learned after Kedarnath. Gujarat has learned after Bhuj earthquake. Kerala has learned after, although they have learned, but after Cyclone Oki and Chennai flood, that's what you call Cochin flood. They have learned. Chennai has learned after tsunami. Andhra has learned after Cyclone Bulbul. Why generally people say learn from not your own mistake, learn from others' mistakes. Something has happened to them. Now in my state I don't want to do that. But when Gujarat has done so good, you should have the perfect team. The 15 Finance Commission budget allocation is already there under 4 funding windows. You should have utilized and given the completion certificate. Sir, all 15 Finance Commission funding window is exhausted, and this is the certificate from us. And this is what all job we have undertaken, and this is what is the outcome of after investing so much money. Why it is the gap, sir?
Sir, I found this recently, there's a bit discussion with the other officers also. So far we have, we are, so if I give an example of procurement, if we are purchasing this for flood, shoes and helmets and everything. So if we procure it from SDMA side, so we don't have experts of this, what would they require. We have received one query that this is what, when we have floated a tender, that we don't require this kind of paper from district administrations. So for that we need technical, your question is perfectly all right, but I came to know just before when I joined this thing that we don't have technical experts in SDMA so far. And ongoing projects में भी कुछ इतने technical expert होते हैं, पर उनका guidance के लिए सर SDMA में होना ज़रूरी है सर, ये मुझे लग रहा है. तो this is what I have experienced in my little bit of experience with 1 month.
Okay. Sir, now I'll ask Alok ji, who is the Joint Secretary of Panchayati Raj Institution. Alok ji, my question is how prepared is our district disaster management authority to handle disaster financing and planning? And should there be a formal mechanism to flow disaster risk financing knowledge and basic fund to Panchayati Raj institution? And if yes, how this system will work, how this funding window will start?
Thank you, sir. So I request a little latitude because I need also to give people a sense of what the panchayats are currently doing with the finance commission grants that come to them. Starting with an average of 54 rupees per individual in the 12th Finance Commission. Currently, the per capita allocation is of the order of 674. So which tells you that if you are a small panchayat with only 1,000 voters, then you get 6,74,000 rupees in a year. 60% of this is tied grant. It's important to have the sense of the money because there's not a lot of money left after you fulfill all your commitments. So 30 for sanitation and drinking water, that leaves you with 40. And the 40%, so 40% of 6,74,000 is what? 2.4, 2.5 lakhs. In this money, panchayats have to pay their bills, they have to have electricity connection, and they need to fix roads, they need to fix buildings, they need to fix walls, and so on and so forth. There are large panchayats also in parts of our country who 10,000, 20,000 in Kerala and Assam. So there the money flowing would be tenfold and so on. Having said that, I also need to tell you about what panchayats currently do with this money. So starting from the 2nd of October each year, the Ministry of Panchayati Raj drives a campaign in which we get these, we allocate them this resource envelope. So this is something I'd like you to remember, that every panchayat, when they go to create their plan, they are aware that in my 1,000 strong GPs, I have 6,74,000 rupees. And we also get the resource envelope from Manrega, so that's about an equivalent amount. And this is the money I have in which I need to carry out my plan. Because there are tight grants, so those things are systemically nudged, and the drop-down menus, the activities that are available to you flow from there. Once you complete your plan, any work that you carry out has to be a part of your plan. And so you pick out an activity, and then once you've completed that activity or a subsidiary bill from that activity, you make your payment through PFMS gateway. There are no checks. Having learned that a panchayat has got only so many or so much of resource, one needs to be very prudent with the money that they are going to have to spend. Ministry of Panchayati Raj has a capacity building training program. And because the panchayats know that this is what they are going to be doing, my job as a panchayat panchayat pradhan or sarpanch, depending on which state you're in, is to resolve differences, is to allocate resources, is to carry out these works, is to be part of 100 different committees from various departments where I give my point of view. And then in some cases, like in Bihar, Nyaya Panchayat, Himachal Pradesh, you also got to dispense justice. So being aware of this bill of duties, as it were, the capacity building training modules are devised, and these are delivered to all elected representatives within the first 6 months of their coming to power. There's a refresher course at the end of another 2 years, and that is how it is organized. So how are we going to, in Somen's presentation, he made a reference of disaster risk index. So we are not looking to, I thought that if we spread ourselves too thin, as we've done in the case of 15 Finance Commission grants, so there wouldn't be a lot of surplus that is available to build some structures, to retrofit, or to give people an advice, or interface them with people who have these mistris and Raj mistris who have these skills to carry out this job, bring in different kinds of material. But then having a panchayat-wise envelope, or having envelope for a cohort of panchayats, sir, is extremely important. For a certain class of natural calamities, your watershed boundaries become extremely important. And if I am part of Swan River catchment in Una in Himachal Pradesh, for instance, then these people within this sub-watershed need to have certain common prescriptions. When you are in the higher reaches, you low till, you don't, or no till kind of practices must be followed. When you are low, or in the intermediate, you need to have horticulture in the lower reaches. So if there are certain prescriptions, and we know this because we have panchayat boundaries, we know the kind of geographies that are endemic to a panchayat, we know what is it that they are dealing with, we know what kind of flows you expect, you multiply that by a factor of 3, it being the age of climate change and all that, but by and large you have this idea. So we need to put this knowledge to use, and we need to find resource envelopes, maybe if not for every one of your 2,55,000 panchayats, but then at least the ones that are more susceptible, and that with a little resource can carry out things that can save lives by factor of 10. And those are my preliminary thoughts. I will delve a little deeper, sir, when I go into it later. But it's very important to know that in my panchayat, I have 12 lakh rupees to carry out this job. It's not nearly enough. The kind of sheds that Odisha has made, they need huge investment. And everybody does not have that kind of, so one scales one's expectations down. It says I can have something in the nature of evacuation plans, or, you know, like we have fire safety drills and all that. People need to know that if such and such is happening, if a levee is being breached, what should I do? I should reach to the school building nearest to me, which is on higher ground, or the seed store that exists somewhere, or some health center. And there I have a capacity to have 50 people or 60 people who can stay locked up at a time. So I know, because I knew I had 10 lakhs, so I had a lower expectation plan, but then a plan it is. And if it is a plan, then we can build people's capacities, we can train them to handle these exigencies. So how we are going to devise these resource envelopes for GP or groups of GPs is something you know best, somebody like NDMA. And your question, in fact, was regard the DDMA, you know, their effectiveness. So there was we had very late snowfall in 2017 winter. It was almost 25th, 26th March. And that snow in Himachal Pradesh is very wet. And so we had whole stretches where Devdar trees in numbers of 30, 40, they just slid down and they blocked roads everywhere. People were clueless. और DDMA क्या कोई भी कुछ भी नहीं कर पाता ऐसी परिस्थिति में. So that's when one realized as one realized, you had made that point, that COVID told us that for local leadership, there is, panchayats are Hobson's choice. There is nowhere else to go. And if you have local depots of, you know, power chainsaws and crowbars and ropes and winches to be able to get your thing done, there is no way. Whatever you may be prepared for, nature will spring a surprise. Thanks.
Thank you, Alokji. Now, Alokji, I want to ask you, like, Panchayati Raj, you have said, what kind of training, like you said, 2,62,000 panchayats are there, limited fund. As on today, this friend Biswas is here. They last time, during the heat wave, when we were having the workshop, they have shown one chart where they have shown 14 Government of India's scheme. If states and districts implement those schemes properly, तो हम जलवायु परिवर्तन के इफेक्ट को भारत में जो हीट वेव के लिए हम इतने कोशिश करते हैं उसको कम किया जा सकता है. And then 14 schemes are merging on 3 places. One, rainwater harvesting. Are the panchayat are taking it? Second, recover of water bodies, the wetland. And third is plantation. माननीय मोदी जी कहते हैं एक पेड़ माँ के नाम. I think last year 140 करोड़ प्लांटेशन हुआ है. इस बार फिर 5 जून को वो फिर से वो शुरू हो रहा है. तो ये जो 14 स्कीम जो भारत सरकार ने शुरू की है मनरेगा से लेकर दूसरी स्कीम्स को, don't you feel, Alok ji, कि it is a time to discuss with NDMA? Then, like I said, it is not only Panchayati Raj or NDMA will do it. It is a time for better coordination, where we can sit together and see, sir, these 14 schemes, they've all merged in 3 places, and this is the scheme, how we to go for it. So don't you feel it is a need for, when you say ग्राम प्रधान और ग्राम बीडीसी मेंबर्स को हम जो ट्रेनिंग दिलाते हैं, उसमें 2 और 3 दिन का अगर आप डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट के ऊपर भी बात करें, तो आई थिंक द अवेयरनेस जनरेशन विल बी मच हायर देन दैट दे वर हैविंग अर्लियर.
Absolutely, sir. It is beyond any doubt that if the panchayats know what they have to do. Okay, so another thing that we do in the People's Plan campaign that starts on the 2nd of October each year for the next 4-5 months is that the Gram Panchayat has to schedule their Gram Sabha. And that schedule is taken out in advance. And not all departments have village level officers. Sometimes there would be officers at the block level, or sometimes they would have several panchayats under their head. So based on this, the state government also maps its resources who are responsible for attending that Gram Sabha meeting. This is extremely important because when the panchayat does that, maybe that 2-day training where half the time I was looking after my baby or I was looking after my wife's baby standing outside. So this may be not enough for you to be able to, prioritize and allocate resources for that particular activity. क्योंकि पंचायत में भी बड़ी खींचातानी होती है हर तरह की. तो ऐसा एक रिसोर्स उसमें रहता है ग्राम सभा मीटिंग में. मसलन फॉरेस्ट गार्ड है, वो वहाँ पर मौजूद है. आपने प्लांटेशन एक्टिविटीज़ बताई, तो वो कहेगा कि मेरे को ये वाला रकबा अगर आप खाली कर दें तो इस तरफ से बहुत सारा पानी आता है, कटाव होता है, वो होना रुक जाएगा. एंड इट विल सर्व योर एग्रीकल्चर वेल बिकॉज डाउन स्ट्रीम ऑफ दैट इज़ योर एग्रीकल्चरल फील्ड्स एंड यू वुड बी एबल टू डू अ लॉट मोर. सो बिकॉज दिस पर्सन वॉज देयर, पीपल रिस्पेक्ट दैट. So Panchayat is going to be so happy if there are people coming to, officials who are coming to attend their meetings and telling them. So likewise, we get people from, Anganwadi workers and A&M and all these people coming there, patwaris, pipeline fitters and so on. Everybody is encouraged to go there, and it's not a very happy story because out of these 18, 19 people who are mapped, I think on an average some 5-6 officers land up for each of these Gram Sabha meetings. So that is the point where we clinch the argument, sir. Training and capacity building is not really enough क्योंकि वो एक आदमी था, अपने वार्ड का जानता होगा या कहीं का जानता होगा. वहाँ पे there are so many voices. Panchayat is also sometimes spread over some 10-15 different hamlets, each one with their own requirements. So and an official, still commands a lot of respect. If you're there in that meeting, or we can identify a handful of GPs or some GPs where this needs to be done. So if this person is there on the day of the meeting and he or she is able to steer the discussion in the direction of disaster mitigation, it will make a big difference. तो इतना डिफरेंस होगा कि जो मैं आपको बता रहा था, उसके पास अनटाइड ग्रांट के 40% के 2.5 लाख रुपए हैं, उसमें वो क्या करेगा, क्या बनाएगा, क्या दिखाएगा, वो लोग फिर उससे भी देने को तैयार हो जाएंगे. दैट इज़ द काइंड ऑफ रिस्पेक्ट दैट ऑफिशियल्स इन विलेज कम्युनिटीज़ नॉर्मली कमांड. सो दैट वाज माय 2-bit thing that I felt could really make a difference.
This is like I said like 14 schemes government of India. If the 14 schemes can be channelized in proper way, I think so there will be no need for extra funding to panchayat level, and like we are talking here 16th Finance Commission. If the government of India has launched so many schemes, and all schemes if train manpower, proper training, proper instructions and proper demonstration can be shown to them, I think then climate change, जलवायु परिवर्तन को हम उसके असर को कम कर सकते हैं आने वाले टाइम।
बिल्कुल सर, और ये तब तक नहीं होगा जब तक सारे विभाग अपनी अपना राग अलापते रहेंगे। When everybody, I have my own scheme, I have my own boss, I have my own plan, I'm going to do this. So these things need to come together in Gram Panchayat, in Block Panchayat, in Zilla Panchayats, because this is not only their mandate, they are the best positioned people to carry this out. और जैसे सॉइल कंजर्वेशन है, एग्रीकल्चर वालों का कोई स्कीम होगा, एनवायरनमेंट फॉरेस्ट वालों का होगा, देयर वुड बी सेवरल अदर थिंग, NDMA और DDMA की तरफ से कोई प्रोग्राम्स होते होंगे। सो ऑल दीज पीपल आर एट क्रॉस पर्पसेस। वो एक एक आप नाला चूज़ कर लो ना, इस वाला का जो है इसमें सिर्फ ये लोग काम करेंगे, इस वाला जो है इसमें सिर्फ फॉरेस्ट वाला करेगा, इसमें सिर्फ एग्रीकल्चर की सॉइल कंजर्वेशन स्कीम होगी। होता था ना NWDPRA, क्या क्या स्कीम्स होते थे, दे कंटिन्यू टू एग्जिस्ट इन सम फॉर्म। लैंड रिसोर्सेज का वाटरशेड डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट होता है। सो ऑल दीज पीपल कैन डिवाइड द वर्क, बट इट नीड्स टू कम टुगेदर। इफ द पर्सन हु इज़ द एग्रीकल्चर एक्सटेंशन ऑफिसर, वो इज नॉट बॉदर्ड, मेरे को ग्राम पंचायत है, द पेटी पीपल, दे व्हाई शुड आई बी डिमीनिंग माई सेल्फ बाय गोइंग टू देयर मीटिंग्स? So that doesn't work. And that is why people not only plow their lonely furrows, but they sometimes work at cross purposes. So
thank you, Alok ji. Thank you. Now, Bakshi Saab, you have used the word incentive. How can the center and state work better together to, like you said, it should be incentive, performance-based incentive. It is a better fund preparedness, it is a fund management or risk reduction. How you think where the incentive will come and how to incentive to be given to state or district or to Gram Panchayat? How you are going to say it?
Thank you very much, sir. As we worked parallelly with the Central Finance Commission, also we have taken initiative to work closely with the state finance commissions in 4 states currently. So our report has been submitted to the Assam Finance Commission, to the Karnataka Finance Commission, to the Uttar Pradesh Finance Commission, and the work in progress is in Jharkhand Finance Commission. And as you know, Assam and Karnataka, they have their disaster risk scores at the district level. And they have really mapped their, Assam is the worst sufferer because of some of the very risk-prone districts where the land actually gets eroded because of the slope of the area, and they are the worst affected. So when we were working closely with the Finance Commission, what we have taken note of is the disaster risk scores at the district level and how best the State Finance Commission could incentivize by providing higher funds to the Gram Panchayats and municipalities that are located in the districts that are high disaster prone. And when we were working very closely with them, we actually suggested that there is a further need for engaging the community. I will go back to what Krishna sir has mentioned yesterday about during disaster, there is a need to reach the most vulnerable. And if my understanding is correct, I strongly feel that to reach the last mile, there cannot be a better institute than the Panchayati Raj Institute. And the Gram Panchayats, we have seen during the COVID-19 that they have played that kind of a role, being nearest to the people with whatever arms and ammunitions and whatever instruments they had. But understanding the household level vulnerability, identifying them at the right point of time, and making available the funds that you referred to, the 14 schemes, many of them actually relate to social protection programs, to make available those funds instantaneously to the households during disaster is fundamental. While during disaster, this is the mechanism, but there is a need for better preparedness as well. And it is to be addressed through both demand side factors as well as supply side factors. The demand side factors is basically about awareness generation and sensitization of the community. And the supply side factor actually would look at building the capacity of the panchayat functionaries as well as Gram Panchayat elected representatives. That's how we have started looking at. We have extensively worked very closely with the Ministry of Panchayati Raj. And as you know, as Sir has also mentioned, that it is the Panchayat where actually different departments come very close. A historical watershed moment for Government of India was when the localization of SDG 9 themes were implemented. There was poverty-free village, there was hunger-free village, there was child-friendly village, woman-friendly village, there were green and clean village, water-sufficient village, and each of these, some 6 to 10 ministries and departments at the national level, for the first time had signed joint letters to ensure that Gram Panchayats come together to deliver all of it, because you are lowest down the line and you have the best ability to bring all the departments together. I will stop here, sir.
Very good, sir. Excellent. Now, sir, आपसे मैं पूछता हूँ कि if suppose we want to prepare for in NDMA or in a disaster management, we use one term, prepare for black swan event that can cause large scale destruction. What you will say, how you will prepare for black swan event if it's, how to prepare your state, how you will prepare your state for that large scale destruction should not take place. Like COVID-19, we are not prepared. It was a black swan event. But after that, in the 3 months, 4 months and 5 months time, sanitizer to what you call mask and to kit, medicines, everything, even the hospital, oxygen cylinders and concentrator, and India not prepared for himself, they have supplied to other countries also. Vaccination has taken place. So India, we can say, it is for COVID-19 was full prepared, it was a black swan event. Same thing like Japan, Fukushima. Never thought that type of tsunami will come. Big wall was there. They never thought that 10 meter or 15 meter waves will come. But there was a 20 meters. And 16,000 people lost their lives. How you think that, what are the 2-3 points, major points, you can see how we should prepare for black swan events, so that large destruction, economy, social and well-being should not be lost.
सर ये एक ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट हमारे यहाँ पर GIDM करके है, वहाँ पर ये सारे इनोवेटिव ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स भी कंडक्ट होते हैं, और उसमें अभी नए नए एनवायरमेंटल और कार्बन केमिकल एंड इंडस्ट्रियल हैज़ार्ड्स के लिए भी हम ट्रेनिंग देने के शुरू किए हैं. और कोविड के बाद अभी जो भी इस तरह के जो अनसीन जो भी हमारे पास डिज़ास्टर्स आते हैं, उसके लिए क्या करना चाहिए, उसका ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम कम्युनिटी को, फिर प्रोफेशनल्स को और गवर्नमेंट बॉडीज़ के पर्सन्स को ट्रेनिंग दिया जाता है. उसमें पूरा हम उस तरह से का प्रिपेयर्डनेस के लिए और कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग के लिए उनको ट्रेन करते हैं वाया इन क्लासेस, ऑफ क्लासेस, वाया वी हैव ट्रेन्ड 50,000 अराउंड लास्ट ईयर फॉर दिस काइंड ऑफ कैलेमिटीज़. एंड और जैसे आपने कहा कि कोविड के लिए, तो उसके लिए हमें कुछ पहले से पता नहीं था कि कौन सी वैक्सीन या दवाई चाहिए, तो उसके लिए फिर हमें रिसर्च वर्क और उसमें प्रोक्योर करना पड़ेगा कि ऐसे क्या कर सकते. और हेल्थ के साथ भी हम डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ हेल्थ के साथ भी हमने कोऑर्डिनेट करके एक हीट वेव के लिए और उसके लिए सबके लिए प्रिपरेशन करते रहते हैं वहाँ डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेल्थ ऑफिसर के साथ. तो इस तरह से हम लोग कोशिश करते हैं कि अगर कोई अनफोर्सिन डिज़ास्टर आ जाता है तो क्या करना चाहिए. इवन इन टेम्पल इफ़ वी हैव अ स्टैम्पेड एंड ऑल लाइक दैट, तो उसके लिए भी ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम सबके लिए कंडक्ट किया
GIDM में ट्रेनिंग होती है,
GIDM कर रहा है
सबको. ग्राम
हाँ,
पंचायत लेवल तक आप पहुंचे हैं ट्रेनिंग
जी.
के लिए.
कम्युनिटी, प्रोफेशनल्स एंड गवर्नमेंट बॉडीज सबको
आप
जी कर रहे हैं.
ओके. आलोक जी, आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे सर इसके लिए, हाउ टू प्रिपेयर योर पंचायत, विलेज, क्योंकि सर देखिए लोगों के पास जानकारी नहीं है। अर्ली वार्निंग हम लोग लास्ट माइल तक पहुंचाने में कामयाब हो गए हैं। यू हैव सीन IMD में, मानसून में, साइक्लोन के लिए वी आर गिविंग देम 8 to 9 days जो है ना वार्निंग। एंड एग्जाम्पल इज बिपोरजॉय, अम्फान, बुलबुल, तावते, you name any cyclone. From 13,000 death in 99, we have come to zero level death, zero mortality in 2025. It's not that we are not doing. We have a good awareness. We got a good last mile connectivity. We are able to reach out to the early warning to all the village. Like you said that Gudisa में एक cyclone shelter बनाया है. That was a national cyclone risk mitigation program we have launched for phase 1 and phase 2 for 4,300 crores rupees with the World Bank. Anup is here. Anup ji, where are you? Yeah, Anup ji is there. He is there. So it was with the World Bank where we made 800 cyclone shelters because where to take people. And during the Amphan, we are able to evacuate 12 lakh people from Odisha and West Bengal to these cyclone shelter and other school and other panchayat ghars. And same time, 1,300 kilometer road was built to go to the village level to pick up those villagers and put them into a cyclone shelter. Now the power cut is almost, earlier it was for 36 hours or 24 hours. Other thing, the Biswaji say that my city Pune is 12 hours. That is a different thing. But power cut due to cyclone has now the time has reduced to 2 hours because underground cabling for 1,400 kilometers has done on a west coast and east coast is in progress. So it is not that we have done. तो आप बताइए सब कि जो है ब्लैक स्वान कभी अगर इस तरह की हो जाता है, बड़ा इंसिडेंट होता है, तो क्या करना चाहिए हमें भारत के लिए, गांव के लिए, क्योंकि लाइफ ऑफ एवरी इंडिविजुअल इज वेरी वेरी प्रेशियस टू अस. आवर जॉब इज नॉट कि जस्ट गो एंड दे दिया, कुछ पैसा दे दिया, उससे हो गया, काम हो गया. सी द लाइफ ऑफ वन इंडिविजुअल, लॉस द मैन, चिल्ड्रन, वाइफ, होल थिंग्स कम्स टू सेंस. सब कुछ खो चुके हैं. तो इन ऐसे इंसिडेंट्स को बचाने के लिए, ना होने के लिए, कम्युनिटीज़ को मोर एम्पावर करने के लिए क्या करना चाहिए आलोक जी?
Again, drawing on what we did during COVID time, having excellent communication strategies and of course physical access, both things you've already said. तो जब वैक्सीन वाला शुरू हुआ तो शुरू में आया क्वारंटाइन करना है लोग, जो सारे people who were headed back. So what we used to do was that based on best practices that we were getting from various places, some people would tell us कि असूदी होसानपुर एक क्या होता है सिद्धार्थ नगर के पास, तो वहाँ पे उन्होंने बड़ा अच्छा वो बना रखा और उसको वो ड्रोन उड़ा कर देखा करते थे, how are the people faring, and I think a school building and some other buildings had been set aside for that purpose. So we took it from there, asked them to create into some kind of capsules. In fact, we got a lot of help from UNICEF in that time because they are very good at communication and turning it into modules. And then we had to, of course, make it available in local languages. And so that was sent out, and you had then mushrooming of this kind of activity in some other places. Fir wo don't spit, you know, those kind of campaigns. Again, those were resources, some were already available with GPs, so they got wall paintings and people who were influential, ward members and their people with them, they also went around saying the same thing. Then vaccine hesitancy. I would also like to make a mention of Bultu. Some of you might have heard of it. Bultu is for Bluetooth, and there was in the areas in Chhattisgarh where your connectivity is not very good. So those people would come out to the cities and town centers for their procurements, And at these, milk depots or pawn shops or wherever, ration shops where these people were going, so there would be a person who would load this data onto their mobile phones. And when they went back through Bluetooth, they would transfer it to other people amongst them. And that is how word traveled out there. And of course, road access, it is very important for for you to be having access so that these provisions, rations can reach you in the best possible manner. In the scheme that we have, Rashtriya Gram Swaraj Abhiyan, there is a small portion set aside also for innovative schemes. So I remember one scheme that came shortly after that was where they wanted to create small depots. It was a large panchayat with something like 15 wards and many more hamlets. So they wanted small depots of rations, essential provisions created all over the area, because I think it was close to some delta and there would be lots of water. So उन्होंने बोला फिर वो वहाँ पर है, for each one of these there is a group of families that are mapped onto that, and there would be people who would be assigned this job and they would carry it out to the best of their abilities. So yes, communication unforeseen तो मतलब ही unforeseen है, तो उसका तो क्या कोई कर सकता है, लेकिन तैयारी के लिहाज से you make provisions, you have factors of safety in your calculations that you are employing in terms of strength of the structures that you are making, in terms of flows that you are accounting for. But other than that, having excellent communication in a manner that people understand the audio, visuals. So those strategies I thought came very handy at the time, and that is how we could, get past.
Okay, sir. Bakshi साहब,
जी.
anything you want to add in this? What Alok ji has?
आपने हमें language में उस वक्त बड़ी help की थी. You had a thing that would convert it into various vernacular languages. Yeah.
दो चीज़ें मैं यहाँ पॉइंट आउट करना चाहूँगा सर. जो 9 थीम्स हैं लोकलाइजेशन ऑफ SDGs जो पंचायती राज ने किया था, उसमें एक सोशली सिक्योर्ड विलेज भी है. तो सोशली सिक्योर्ड विलेज के तहत there is a direct link between disaster and social protection, access to sustained social protection, access to livelihood. This is the first point that I would like to make, that in the socially secured village theme, the joint letter was signed by the Ministry of Panchayati Raj, Minister of Rural Development, Minister of Social Justice and Empowerment, quite a few ministries. What was the discussion that triggered from there was the MG NREGA funding for wages, which is actually the largest social protection program globally available. We feel proud to say that, actually has also a component of materials to create the infrastructure. In case, with support from NDMA, SDMA, we can make those assets, the infrastructures at the Gram Panchayat village level, climate resilient, they themselves become a source of sustainable livelihood for the Gram Panchayats there. That is one point on how we can better integrate and prepare them to be, irrespective of disaster happening, if sustained access to social protection is provided, perhaps they will be able to mitigate their own risks happening as a result of the disaster. The second thing, we had made a presentation to the Finance Ministry as well as to the Ministry of Women and Child Development on an innovative financing mechanism where we have given a modus operandi of how best we can access capital market funds through blended finance instruments or debt and equity capital. I had attended a workshop organized by NDMA remotely on alternative financing for disaster management. This takes me to that innovative financing model that we had proposed to the Finance Minister and Minister of Women and Child Development, with 3 dedicated windows looking at disability, care, and disaster. Each of these are very well interlinked, and if we can come up with some kind of a model to ensure this is not the disaster management work done by NDMA, SDMA, which are on the very different side. This is to actually address the social protection bit of it, the livelihood bit of it. And when we look at the care work, as I say, that during the disaster, the young woman and the women, young women as well as the household led by women, they are worst sufferer because they are responsible to undertake the care work. The recent time use survey done by the National Sample Survey Organization shows that women spend almost 3 times of the time than men for unpaid domestic work. So this whole innovative financing is to ensure finance or adequate funding for livelihood social protection during disaster, for care work with the eventual objective of increasing women labor force participation, and also for the disability, because the care work is largely targeted towards the disabled. These are some of the elements which we can develop the adequate linkages, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Pakshi. Yeah, Krishna ji.
I just want to frame some issues for the discussion. Now that you have been talking about the states not having experts, है ना, states में experts नहीं हैं, और ये issue बार-बार आ रहा है कि हम हमारे पास जो resources हैं हम उनको इस्तेमाल इसलिए नहीं कर पा रहे हैं कि हमारे पास capacities नहीं हैं. हर state में ये problem हो रहा है. तो एक तो है कि क्यों capacity नहीं है, इस ये बात हमें ज़्यादा जानने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए. दूसरी बात ये कि should states' capacities be assessed? And when we are talking of capacities, we should also think of a state's performance. Should a state's performance be a consideration in the allocation of resources? So capacity and performance are related. So can we just ask for some more responses on this? How should the state's capacities be assessed, and should that be a factor in the allocation of resources? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. This is a very good point, sir. So now, if we
can get some response from the states,
yes, sir, this is a question answer. We'll ask some state. Okay, now that Munch is open for question answer, please, anybody have anything, please
Sir.
feel free to ask.
Sir, can I?
Where are you, sir?
Sir, recently we have made a presentation for appointment of technical experts in SDMA, and we are in process of appointing this. That is what I want to add this thing. So it may be within 2-3 months we may get this technical expert in SDMA.
Okay. Jay, sir.
Hello. Can I just request that the presentation that was made by UNICEF representative,
Bakshi साहब का presentation दिखाएं बेटा.
that last table where you asked for earmarked funds for, can I just have a look at that? I had a question on that. But while we get to it, I think I would just like to echo the point that Mr. Watts made.
You are, sir?
With sir made. वो आ रहा है अभी. Just go ahead.
Just go ahead. Just go ahead.
एक वो टेबल आता है जिसमें सभी states का नाम है.
हाँ, you all.
Yeah. So, Somen, my question, just let's take the example of Andhra. How have you, can you run through the columns as to how you arrived at the figure of about 9,000 crores for Andhra? I mean, quickly, because I couldn't get what is 5% of what? Yeah, can you use a mic?
Mic, please.
Because those numbers look very high. Yes. Asking for 9,000 crores.
Yes, I will just come to that, sir. What we have tried to do is to bring together the financial devolution that is being made to the Panchayati Raj institutions as well as to the SDMA and NDMF for the disaster management. So basically, the first column is the 15th Finance Commission that has gone to the local government.
Okay.
The second one is annual average 5% inflation that is arrived at.
Fine.
The third column, the 75% of the total local government goes to PRIs. That's how we arrived at the third column.
Correct.
15th Finance Commission disaster management grant is the figure which is given. The total of SDMF and National Disaster Management Fund and State Disaster Management Fund.
Okay.
If we have extrapolated it with the annual average inflation, we reach the third last column. And these share, because our proposal is to devolve funds to the Gram Panchayats, how the allocation is distributed across states. If you add this total, it will be 100.
Yes.
And this has been imputed to the total allocation for 26 to 30 for Panchayati Raj institutions, and for the estimated value for 26 to 30 for disaster management.
Just tell me 8972. How did you get that number?
So 8972 is basically 30% that we have recommended dedicated for Gram Panchayats out of this total allocation for 26 to 30 that is estimated for from disaster management as well as for Panchayati Raj institutions. Basically that 8972.
Okay, I got it.
Almost sort of one third of the total allocation for disaster management estimated for 26 to 30 and also for the allocation for Panchayati Raj institutions.
But that's too high a figure. I mean, it is well beyond the realm of possibility, number one, in terms of just the pure numbers. Second, I would like to echo the point that was made initially also, that currently the institutional system that exists is at the national level, at the state level. At the district level, the DDMAs are not really functioning. There were a couple of paras in the 15th Finance Commission where they actually agreed that it is too early for us to start allocating money to the district levels. Here we are talking about jumping a level and moving into Panchayati Raj. So my sense is that, that may not be a very practical way of doing it by earmarking fund. But I think what is more important, which some of the speakers have said, is to increase the sensitivity at the local government level, that when they are planning with their regular funds, please do keep this aspect also in mind. I think the focus should be there rather than trying to convince the 16th Finance Commission to earmark such a huge amount from the LG grant and of course part of the DM grant.
Yes.
So I think tactically and strategically, now I'm saying we as an audience because we are trying to prepare something that we will give to the 16th Finance Commission.
Right.
Tactically and strategically, I think that is the push we should make. Asking for such a huge amount as a lump sum towards disaster management may not be a good idea. As Joint Secretary mentioned, that already out of every 100 rupees that the Panchayat institutions get, 30 is going for water, 30 is going for sanitation, 40 is the only free fund. On top of that, you will complicate matters by saying 30% or 40% for...
Whatever.
Yeah, so it's a point which I made
not
yesterday.
Important, sir.
Yeah, no, the point I made yesterday was
a
simplicity. Often you need to have simple solutions and allow for local level ingenuity to broadly meet the principles rather than identifying fixed solutions. That's the point.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Point noted, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Anybody? Yeah, please. Mike Lavita.
Thank you, sir. I'm from Department of Expenditure. My question is to Alok, sir. Sir, when we talk about resource envelope for panchayats, we count only central FC grants, but primary responsibility of the panchayats and all local bodies is the state government, devolving funds, functionaries, and finances, and also they can generate their own resources. Some panchayats do. We always forget that, and we talk about this 675 per capita. So have we given up on that panchayats are not able to generate, or state finance commission mechanism, or funds or from states are not going to do anything? That vacuum Central Finance Commission have occupied, but are we reconciled with that fact? That is my one question. and also for disaster, because primary responsibility of responding to disaster is also state. So both PRI and a disaster, when state is primary responsible, capacity at the state level is not getting developed. There is a vacuum. Central government or the central institutions, NDMA, are taking up that vacuum, and we will again go back to the same, where centrally we will occupy the vacuum and state will never develop. So that is my 2 sets of questions.
Excellent. Yes.
So, state to state, you would be aware that there is a wide disparity in the ability of the panchayats to raise their own resources. I'm talking about ability. So, for instance, Maharashtra, in a year, panchayats raise about 1,500 crore rupees as their own sources of revenue. And that is on the back of property taxes. So we in the north were oblivious. We had no clue कि मध्य प्रदेश के नीचे जो सारे states हैं, including Gujarat, people give property tax for their residential assets inside villages, you know. But you posited this thing to the rest of the states and you've hoped for the best, but like you said, it is the state's job. I can't give up on it, but I can't count on it happening in a fixed frame of time. No? We began this journey in 2004, when Panchayat Raj Ministry came into being. We made some significant progress, but this is something that despite all advocacy, because states tend to see it as a zero-sum game, it would be somebody's gain at the cost of somebody else, or whatever their reasons may be. तो अगर वो स्टेट सब्जेक्ट है तो उसे अबैंडन तो नहीं कर सकते ना यार, मतलब डिज़ास्टर तो आ ही रहा है. आपने भी जो बोला सर, so remember you were saying that linking performance to how many grants go there. So in the first year, in the year of the COVID 2021, the Finance Commission devolution that went to the states was unconditional, no questions asked. Even states who are hopelessly non-compliant like Mizoram, Arunachal, everybody got that. Why? Because one felt, भाई disaster तो पता देख कर नहीं आया ना, उसे क्या पता था आप अच्छे हो, आप बुरे हो, तो हम यहाँ चलते हैं. तो इसलिए disaster को मेरे ख्याल से उस performance के उससे बाहर रखना चाहिए सर, दायरे से. और जहाँ आपकी बात है, हम लोग Finance Commission grants भी तो इसीलिए ही दे रहे हैं ना. I do talk about that as my resource envelope because states don't want to onboard that. Some of them do. Some like Kerala have almost 28% of their state kitty going as SFC grants to their GPs. So awesome. I mean, but I can't wait for UP to start doing that. और तब तक आप लोग मरो हैं. तो ये बात है इसमें कि वो चीज़ वो you are like a benevolent dad, you know. You got to provide for everybody out there, people with different sets of skills and different abilities. Sir.
Can I just respond to some of these issues? Very, very important, relevant issues. And I can tell you that the situation is different. I was once upon a time Secretary Rural Development in Maharashtra. And at that time, it is 2007, so it's almost 18 years back, 6, you know. So every Jila Parishad would get about 20,000 crores in different kinds of devolution, schemes, state finance commission, central, everything. So the amount of money that is going to the local government is not insignificant anymore. And it is very, and the cities of course are at a different level, all the cities now, thanks to the resources that they are generating. So the point is this, that it is important to recognize that the local agent bodies, whether it is the Gram Panchayats or urban governments, they have developed certain capacities, certain resources they have at their disposal, and we need to assign certain functions. Just because we are not devolving enough, they are getting resources from different, look at the, how much money the sarpanchs are spending in the election. That is also a very, very good indication of the kind of resources that are flowing in Gram Panchayats. So Gram Panchayats are a totally changed entity. So it's important that Gram Panchayats take some of the functions. We need to assist them and we need to find mechanisms. But it is very important that in all the developed countries, and another point, all the developed countries, it is the local governments that take the responsibility for disaster management. They don't have something like district administration, they don't have something like collectors. It is the county government, the locally elected governments, it is the municipal corporations that run fire services and emergency services. So it's very, very important that local governments have that role. Now, the other question about the state's capacity. Now, to some extent, the central government is also responsible for the way the state level, and it requires a separate discussion, and I can sit with you. But the point is this, that it is very, very important that states develop their own capacities, and it is not that we are trying to step in and recreate that capacity. States have to develop their own capacities, and we need to incentivize, we need to also, and that is why I am saying that performance in the area of disaster management, whether they can develop the projects, why have they not developed the projects, why they have not constituted the SDMAs, why they have not set up the SDRF, why they don't have a training institution. It's not that they are constrained for resources. All these states have the resources, but they have not done that. If you go at the state level and see how the average tenure of a relief commissioner or a state disaster management secretary is 6 months to 1 year. Everyone who is joining, he runs away. And most of them are actually being run as additional charges. We see the clear difference between a well-functioning SDMA and an ineffective SDMA. Gujarat is a very good example. Gujarat had the most vibrant SDMA after the Bhuj earthquake. I used to work there. And today, Gujarat is, go to the SDMA, 1 or 2 person here or there, it's completely vacant, completely empty. Gujarat is a very progressive state, one of the model states in the country. So we have to create that capacity, and we cannot say, no, we will not give you the money because you don't have the capacity. We have to give the resources and we have to create the capacity. Both should go hand in hand. Thank you.
थैंक यू कृष्णा जी. देखिए, जब तक हम अपना क्षमताओं का निर्माण नहीं करेंगे, कैपेसिटी को डेवलप नहीं करेंगे, तब तक हम आगे नहीं बढ़ पाएंगे. ये राज्य के लिए भी है, जिले के लिए भी है. पैसे की कोई कमी नहीं है. ना हमने एसडीएम डेवलप किया, ना एसडीआरएफ डेवलप किया. इस समय जो 2024 जो डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट एक्ट पार्लियामेंट ने पास किया है, by force we have to bring out कि no, SDRF is a need and state have to develop their SDRF. State have to develop their SIDM. And where SIDM and SDRF is there, these two institutions, they are not in talking terms with each other. This is how we are going to do it. There is a state, until and unless we don't develop capacity. Uttarakhand, क्या अभिषेक जी आप हैं? हेलो, अभिषेक अभिनव. Abhishek ji is here, Uttarakhand se. Joshimath incident has taken place. We have lost 262 lives. Am I right? Land subsidence has taken place. Before Uttarakhand, in 2000, before 2002, I am talking about, in Joshimath only the 450 houses were there. The moment it was declared a state, now when this 2021 incident has taken place, more than 6,000 houses are there. Why I am giving a Joshimath example, and not a single house was by building bylaws and built with building codes. if the district administration is not having that capacity to put the right kind of people who can pass that naksha, who can inspect the site, who can go and see what type of infrastructure is coming, then there's no need. Then what are you talking about? If you are taking our case for 16th Finance Commission strongly, we have to develop our state capacities, DDMAs, the fund. One state, I am not naming that state here. Last year, total drowning death in India was around 36,000. One state which is not prone to any disaster, no earthquake, no cyclone, no landslide, no flood, but maximum drowning cases, 6,000 plus death in that state. They should have developed that capacity. Once upon a time in a coastal area, if you go 10, 15 years back, the drowning cases in Goa was per season 100, 150 cases. Nowadays, if you go, there is a nil drowning cases. Because every beach, they got a lifeguard with the life jackets and the life buoys there. There's a proper indications are there, proper boards are there. This area is prohibited for swimming from so and hours to so and hours. Can't we develop that type of things in those states? It is a serious topic. Yes, we have to think. The fund is not a problem. Money is not a problem. Everything is there. 16th, 15th Finance Commission, we got enough money. But have we developed that type of capacity to make plan, make program, and invest that money? So now I got few minutes to talk. Last comment I require from Ji Govind Bhai aapse. Devang Bhai, aapse. Last comment. How to develop the capacity?
Sir,
What is I want a assurance from you how you are going to take it. Now you have just joined and you are going to be there for 5 years. Give me commitment today here. Sir, in next 1 year time, this is I am going to achieve. And my relationship with SIDM, we are going to develop and manage. Can it possible?
सर आई विल मैं आपका मैसेज सीईओ सर से बात करके आगे बढ़ेंगे. सो फार मेरा जैसे सर ने कहा एडिशनल चार्ज ही है, कब तक रहेगा ये श्योर नहीं है सर.
कोई कृष्णा जी ने कहा ना किया तो एडिशनल चार्ज होता है या
आई विल
डोंट माइंड इट. Disaster that relief commissioner in some state is taken as a punishment posting.
नहीं सर.
Yeah,
there
why
is
I have been transferred there? Why not finance? Why not this? Why not this? तो until
नहीं सर.
ये मानसिकता जब तक आप बाहर निकालोगे तो डिजास्टर में अच्छा कहाँ से कर पाओगे यार?
उसी वजह से सर मैं यहाँ हूँ. वर्धा एडिशनल चार्ज में मैं आता नहीं. मैं पूरी कोशिश करेंगे सर कि उस SDMA को डेवलप करें. जैसे मैंने हम कहा कि हमारे जो टेक्निकल एक्सपर्ट की बात कर रहे हैं वो हमने गवर्नमेंट तक रिप्रेजेंट कर दिया है, वो हमारे पास आ जाएंगे. और हमारे पास जो प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं वो हमने 97 करोड़ के प्रोजेक्ट अप्रूव किए हैं और 900 करोड़ के पाइपलाइन में हैं. तो वो भी ऑन द स्टेज ऑफ प्रोसेस कि SEC का अप्रूवल मिल जाए तो उसके बाद सर हम इस से आगे बढ़ेंगे.
ओके, मतलब यू विल बी मोर विजिलेंट एंड कैपेसिटी एंड इर्द गिर्द देखोगे. हर DM को बोलोगे कि भाई अपने एरिया में देखिए कैपेसिटी बढ़ाइए, राउंड लीजिए अपने शहरों के कहाँ पर क्या हो रहा है. वाटर बॉडीज को कोई क्लेम तो नहीं कर रहा है. यू हैव टू डेवलप योर वाटर बॉडीज, यू हैव टू reclaim your nalas and nadis. Am I right or wrong?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Alok ji, aapse.
Thank you. This has been very interesting. I would just like to reiterate my request. I don't know, some of you find the idea outlandish, but just as we do for Gram Panchayats where the resources reach a Panchayat, within 10 working days, otherwise they get paid at the rate of 7.5% interest by the state government. Maybe it is time to take a leap of faith, if not for all panchayats, for the ones with where you have disaster mitra kya hote hain aapke, आपदा मित्र, or some such places where there are resources available to handhold the GPs. And if we take that leap of faith and entrust them with this job, there is no harm. One can try it out rather than wait for the day when you'd be, dismayed in the performance of the states. You'll go to the districts and then you'd be again dismayed. And finally, you'll reach out to GPs in 20 years' time. So maybe one can, leapfrog the distance.
Thank you, Alokji. Dada, any comment?
It's just very quickly on the capacity bits.
Mike, Dada.
I'm extremely sorry. On the capacity bits, I think very recently RBI has come up with a report on Panchayat finances. I think it will be a good thing to look at in terms of their capacity. And I know Sir can confirm there was a committee constituted by Panchayat Ministry on the own source revenue generation. I think the committee, perhaps, I don't know the exact status of the report, but it will be good to take seriously and some of the piloting initiative to enable the Gram Panchayats, the way Krishna Sir mentioned, you also mentioned about hand-holding, and enable them to the revenue that has been mentioned for Panchayats, that they can, I can assure you, the amount of Panchayat that I had visited, not many of them are even aware what are the own source revenue that fall within their jurisdiction as per the Panchayat Act. I had done a study for municipalities some 20 years back, and we saw that if they generate the authorized revenue as mentioned in the Municipal Act, then the total revenue goes up by 2.65%. That was done 20 years back. We do not even know what are the sources at our disposal, forget about mobilizing them. But I think Panchayat Ministries, this committee has done a fabulous job. I had attended some of those meetings, and it will be really useful to look at that as something, as a base for building subsequent capacity on the Panchayat finances, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Finally, what we want to do, it is like Sir has said, Alokji has said that Abda Mitra. We have made 1 lakh Abda Mitra in 350 districts. We are giving them 12 days training, 2 days OJT. We have provided them life insurance. And now, seeing the successful rate of this Abda Mitra, Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister and Home Minister, they said that Yuva Abda Mitra need to be launched. Now, Yuva Abda Mitra for school level or college level, NCC, NSS, NYKS and Bharat Scout and Guide scheme has been approved, and 2,40,000 these boys will be trained in next 2 years' time. The intention is that every house should have one Abda Mitra. Aapka Mitra, Apna Mitra, or Abda Ka Mitra. If you got one, देखिए South Africa में there are only 600 such type of Abda Mitras are there. And each Abda Mitra visit 44 houses in a month. Means they visit almost 12,000 houses in a month. And 3,26,000 houses in a year. If we state can utilize this Abda Mitra for awareness generation, awareness spread, I think we'll be able to provide them a right kind of awareness to each and family and the village, the last mile we are talking about, last village, remote village. If the Abda Mitra can go and tell them what to do, what not to do, how to build a house, where not to build, these are things are required. Otherwise, what will happen? I have quoted this so many times, I will finish with one share. किसी शायर ने कहा है कि यूं ही भरा नहीं है पानी शहर में. किसी शायर ने कहा है कि यूं ही भरा नहीं है पानी शहर में, हमने भी भरे हैं कई नाले शहर में. इमारतें बना के रोकी हैं सांसें जमीन की, हमने भी दफन किया है कई तालाबों को दफन में. मतलब देखिए, ये शहर में जो अर्बन फ्लड की बात करते हैं, ये फ्लड ऐसे नहीं भर जाता. हमने कई नालों को इंक्रोच कर लिया. नाउ टुडे वी आर रिकवरिंग दोज नालाज बैक. बिल्डिंगें बना करके जहां भी देखो एवरीबॉडी, देयर इज नो ग्रीन पैच. वो टाइल्स आ रहे हैं यार, किसका है वो सुनामी का सुनामी है क्या सोमानी tiles, this tile, Kajaria tile, put all the tiles all around. And the pani water is looking for the thing, how to flow, where to go. कई तालाबों को हमने कर दिया. Now Ahmedabad, people were talking about Ahmedabad, 150 water bodies are recovered. Just see, and the temperature you can see the 5 to 6 degrees down temperature. Can we do this type of things in other state, in the other district? Yes, we can. If we want. कोविड में हमने दिखा दिया कि हम क्या कर सकते हैं. अभी टाइम है डिजास्टर में अगर कैपेसिटी को हम बढ़ा दें. मैं भूतपूर्व 15 वित्त आयोग और प्रेजेंट वित्त आयोग के दोनों महोदयों से बात कर रहा था कि how we are thankful to 15 Finance Commission for allocation of 5,000 crore rupees for modernization of fire services. In 70 years, this is the first time that some fund allocated for modernization of fire services. In that, 450 new fire station has come up in our areas, in big cities. Morale of fire servicemen has gone up. The new equipment, new water houses have come, is coming now. If this is, we can do it for 16th Finance Commission also. So we can develop these type of facilities in tier 3, tier 2 cities also, so that there is no need. The hour required, the golden hour, the time down which is 2 hours and 1 hour, now we are able to bring down to 20 minutes. The aim is to bring down to 5 minutes, 2 minutes to 5 minutes time. We can do it because it is a Viksit Bharat. We are moving towards another 22 years, and I'm sure, gentlemen, if all states are together, if you developed our capacities at district, state level, panchayat level, I think we are going to be there in 47. Thank you very much for patience. God bless you all.
Thank you, Rajendra sir, for such a lively discussion. And I feel that these kind of workshops can be a very good platform to take assurances from states SDMA. As Rajendra sir said कि हाँ मुझे assurance दो अभी आप करोगे, so it was a very good thing that yes, we all have to give some kinds of assurances that we have to do it. And as pointed out in the discussion that Gram Panchayat and local governments, they have to take the responsibility and they have a very bigger role to play. So as an authority, we have to assist them. So with this, I will thank all the panelists and also the moderator, Mr. Rajendra Singh, and I will request all of them to please come forward for the photograph. Now we'll break for lunch, and please remember we have to be back here by 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you. So welcome back, everyone, after the lunch. So the next session is on innovative financial mechanisms. And the session will be moderated by Mr. Safi S. N. Rizvi. And as discussants, we have Shri Malay Poddar, ex Chairman and MD of Agriculture Insurance Corporation of India. Then we have Mr. Venkat Sridhara, he's from the World Bank. And we have Mr. Sharad Ramnarayan, he's an appointed actuary, New India Assurance. So I will request all the panelists and also the moderator, sir, to please come on the dais. Before the panel discussion starts, we have 3 important presentations lined up for you during this session, and that's why the session length is for 2 hours. The first presentation will be on a NATCAT pool. So I will request Mr. Safi S. N. Rizvi to take over from here. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Shishir. So welcome back after a 1-hour lunch where I assume everybody had a second helping. And I can see that the dessert table got wiped out, so everybody is well fed and well stocked with high doses of sugar, except myself because I did not have dessert as a matter of principle. So we've got these 3 presentations, which we have been promised are not going to be post-lunch boring type of presentations. You promised me, did you not? He's shaky a bit on that. So the thing about the 15th Finance Commission was that it brought in some very interesting forward-looking statements with regard to disaster risk financing, especially the insurance part. It said that there is a need to take a much deeper look into risk pools, much deeper look into natural catastrophe bonds, a way of integrating the disaster element into the agricultural insurance thing through an agri pool, and to look at livelihood insurance as well. So we have 3 presentations here. We have done a lot of discussions separately on catastrophe bonds, but we have not brought it into this discussion. So we are looking at the first presentation, which will come from Mr. Poddar on the Bharat NATCAT pool, which is a design for a risk pool at the India level for disaster. It can be called a NATCAT risk pool or a NATCAT pool or a CAT pool, from whatever type of abbreviation or short form you want to call it. That's the 40 minutes that we'll do first. And second, we'll do livelihood mortality pool, which basically talks about livelihood insurance, which Shishir will do. And then we back to Mr. Poddar for the third one on the agri pool and the ideas that have been brought forth after a lot of iterative thinking between us and him and his organization and various other players on the matter. So what we are doing is that the format will be, we'll do one presentation, then we'll have some discussions between the 4 of us, we'll go to the audience, and then we'll move on to the second and the third. So we are generally cutting this 2-hour thing into 3 parts. So we'll initiate this with Mr. Poddar. If you can make the presentation, would you like to go there and make it? And you can carry the mic with you, please. How many slides do you have? 30 slides. So which means 60 minutes? Huh?
Not at all. Some of the slides will be kind of repetition, so I'll be hastening through all those slides.
So we will get your presentation done in 10, 12 minutes?
No, that is also too much of an ask.
So please try. Try, because we have only till 2:40. So if you finish by 2:25, then 15 minutes of discussion we can have.
Oh, sorry. Mic would have been on the collar. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks to National Disaster Management Authority and the UNDP for inviting me here. So as Mr. Rijvi has already told that this is about the natural catastrophe pool that we are trying to put a framework, because that is coming from the 15th Finance Commission recommendations. So there are certain slides, let me tell you that there could be some repetitions, but anyway, at the cost of repetitions, I'll take you all those, through those slides. So these are the agenda. Agenda is that first introduction. Again, I'll say that at the cost of repetition, because some of the data already even you will be aware, but I'll take you through all those things. Then while preparing this framework, naturally, we have to think of that what are the other pools at a global level, at various countries and all, how they are doing, what is the governance structure, what kind of perils they have covered, what is the assets they are covering, on all those things. So that was a part of the learning that we had actually to prepare this framework in a more logical manner, you can say. You know that for even our constitution actually, it drew from this UK, USA, Ireland and all, so it's a common thing. Then of course NDMA has an advisory committee. So we have given the initial framework design to them, got their feedback, those are recorded, and also expert suggestions from the entire insurance industry, including the scientists, reinsurers, NATCAT experts, and all. Fourth is that the name that we have given Bharat NATCAT, because just to give some nomenclature, it is better to, to refer. That's why we have mentioned Bharat NATCAT. NATCAT is natural catastrophe. And example we are trying to give a full financial, it is a modeling, mind you, a lot of assumptions goes into those things, and those assumptions also have some footing. It is not that just out of the air it has been taken. Then what will be the legal and governance structure? Okay, we have tried actually to throw some light on that, again based on the global learnings. So as I mentioned, these are all known figures. 12% of India's total land area is perennially flood prone. The point is that perennially flood prone. 10% of global tropical cyclones affect India. Majority of it is on the eastern coast, Bay of Bengal, and maybe 30% from the Arabian Sea. 68% of the total land area which is drought prone. 15% landslides and the Gulf areas. We have the total geographical area. And what is actually very much alarming is that in 2023, total catastrophic losses as per Swiss Re report is around 1 lakh crore, okay, 12 billion, whereas the previous 10 years average was 8 billion. So what we have been discussing for the last 2 days is that accentuated frequency and the severity of the climate hazards. So it is showing in the data. So coming to this 15th commission, what they have mentioned, which Mr. Rizvi has already summarized, 1, 2, 3, 4. First was this risk pool for infrastructure protection and recovery, which is largely missing in India because the private insurance, general insurance companies, they do not have enough capacity to insure large infrastructures. And the second is that national insurance scheme for the disaster related, which Mr. Shishir Agarwal will be presenting. Then synchronizing the relief assistance to this with crop insurance. This is just an idea which has been thrown up by the 15th Finance Commission. This area has to be further discussed, deliberated, not an easy task. And access to international the reinsurance for outlier hazard event. If we have Bharat NATCAT pool, this can be easily, rather, it will be easy actually go for those kind of things, including this including the cat bond, which Mr. Rizvi has mentioned. So the first one actually is where actually this Bharat NATCAT pool, that concept is coming, right? So what is the objective? What Bharat NATCAT pool will be doing after all? First one is that reduction of the protection gap, which is basically the critical infrastructures, okay? And the idea is that over time, at least 50% of the total losses can be indemnified using this SDRF, NDRF, because NATCAT pool will be coming as a layer over and above the current SDRF, NDRF system for the time being in the first phase. Then the pool combined will be ultimately looking for a 50% of the coverage actually going forward. Then the public assets protection, that is also, as I mentioned, provide protection to the public assets for the states and the customized coverage to a great extent on the probably Indonesian model. We have a particular slide about the Indonesian model later on. Then technical support to the states. Naturally, there has to be some kind of R&D facility in the NATCAT pool who will be giving technical supports at every step to all the states. Then the access to the global reinsurance market. When we have at a NATCAT pool at the national level, then naturally the global market can also be approached. These are the objectives of having a NATCAT pool. Of course, the Disaster Management Act 2005 doesn't speak much very clearly about the transfer of risk to the insurance or reinsurance market, but Section 6 actually gives a overarching power to NDMA to do anything that is possible actually to handle this disaster management, right? So these are the global learnings that we had in the initial agenda of this thing. These 14 global pools have been studied by the team, and these are the New Zealand, Turkish, Japan, French, California Earthquake Authority, then the National Flood Insurance Program of USA. The California is only for the California state, but this is all USA based. This number 6, National Flood Insurance Program. Then Spain's, which is a very, very stabilized one. Then the China earthquake. Then the State Asset Insurance Program of Indonesia. I'm a personally, a fan of this. Then Fonde in Mexico. Then the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility. African Risk Capacity, Pacific Catastrophe, which is SICRIF in short, and SEADRIF, it is the South Asian nations. So these are the areas actually which have been studied actually. What is the risk coverage, the funding approach, pricing mechanism, governance structure, legal framework, claim methodology, and the risk transfer mechanism that they have adopted. So far so good? Is okay? Okay, so if you map those, the 14 pools, it is there spread across all the 5 continents. Just have a look. USA we have studied 2, that National Flood Insurance Program, then California Earthquake Authority, then Mexico, then Africa, this ARC, African Risk Capacity, having 24 countries, then Spain, then France, then Turkey, China, then Indonesia. Then we have this multinational pools, which is SEADRIF, that is South Asian, based in Singapore. Then PCCRAFI, that is Pacific Ocean. Then of course we have New Zealand and then Japan. So as I mentioned that the particular areas that we have, aspects that we have studied, let us say the perils, what kind of perils are covered. So column heads actually telling you that it is earthquake, floods, tsunami, landslides, cyclones, torrential rains, drought and volcano. All the pools names are coming in the same order which was shown in the previous slide. We have not changed the names. So you'll see that earthquake is almost all pervasive. Almost everybody is covering the earthquake. National Flood Insurance Program of US, of course, a flood, naturally earthquake is not needed. African Risk Capacity, they thought that earthquake probably not needed. Otherwise, everybody is having this earthquake. Flood also, the second most peril actually which has been covered. Then tsunami, wherever earthquake is there, tsunami will be there. Then landslides, cyclones are there basically in Indonesia, Mexico, SICRIF, ARC, PCCRAFI and SEADRIF, torrential rains, drought and volcano. So what we proposed actually that Bharat NATCAT pool, since we are thinking of a very, very comprehensive one, it's a long-term proposal. So not that, we have to think in a very, very short-term basis. So naturally we have given the proposal that, okay, all this earthquake except for the volcano, but going by this presentation introductions that has happened over the last 2 days, probably heat wave, one of the perils which is not mentioned could be, we can think of. So Bharat NATCAT pool, naturally this thing is coming that it has to be a multi-peril coverage, appears most suitable for the in the Indian context, okay? And of course, it will vary from state and geography, not that all the perils will be covered across the board for all the states. It has to be all dependent on what is the susceptibility to a particular peril in a particular state. Then additional perils such as heat wave, as I mentioned. So what are the assets covered? You can see that it is the government assets which are in blue, then the public infra in orange, Then certain developed countries like say New Zealand, Turkey, Japan, France, USA, and all they are covering not only the residential contents also. They have gone that much deep into this thing. Business interruption is also there. You will find it in France as well as in Spain. So they are very old, this thing pool actually, national level pool. So naturally they have gone into business interruption also through this, while covering this NATCAT pool. So in the Bharat NATCAT pool, we are thinking that, okay, this, the government assets, public infra, then later on private infra also, these are all long-term vision, and agri and allied also can be taken, included in the entire Bharat NATCAT pool. And there are one more thing, one is the ground up, another is the top down. Ground up means it is basically the commercial insurances which are issued by the which policies are issued by the insurance companies, okay? All those are pulled into the respective pools. That is the ground up thing, okay? It's an individual policies from where the premium is seeded to the respective pool, so that you have a pool, is funding created, a pool is created. Top down is different. Top down is that you have to have, just like our PMFBY, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima, or whatever has been done by the Mexico, then Pacific, then ARC and all. It's the government who takes the decision, prepares a solution or a proposal, circulates it to the state government, and it is accepted. So our DM Act actually says that the state, if I am, I hope I'll be right, states have to necessarily abide by what the apex authority, means NDMA, decides about how to address the risks actually through this Disaster Management Act. So there are some discussions took place that whether it has to be made voluntary, whether states has to be made a compulsory participant. According to my view, if you really look at the DM Act, states has to follow whatever is the national level decision has been taken, policy or plans have been made and all. So that's it. This is the assets which they have covered. Then coming to the participation, this whether it is mandatory or it is a voluntary. In many of the cases, you will find that the participation in the NATCAT pool covering the assets and those perils, particularly earthquake and sometimes it is the flood, cyclones, have been made compulsory. No chances of option any given to the individual businesses or the householders. They have to this thing. And wherever there is a mandatory, naturally there is a subsidy also given by the government. There is a strong handholding and the oversight mechanism was also parallel is there. So wherever there is a voluntary, it is because of the sovereign nature of those, that one particular country in the CCRIF or maybe in the ARC can join. That's why it is shown as a voluntary one. And the dual funding mechanism means it is a contribution, means some capital contribution can come from the various states of India, and as well as premium based, because risk, as we have seen that Maharashtra's riskiness is much higher than the maybe Tripura or maybe Sikkim, sorry, not this thing. So that can be to some extent translated through the pricing to the premium. So not only the contribution, which is a lump sum amount, but on a variability basis, premium also can be charged. So this is called the dual funding. That's what we are actually thinking, that is a possibility. And about the pricing, just very clearly the mandate is that it has to be risks based. It cannot be simply a flat bid, an introductory pricing or a flat price. Simple say 5% premium. No, it has to be risk based. So this is the global standards, right? So India also has to adapt, really to have this NATCAT pool really going on and working properly and all. So this is. Then the governance structure, if you see that in the managed within the government under a department, of course there is a strong governance structure that is there in New Zealand, then Japan and the China, very much within the government, okay? There is no particular entity created. A department, does this supervision kind of thing. Then standalone government entity, which we are also proposing, is there in at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5 countries, and we are proposing that Bharat NATCAT pool probably that kind of a instrumentation kind of thing, think of. Then the private management, basically it is the multinational multinational pools like in the Pacifics and this thing, they have actually created a company actually who has been given the whole authority to do this underwriting, claims and everything, right? So what we are suggesting is that Indian NATCAT pool shall be totally funded by the central and state government, and a standalone entity with government oversight that shall suit the pool administration, of course, with professionalism at every step. Then the claim assessment, in most of the cases, it is the indemnity, because all the developed countries, they have gone for individual loss assessment and all, indemnity. Not that it is totally physical, they use geospatial technologies nowadays to a great extent. And the multinational pools, actually, they have gone for parametric. So NATCAT pool, what we thought actually, probably this parametric will be much easier to start with at a layering structure. Then, of course, we have the PDNA process, which is very, very detailed, a proper SOP and all those things are there, manuals and all is going on. But if you have a parametric thing actually coming, which can trigger out the claim very quickly, followed by PDNA, then that could be a better, a double trigger product we are thinking of in this thing, in the NATCAT pool. Then the risk transfer. Risk transfer is whether it is to insurance or reinsurance company or through cat bond and all. So most of the developed countries, they have a proper reinsurance this thing, and some of the cases it is the government actually acts as a reinsurer of the last resort, which is called backstopping kind of thing. And reinsurance is there almost everywhere. In case of SICRIF, that multinational pools actually, they are supported by IFC, World Bank, sometimes ADB. So this is the nature. In Indian NATCAT pool, we are thinking that government has to have the kind of reinsurer of last resort, that kind of philosophy. So total summary is that Bharat NATCAT pool, as of now, it has been conceived as that it has to be multi-peril, multi-asset risk coverage, contribution-based and premium-based funding mechanism, both. Then state governments to participate as owner as well as a cedent to the pool. Public institutions only acts as a cedent later on. Then top-down coverage model to complement the existing government schemes. Risk-based pricing with yearly surplus transferring to the pool capital. If there is any surplus in any of the states, that money can plowed back into the pool with proper accounting credit given to the state. Separate legal entity and the governance structure. Then objective claim assessment, parametric or tech-based, if it is an indemnity, tech-based using the geospatial technology and all. Then reinsurance protection, quota share, XOL, whatever, that only future will tell depending on the size of the pool. Then advisory committee and expert suggestions, as we had mentioned, we have 6 advisory group members to whom actually this initial draft was sent with detailed questionnaires and all, to subject matter experts. Some 60 questions were asked actually in a Google form. The details have been collected, collated, and among them were of course, UNDP, then IRDA, GIC, SDMAs, technical institutions like IITs, reinsurers, PSU insurers, senior actuaries, World Bank, ADB. From all these people, actually, we have taken feedback. And those feedback, if you consolidate, classify into areas, actually, there is pool risk coverage, then the governance, financial sustainability, research and development. These are the major topics, actually, they have given their feedback. So those have been consolidated, and based on that, you have come to this kind of, one second. Yeah. A broad framework, actually. What could be the framework? So we have taken the global learnings across 14 global pools, which are well stabilized across all 5 continents. Then we have taken a very elaborate feedback from the advisory committee of NDMA as well as from the market, consisting of scientists, modelers, reinsurers, World Bank Group, ADB, development organizations. So based on that, what are the suggestions coming? That Bharat NATCAT pool should focus on high exposure public assets like government infrastructures, hospitals, schools initially, and it should prioritize frequent perils like floods and cyclones, because floods and cyclones are, as we have seen in the first slide, is the majority of the perils actually, ultimately producing the losses. Then of course, any big thing actually, big project actually go in baby steps. You take baby steps, phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. So that is also in many of the insurances pool that we have studied actually, it was like that. They upgraded themselves, particularly Turkey, New Zealand. They started with earthquake, but now it is all actually enacted there. They have gone into all kinds of hazards. So they renamed the pool also accordingly. So naturally, what we are saying that maybe to start with, flood and cyclones and all, and in the phase 2, you can integrate with other government schemes. One will be talking about this hazard mortality, another is the crop insurance, PMFBY. And then the third phase actually will be thinking of bringing in all the private institutions, private insurers, insurance companies, private assets. Of course, private that is expected that mostly are currently taken cover against standard fire peril policies and all. But what capacity has been given, that is to be seen. In the third phase it will be just open to everybody. So on the operational governance and data governance side, the suggestion is that establishing an independent governance mechanism involving NDMA, DFS and the state governments with a clear mandate. Then the comprehensive regularly updation of the registry of the government owned and critical assets which are protected under the pool is required. This registry of assets is very, very important. Also, an NATCAT loss database is essential, I think, which is already there with NDMA. All those things will be put into the very structured way in a data format. Operational government standalone entity with the professional management and governance, which is very much possible under the DM Act as well as Insurance Act. Then data governance, of course, as we discuss about this, data is the most important. That is the lifeblood of a NATCAT pool kind of structure. Then on the financial management, the pool can be with established PSU. This is just a thought actually just given. We'll be taking input from you also. And having expertise in managing large funds and pools. GIC actually is actually having this motor third-party pool as well as terrorism pool and running very, very well. So GIC has got some experience, and also it was thought initially that whether GIC can just start later on, like in crop insurance. It is GIC actually was the initial implementing agency. Later on, agricultural insurance company was cut out from GIC's one particular department that became agricultural insurance company, so that it can specifically, very, very exclusively focus on the crop insurance thing. So that can be done actually to start with. Then as we have mentioned that DM Act says that state government necessarily has to follow this the national level policy, but it was thought it is all based on the expert committee, expert group and the advisory committee feedback, that if some state government wants to exit also, there has to be some timeline, they can be given an option to exit, those nitty-gritties can be worked upon later on. Then there has to be an RDA, research and development wing, of course, it is all about data analytics, data mining, data repository has to be created, and the collaboration is about the public-private research institute, there are so many, so this has to be a very, very collaborative way of handling this the thing actually. Then based on this feedback that we have received from the stakeholders, so if you want to segregate that what are the different pillars of the Bharat NATCAT pool going to be. So one is that risk management, which is of course it is data will be the main this thing, heart of that, then the financial stability, then the governance structure. So on the risk management, we are saying that, okay, pool integration, then it has to be public-private this thing, partnership kind of thing, hybrid risk assessment, parametric plus indemnity, reinsurance for capital protection, R&D wing framework, all these things has to be there. Financial stability, there has to be proper, SOPs for that, minimum participation period, then the solvency capital framework, all these can be done. And GIC has some experience of having this thing. And initially that's why it was thought that if they start, later on probably we have a separate NATCAT organization, Bharat NATCAT pool organization. So this is a financial model which of course has some assumptions, but those assumptions also has some grounding actually, not that it is just out of the air it has been thought. So 25 actually it has been thought that okay, the state contributions from all the states, very minimal percentage, 5% of that you take, it comes to some 1675 rupees. So that is the phase 1 contribution from the state. Okay. Then in the phase 2, maybe after 2 years, it can increase actually state-wise. The contribution will be increasing. In the phase 3, from other insurances actually also will be coming, where PMFBY and other things can come. So accordingly, if you see total premium plus contribution together in 2025, if we start with 1675, it is just a short actually very baby step has been taken small. It is just a projection. You can multiply it by 1x, 2x, 3x, 4x depending on how much money you have, not an issue. So if you start with this, maybe after 10 years you have 32,500 crore as the variable contribution coming every year, right? Now let us go to the next slide. This one is about the central government contribution. Suppose central government starts with a 5,000 crore seed capital, that which has been highlighted in this thing. Then on that 7% interest, this is the seed capital, you are not going to touch it actually. And every year there is a 7% increase on the based on the interest and all. So by 2034, the seed capital becomes 17,169 crore. And the total premium contribution 32,501 is coming from the previous slide, same thing. And this is the combined ratio of the pool. Since it will be based on data, okay, data-based this thing pricing will be there. And that's why we are thinking of parametric or wherever possible actually geospatial science has to be used for the indemnity loss assessment also. So this is actually a thought that okay, claim ratio could be just maybe 100% to start with, and on top of that you add 5% your expenses of management, and gradually that comes down to 92% as you mature. Your operational efficiency increases, and accordingly you have the cash flows coming. So at the end of this thing, to 2034, you have a closing pool capital. Your 5,000 crore becomes 22,000 crore. Now it depends. So 5,000 crore can be 10,000 crore, can be 15,000 crore, and can be 20,000 crore. It depends on how much money actually you will be having after this current financial commission, this thing period is over by 26 March. Of course, it's a government decision. So now coming to this, Dr. Vatsa told me that, okay, you go deep into this thing, some of the pools governance structure basically, that will give some kind of idea that what should be the NATCAT pools governance structure. That's why we are giving these examples of some of the pools. California Earthquake Authority, it started with this 1995 after Northridge earthquake, which is a big one. Of course, we had this 2001 Bhuj, but they actually started as soon as this Northridge earthquake, this thing. This is a California province only, California state of United States. It's a legislature, state government's legislature, okay? Then what is this? What is the institution? It is a public instrumentality structure, neither a private company nor a typical government department. In earlier slides, we have seen that some of the pools are actually in the government department, and special legal status under the California Insurance Code. Code means act. Mandatory or equivalent participation by the insurers. All the insurers have been told that they have to necessarily offer fire insurance in that earthquake will be there, and all the insurance companies, they have to necessarily cede a percentage of that premium, earthquake premium and all, to this CEA, California Earthquake Authority. And of course, there is a government oversight, capital assets, and the operates independently but remains accountable to public officials. Legal structure enables access to the capital. In fact, the report actually, annual report is submitted to the California's assemblies and all every year. Then the Turkish, created by the government decree, okay? Again, it has come from that very big Marmara earthquake. More than 10,000 people died. So immediately they thought that it cannot be handled this way. We have to go for a pooling arrangement. That's why this Turkish TCIP came. It is again a public-private structure, government ownership with the day-to-day operations like policy issuance, claim reinsurance, all those things, with all outsourced to the private insurance companies. It is done by the market, but there is a strong oversight. Compulsory coverage. All residential earthquake insurance must be placed through the TCIP, making participation mandatory for the homeowners. Mind this. In crop insurance, it was earlier, it was mandatory. So what is advantage with the mandatory? You inculcate an insurance culture among the participants, the insureds actually. So if you make a habit, then if you remove the compulsoriness, then also people understand that what is the benefit of an insurance protection. So they keep on doing that. That's what now the PMFBI is thing actually. PMFBI is totally now this thing voluntary, but still it covers 33-35% of the farmers. Government backstop and high penetration. Naturally, if it is made mandatory, all the house owners have to take the policy. Then there is a good spread.
Mr.
But
Poddar,
ultimately, yeah.
watch.
Just now I
looked at your watch. What did you see?
Another 3 slides, 4 slides maybe. Indonesian pool. It is created by again regulatory mandate. Insurance authority required all domestic general insurance to cede a portion of their earthquake premiums to MyPark, is their the actual body. Public-private structure as a private company owned by the insurers. So all insurers put together, they floated this company, MyPark, okay, and they cede also. So this is a good example actually, very good example. Compulsory coverage mandate in Indonesia also. Then the collective risk bearing. Naturally, all are coming together. Naturally, it's a collective risk bearing for the earthquake disaster. Then the Japanese, almost similar. It is also, there is a law backed by 1966 law. Then the government support. The money doesn't go out of Japan actually. All are within Japan. They don't go for any reinsurance outside. Neither the CAT bond. Again, also it is compulsory. Then the collective risk bearing, of course, all the insurance companies. So based on that, what could you can think of the governance structure? Naturally, Disaster Management Act, as I mentioned, that it gives a overarching power to the NDMA, to the government actually to go for a insurance or reinsurance mechanism to create a pool. There is no issue. But Insurance Act also, there is section 118C says that it can be a specialized insurance company and exempted so that it is not treated just like insurance company A, B, C, D. It can have special exemptions, special solvency requirement and all those things. It is possible. And there are many. There are at least 5-6 companies who are there, owned by the state governments like Kerala, Rajasthan and all. So this has been thought of actually. Then the government structure, of course, I think it is there very much in the Act also. This is nothing new, that who can be chairman, central ministry, who will be involved, the state government, of course, they will be there, rotating representation, insurance sector, some big insurance company can participate in the board. And of course, these are all very, very, this thing, audit and underwriting, reinsurance committee, investment committee, very standard processes. And the stakeholder mapping and roles, we are asked actually that what will be the role of a particular agencies and all. So NDMA is a policy guidance, national alignment, need not be repeated. This Home Affairs, the Ministry of Finance, IRDA, they all mentioned that what could be their role, how they can contribute in the development of the framework. Then the state stakeholders also, they will decide that what will be the coverage needs and they will coordinate the claims as they are doing now currently. Technical agencies like IMD, GSI, ISRO, development partners like the World Bank, UNDP currently is there. So this is all. I think I have finished.
Thank you.
Sorry, I have taken some 40 minutes.
Yeah, we expected that, but we were very tolerant. So please come. You've done a lot of hard work on this subject. So that is why these extra 20 minutes of tolerance was given to you. And however, that will cut into your third presentation. So now this is a very interesting topic that raises a lot of questions. So the questions that come to my mind on a risk pool is that, number one, why should there be a risk pool supported by the governments and the state governments? Why don't the insurance companies create a catastrophe risk pool already? So, Venkat, would you like to, or let's go to the insurance company first. Yes. Mr. Ramaswamy, I get that right? So
Yeah,
please.
Sharad Ramnarayanan.
Sharad Ramnarayanan, I apologize. So Sharad, can you please quickly give us a line about yourself and then tell us that why haven't the insurance companies created a risk pool already?
Yeah. I'm the appointed actuary of New India Assurance. So what you're saying is absolutely correct, because the insurance companies have already got enough experience in both collecting premium, depositing it to the pool, running the pool, and also utilizing it, as what has happened in terrorism pool, nuclear pool, and there was also a small marine hull pool earlier. So the companies have done that in the past, but and also if you see a new product which IRDA has developed and asked the insurers to launch shortly, it's called the Bima Vistar. That Bima Vistar also has a property component, which is having a sum insured of only around 2 lakhs, but is being given on a first loss basis. So the way that product is also structured is that it will be sold to all the masses, and the entire experience is going to be shared by the industry based on the overall country-wise loss ratio. So if somebody has a loss ratio less than the country loss ratio, he chips in, and whoever has got higher, he gets it. So, and this is going to be run by the GI Council, the General Insurance Council. So a structure is already in place. Different companies are going to take up the risk in proportion to the market share. So, but coming to the NATCAT pool, the problem what we have is in terms of under-penetration, whether people are actually willing to take the cover. So if it's a state government asset, as long as they provide the premium, the entire task of collecting the premium, running the pool, etc., the insurance companies can easily take it up on their own. But when it comes to small retail assets, the problem that we face is to reach the last mile, collect the premium, have the issue of either lack of insurance or under-insurance, because they don't know what the value of the property, so there is an issue of under-insurance. So these are the issues which is actually preventing the penetration of property insurance to the last mile. So that is the issue we are facing.
Thank you. So can you please explain why, at the end of the day, the for-profit industry in insurance works on profit. So you will go where there's profit to be made. Now, if you're going to a far-reaching area, obviously you will be making more profit because it will be the only product that the only company will be offering over there. So, and there is a need. If there's been a recent landslide, people in that area will want to take insurance. So why is there no marketing push from the insurance companies to go build that demand for property insurance, which will then populate a risk pool on its own if at all it becomes required?
The issue is again with the intermediary system, I would say, because the premiums are very low, like 0.1 rupees per thousand or something like that. So the premiums are quite low as far as, so on top of it, the general incentive or commission that we pay to the intermediaries, maybe around 15% or something what we pay. It still doesn't make sense for an intermediary to actually reach the last mile and in a position to actually provide it. So there is, so which is why they prefer to do maybe a health product in an urban area where the premium ticket size is probably 15,000-20,000 rupees per family or something like that. So incentive wise, it's very difficult for us to reach the last mile unless we have a proper technology backing and along with that insurance awareness.
So you're saying that there is a gap?
There is a gap, which is what we are trying to address with this Bima Vistar, where what the regulator has said is you have to employ a lot of women in panchayats. You have to go to the panchayat, gram panchayat level, have the message spread, and have what are called Bima Vahaks. Primarily women who actually know in and around, they are promised a 10% commission. And what we have designed is a combo product, which has got a cover for property, which has got a cover for health, a cover for personal accident. So ticket size is also coming to around say 1,500 rupees or something, so that each sale actually gets them around 150 rupees.
So 1,500 rupees per year.
Yeah.
For a Bima Vistar, payout being 2 lakhs.
2 lakhs, and that too as a first loss product. So the reason the first loss product actually lies somewhere between a typical indemnity product and a parametric product.
Okay,
Because
so this product doesn't answer the need for a risk pool, does it?
it doesn't answer. What we are doing is we are going to pool it. The insurers are going to pool the product's performance. Each insurer has been allotted a state so that they can channelize all their resources in that particular state. Like for example, New India Assurance has been assigned a state of Gujarat. Like that, there is one life company also assigned a state of Gujarat. So both the companies will together work to recruit all the Bima Vahaks and then try to push the product and then pool the resources across the state, each company concentrating on one state, so that we don't spread ourselves too thin.
If there is a large disaster and you need 1 lakh crores, then you obviously would have required a risk pool which is not there for that kind of scale, which is why we are talking of a...
For large risk assets, it's better you have a state government giving you the premium. But administration is something that the GI companies can easily take care of.
Okay. So, Mr. Podar, this risk pool that you're recommending, where you're basically, because there's an insurance gap right now and sizable risk pool is required, so the funding from the state and the center, so how do you motivate the state and the center to invest in a product like this? What do you tell the states, suppose? What do you tell Tamil Nadu to put in 500 crores a year in a risk pool which GIC Ray, suppose, is managing? Your mic, please.
I think benefit of insurance is will be well understood. That is the expectation at the government level, at the administration level, that what good actually is insurance does. It spreads the losses actually across the geography and over the time, space and time. So the way Tamil Nadu will be joining a pool, so let us assume that pool is created and Tamil Nadu is still thinking whether to join or not to join. In that case, Tamil Nadu will be understanding that if I join, so I am giving a small subscription, but at the same time, the pool has a tremendous capacity. Suppose I have another tsunami is happening, I'll be getting whatever my subscription, maybe 10 times, 15 times, 20 times of that. So that should be the incentive, and that is all about insurance. So similarly, that's why I say that the DM Act is a very, very strong foundation. If you really want to be a further enforcement on the DM Act, which does not very specifically tell about the insurance or the reinsurance or the risk transfer or the CAT bond, just add another line, okay? And do this, I think, section 6, some particular point is actually telling. Just add one more sentence actually there, including insurance, reinsurance, alternative risk transfer then. And section 38 says that if the national policy is developed like that, creation of a pool, I believe that necessarily all the state government should pitch in. That's how you have the NDRF and SDRF, no? All the UTIs, I mean, UT is also having SDRF, no?
So if it looked so easy and so logical, why wasn't it done?
That I am not the authority actually to answer that. Good that we are discussing, and hopefully,
so what is the story on the other side in government? Why was it not done?
Sir, I'll tell you that Indian mindset is different. Of course, I think we have become the banking economy, no doubt. You have a real penetration with this JAM, this Jandan Aadhaar and this thing, mobile technology. We have not become the insurance economy, which US is there, I mean UK is there, Japan is there. It takes time, and going forward probably it will be like that. It is a general mindset which is not only there within the citizens, within the individuals, as well as the government. I think that is one case. Another case is this: generally you go to the bank, you deposit the money, you earn interest on that, your money is secured. Insurance premium is taken as an instant loss. You pay motor insurance premium, you do not know whether you will be meeting an accident, certainly you will not be meeting. But that's why it has been made mandatory as far as third-party liability is concerned. So that's why I was trying to say that there has to be some kind of mandatoriness also. That's why TCIP has done. That's why California has done. That's why Japan has done.
So Venkat, thank you. So Venkat, from the World Bank point of view, we've seen the list of 14 risk pools that Mr. Podar listed. Are there any brand new risk pools being designed? So if you can tell us about one risk pool which is new, and give it in the context of the Indian thing, like low penetration, hence there is no automatic risk pool which is available already, and the government has maybe followed a mandatory or a legal route to populate the premium or the corpus of that risk pool. So is there any such parallel example?
So thank you, Mr. Rizvi. So over the years, the World Bank has helped in setting up multiple risk pools. Some of the more famous examples, one is the Caribbean one. There is also the African one. So there are 2-3 risk pools and the newest one is of course CDRIF that a couple of other colleagues also mentioned. The problem is always getting people to sign up, and I think in a way for us in India the problem is a little less complicated because most of the other risk pools that you see globally are either regional sometimes, and so getting different countries to sign up becomes even more challenging. In India, it's states that you have to convince. But no, I think the problem of low penetration remains. And to answer your question on what can be done, so let's think about why the concept of risk pool makes sense in the first place. So where are the savings coming from in a risk pool? The risk pool, there are 3 essential sources of savings, right? The first source is your information asymmetry goes down. That's the big one. You have standardized data templates, disclosures, database, which Mr. Poddar also talked about. The second is you have the diversification benefit, and the third is the economies of scale, right? So when you talk about how you sort of sell this, or how you, in an environment of under-penetration, how you do this, this is how you kind of have to frame it or sell it, that you are going to see a good amount of cost savings from all of these factors. Now, whether you make it voluntary or whether you make it mandatory is, I think, a discussion to be had. But the fact remains that this is where the cost savings are going to come from. So the earlier point you were trying to make on, why, if it's so wonderful, why hasn't it just happened automatically? This is where I think the coordination problem comes in. And you would know this better than me, but this conversation on risk pools have been happening in India since 2012, 2013. This is not a new conversation. And every time either states have found the pricing to be an issue, or the assets to be covered has become an issue, and it's never sort of materialized, right? So now that there is this driving force behind it, for me, what remains very, very vital is the data part of it. And this is something that Mr. Poddar also touched upon. Whether you want to keep the risk domestic or whether you want to sort of do an international reinsurance, cat bond, whatever, what will be key is having a very, very strong asset inventory and a very strong database on perils, which will then enable you to standardize this. So that's one way to do it. And I mean, there will of course be, I have to be honest, if you make it voluntary, there will of course be reluctance on some states, but I think there will always be some states which are more forward thinking, which will see value in this. And I would sort of strongly encourage that in the next round of interactions or stakeholder consultations, maybe that's another way of thinking about it. Do you start socializing this with some of the states? But yeah, so that's how I would see it. So you have to really drive home the message that risk pools lead to actual cost savings on the ground. And this is how you sort of, and you break it down into components. As I said, there's a cost saving from diversification, there's a cost saving from economies of scale, and there's a cost saving from the information part. And of course, the positive side effect that having a risk pool can make it more easy or more attractive for maybe international insurers or a cat bond like instrument to come in. This is how you sort of then try and frame it or sell it to the states. Let me stop here.
So that's a very quick rendition of the whole chapter on risk pool. But the question still remains, like you mentioned CDRIF, you mentioned there is the Caribbean risk pool, there is one in Africa also. So these risk pools, what is the success ratio? Because a similar other product that of cat bonds, you hear that one country or one set of countries do a cat bond and the next year they let it go. It's not stabilizing. So have the risk pools in those 14 risk pools, have they stabilized over 10 years, 15 years, or are there some issues which are still being resolved?
I would say, to be honest with you completely, Mr. Rizvi, it's a mixed bag. I wouldn't say that it's an unqualified success. It's a mixed bag. What I will, however, sort of highlight is in some of the successful examples that we see, and Mr. Poddar also alluded to it briefly, many of the successful examples we see are good PPP examples. examples where you have active private sector participation as well, either in managing the scheme or doing like a bottom-up where they originate and then you form the pool. So that seems to work well. I mean, there are examples, I mean, some of them Mr. Poddar talked about, but also if you look at the Central Asian countries, Kyrgyzstan is one example where there is the government comes in as a backbone or a last resort sort of a provider. And in some other cases, what we see is in Japan, for example, there is the government does extraordinary and regular risks are taken by the private sector. So that's another factor. In the ones that have worked well, we do see that there is a good mix of public and private. But to answer your question very much in short, it's a mixed bag. Some work well. Some, CDRIF, for example, is yet to take off fully.
Yeah.
So it's a mixed bag, but there are lessons from there. And I would really highlight in some of the successful examples, the public-private partnership part, and this is something that maybe we'd also like to explore more as we develop the framework.
Okay, thanks. So, Mr. Poddar, if you can tell us that, like you mentioned in the last few slides, that whatever remains to be spent from, say, one of the funds on disaster management, if that money is put aside and made into the risk pool every year, so a corpus will start building up. Now, the point is that the Finance Commission or the government finance ministry would say that this 2,000 crores in this year that we have saved, we will send it off to the Social Justice Department. So why should we leave this 2,000 crores with you to put into a savings thing, which you're calling a risk pool? So if you look at the government's choice, why should they choose a risk pool investment of 2,000 crores versus giving it to the social justice sector where a demand has come for extra funds for some ongoing project? Think like a government officer.
I think then you are asking the edifice of insurance, that why it has come some 400 years back, and it is stay put actually. Whether insurance mechanism is better than any ad hoc mechanism or not. Basically, you are asking that, and in fact, there have been many discussions also that whether the SDRF, NDRF, I am talking from the crop insurance point of view. That is my experience. That whether this can be converted into an insurance mechanism. I am telling from the Maharashtra example actually, basically. So insurance mechanism, we have to see that what are the advantages that it brings in. One thing is that it is managed by a professional body. Finances are very well structured, mechanism structured. Many cases it will be under regulation. These are the advantages. So hardly there is any ad hocism. It is supported by proper pricing, actuarial model. There are modelers. You have create a repository of data that will have a multiplier effect into many things, into many policy makings and all.
Okay.
So that's why the social justice is fine for this thing. But if you go on, I think there is a good deal of ad hocism remains there, given our polity actually.
Right.
And if you...
Right.
Okay,
right.
thank you.
So would you like to come in here?
So far as the first question, some of which risk pool is successful, it depends upon the capitalization of the risk pool. That is the most important thing. And the second thing is the size of the risk pool. I mean, of course, size and risk pool and the capitalization are related. How many entities are ceding their risks? So these are two most important considerations. The CCRFI, RIF and the PECARFI, Pacific or CDRIF, they are very small pools, narrow pools. They are pools for accessing liquidity. So therefore, these pools are relatively fragile. But if you look at the Spanish pool, very deep, very, very old, and there is a huge capitalization. So these pools are very, very well established. Since all the states in India are expected to participate, the pool will be large. It will have a huge capital base. So the prospect of this being successful is very, very high. Now coming to the second question, why should the states participate? Our economy is driven by capex investment, public investment in capital expenditures. all the entities which are investing in capital expenditures are not really investing equally in risk management. Our public assets are highly exposed. It's very, very important that we have a adequate insurance mechanism for the public assets. So there is a very, very strong economic rationale. That is one thing. The second thing is that, look at the COVID, how much we borrowed. So we should have a strong shield if there are exceptional disasters, if there are large-scale disasters. We have to have an additional layer. The risk management is a function of multiplicity of layers. So we should have an additional layer which is looking at larger assets. So this gives a country a long-term risk management mechanism.
So sir, just to bring down this maths to some simple maths, suppose every year the center and the states put in 1,000 crores into a risk pool, and they keep doing this over 10 years, it becomes 10,000 crores. So in the 12th year or the 14th year, it has accumulated interest and it's become maybe 15,000 crores. In the 12th or the 13th year, a calamity happens in which this 15,000 crores is drawn down, plus this 15,000 would have already been reinsured in the financial markets or the reinsurance markets. So some would come from insurance companies and some would come from the pool. So 15,000 crores of your risk pool would go to deal with the disaster, instead of the government at that time drawing 15,000 crores as possibly treasury bonds from the Reserve Bank of India, which will cost 3, 4, 5, 6% rate of interest. So these two financial models, what is the thing that supports the risk pool model better than the model of government retaining the risk and dealing with it when the disaster comes?
The pool will grow, you are investing. So it's not just that you are saving 12,000 crores and that would remain at 12,000 crores. See, you are going to link it to the market also. So that market will give you the growth. Then based on this, you can float n number of risk management products. That is the most important thing. You talking about cat bond. I just said a cat bond is an impossible product without the risk pool. So all the various insurance products that you want to float at a cheaper rate, at an affordable rate, can happen only when you have a substratum of the risk pool.
So if you have a 10,000 crore risk pool,
yes,
and you go to the market to raise, say, another 5,000 crores worth of cat bonds, you'll get lower rate.
Yeah.
So what do you say to that, Venkat?
No, that's a fair point, and that's the point. So basically, what pools give you is bargaining power. This is what I was talking about earlier, economies of scale, right? So if you want to float any risk management tool, it can be a reinsurance, it can be a cat bond, it can be whatever. What it does is having a large pool that gives you that bargaining power to allow you to go to the international market and get a much better price. That's one. And going back to your earlier point on why shouldn't just the government issue like a Government of India 10-year bond at whatever, 6.5%, it's the gradual accumulation versus a one-time shock. It's the bump that you take. If there's a black swan event or a tail event like COVID, like Vatsa sir mentioned, I mean, in 2020, before 2020, 2019, India's debt to GDP was 64, 63. It jumped to 83 in just 2 years. So that's the kind of shock you accumulate when a tail event like COVID happens. And this is what an instrument like this would help prevent, if not completely, partially. Because you've accumulated over a period of time and you have investment income, as Mr. Vatsa said. Not only are you in a stronger bargaining position to get better pricing in markets when you go and reinsure or try and do a cat bond, but also you've built in those buffers which allow you to be much quicker. So if God forbid there is along with a black swan event, if there's a microfinancial event as well, what happens if borrowing rates suddenly shoot up or markets dry up? Then what do? Instead of 6.5, maybe you have to borrow at 8.5, 9. So instead of doing that, because you've built this resilience and this buffer over a decade, that helps you to very quickly open the taps and help in reconstruction efforts. That's the whole logic.
Great, thank you. So we'll now go over to the second presentation. We are already way over time. So Shishir, I hope you will do justice to the watch.
So we'll try.
7 minutes.
Can I add something over here?
Shishir, before we go to you, can we get some questions? Yes, Preksha
Actually,
after that.
it's an addition to what was being discussed. So one is, coming from Rizvi's presentation yesterday about the evolution, we have to come to the next stage of the evolution in the market. So there we have to address the question of the protection gap. At best, we have never, for our NATCAT events, we have never been able to cover, the entire insurance industry has never been able to provide more than 11% out of the economic losses. So, I mean, something like 8 to 11 is what we have lost. I mean, what they are able to do. If you have to compare with a USA or a Japan or an European market where around 50% is covered, I mean, in Japan 70 to 40% is covered. So the remaining, if you have to come to that stage, we need to invest some money in it, invest a lot of thought in it, and also make a lot of enabling mechanisms. One more thing, sir, which I wanted to mention in answer to one of your questions. Why should a state do that? A state has got today the option of either increasing tax or going and borrowing from the market. Instead of that, if there's a fund, it gives a lot of protection. So these 2 points I thought I should add.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Preksha.
Thank you, sir. So in continuation and addition to your question, sir, just wanted to understand, God forbids if there will be any natural catastrophe, considered earthquake in any of the metro city, the larger one, and in coming 12 to 15 years after the pool is commenced, then how do we plan to replenish the pool? My question is because we should also have some alternative framework to understand if considering the uncertainty of these climate trends and changing patterns, we cannot actually every time provide the early warning system or let's say foresee the upcoming trends of these changing patterns. How do we plan to replenish this kind of amount in the pool again to begin with?
So
my
as
question-
I've understood from all the Gyan Vardhan that we have received, is that when the 15 or 10,000 crore risk pool exists, you can go to the cat bond market, raise a cat bond of possibly 5,000 crores, and cat bonds are principally bonds where the bond in itself is drawdownable. So if there is a disaster which happens here, that 5,000 crores comes to you, and it replenishes your 10,000 crores ka 5,000 crore ka drawdown. No, she doesn't agree with me.
No, sorry, sir.
Well, Venkat says it does. So World Bank versus UNICEF.
So cat bond is still, sir, I think it's a kind of instrument a market is maturing for. We have started just working on it, and India being a very progressive market, yes, we might get that kind of, let's say, alternative risk transfer mechanism or instrument. But what I understand, maybe I'm wrong, sir, you are much better expertise in
Not
this.
at all.
So just because there is a disaster, we don't stop taking contributions. We don't stop taking premiums. And that is how it is replenished. It is as simple as that. You don't stop taking it up because you have reached 10,000 crore or 15,000 crore. No.
Yes, but also, so the point remains that you build other tools on top of the pool, right? That's the whole point. You do the pool and then you
do the support meanwhile. So the international reinsurance market will do the support to the pool.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
different layers will go around.
Okay,
And
thanks.
as well as-
That's where your company will come in, Preksha. Thank you.
it's,
So Shishir,
It's
now,
still 8 minutes or been cut down to 5 minutes now?
No, 4 minutes. Please start.
Okay. So, the concept of a hazard mortality national risk pool is much simpler than we just saw. And when we talk about the life, so what value we put, to the life, we say it's precious. So this is our effort to show that what we NDMA or what we can plan as a hazard mortality national risk pool. So this presentation has the following 4 objectives. First, we will be showing that what is the overview of deaths due to natural disasters in India, then the present ex-gratia system, then the concept, what we are presenting, and finally the recommendations. So this is a sample year we have taken, 2022, in which around 8,000 deaths have taken place. So if we go by the average of last 10 years, so that also comes to the same number. So you can see that different disasters are causing number of deaths. And deaths in 2022, the most number of deaths are due to lightning. So these are few of the major events. Wayanad landslides we all know about. There were more than 250 deaths. Then Kashmir floods in 2014, more than 550 deaths. And Uttarakhand floods, like it was very, very much devastating. So fatalities were like more than 5,000. So this is some of the figures we are talking about based on the NCRB, National Crime Records Bureau. So as many as 40% of the accidental deaths reported were due to lightning strikes. Then more than 12% of the territory, Indian territory, is landslide prone, and landslide alone kills 1,000 people every year in India. Floods causes many losses, huge economic losses, but they also cause life losses. So more than 1,500 deaths are caused by floods every year. So these are two of the schemes available in the market by the government of India, but they are purely on the voluntary basis. One is Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Yojana, and one is Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana. So Jeevan Jyoti Yojana is a insurance scheme which covers death by any cause. Whereas when we talk about the Suraksha Bima Yojana, so only accidental deaths are involved. That's why the premium is very low. You can see the first one, the premium is 436 rupees for 2 lakhs of coverage. Whereas the second one, it's only 20 rupees. But it only covers the accidental deaths. The existing ex gratia system is we pay 4 lakhs to the family of deceased due to the natural disaster. So this ex gratia system was based in 2013-2014. And if we index it, like based on the inflation indexation, so 220 rupees in 13-14 is equivalent to 363 rupees right now. So we have two options. First, we raise the ex gratia system 4 lakhs by 65%, which is a difference, or the ex gratia can be kept the same, and the remaining amount can be billed as a corpus amount for the hazard mortality risk pool, which we are talking about. So what are the limitations of ex gratia systems? It's very easy to hand over 4 lakhs to a family, but families, they do lack financial prudence to manage that amount. A long-term subsistence, for example, if you are paying some amount on a quarterly basis, on a yearly basis, the family can sustain themselves. So these are the features, these are the benefits of the natural risk pool. So the pool shall be based on the model of PFRDA or National Pension Scheme, where the money is managed by the fund managers. As in the earlier pool, we talked about that the pool will be invested, the money will be invested, it will grow, it will not sit idle. Same in this case. What we propose is that payout to families may be of 15,000 rupees per quarter for next 10 years. And this 10-year assistance may be initially funded by the Government of India or central states contribution. After 10 years, the model which I'm going to show next, it shows that initially you have to pay for 10 years, then the pool becomes self-sustainable. So this is a small calculations like we have done. If we assume that 8,000 deaths are there every year, and as 15,000 per quarter we are paying out to the families, so it's 60,000 per year. So we multiply 8,000 to 60,000, so it comes to 48 crores. And if we say that every year we have to pay 48 crores till 10 years, because 10 years is the time we are talking about, so it's 480 crores. Now, this is interest rate. So it's on a very conservative basis that even lowest low interest rate if we earn on the pool, if we invest in the banking or government securities, it's 7%. So this we have worked about that if 750 crores are pumped in every year for next 10 years, then after 10 years, the pool will become self-sustainable. You can see this with this diagram, this table, that first 10 years, we are putting in 750 crores. These are the funds, the pre-outlet funds after we pay to the families. We are assuming that we are paying 8,000 families every year. So still after the 11th year, we don't need any contribution. And at the 7% rate of interest, the pool is still self-sustaining. This is just to show that the current scheme of NPS, it's earning on an average interest rate of 8.73 as the lowest. Here we are talking about only 7% interest right now. So here it's a governing mechanism of the pool. The pool can be managed with a 50-50% ratio of center and states. Then states can be categorized on large, medium, small. Large states can pool in more money, small states can pool in small, based on their capacity. Then the pool can be jointly managed by NDMA, Department of Financial Services, GICD, as talked about in the previous presentation. And it will be based on the lines of PFRDA, NPS, LIC, how they are managing their pools. So these are a few of the key features. That payout to the families will be again through DBT, direct beneficiary transfer system. Then bank account and Aadhaar will be mandatory. This is very effective thing for also to determining that which area is suffering from the large deaths due to disasters. So again, it can also be worked upon that based on the payouts of the pool, we see that which particular state or which particular region is getting more payout, and we can mitigate the risk of deaths in particular that area. The amount of the pool, the interest earned, can be used to purchase reinsurance for outlier hazard events, as we talked about again in the previous slide, that Preksha raised a question, that if by any large event occurs and a loss of lives is much more than expected, so a reinsurance mechanism may help. And finally, new disaster risk insurance products may also be developed to the risk pool to enhance its disaster risk insurance coverage. So that will be all. I hope I finished in time.
Yeah, 2 minutes, you got free marks. So,
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So what would your reaction, Sharad, be to this presentation?
Yeah, I think what's been suggested is excellent. PMSBY is a classic example of how the insurance companies, with the help of the banks, could reach the masses. The only point I was thinking was, we are thinking that 15,000 is probably adequate in today's terms, whereas we applied the inflation index and arrived at what could be adequate. So over the next 10 years, probably the corpus needs to move to 30,000 to just keep pace with the inflation. So the corpus may have to be reworked in such a way that at the end of 10 years also, that indexation benefit should probably flow to the beneficiaries, which would lead to a higher amount in terms of corpus, but still the idea is definitely workable in my opinion.
So from what I understand is that, for example, that we, as of right now, we pay 4 lakh rupees per deceased person post-disaster. So what he's suggesting is that if you have a pool like this, so you can pay some of those funds as an annuity to the deceased's family over a period of say 10 years, rather than all of it coming right now. Plus, because you'll be getting interest on it, so you can keep adding to that annuity and make it a better product. So, in principle, it sounds good to you as a practicing retail insurance person?
Yeah, in fact, in many PA policies where disability is involved instead of death, the insurance companies may give the option of actually giving it as an annuity. The GI companies who cover accident, they don't take it on that, so they usually purchase an annuity and from a life insurance company and hand it over to the beneficiary, so that they don't get the entire thing in bulk, they get some amount in the form of a regular fixed income. So that is something which definitely workable, and even mass rollouts like the examples of IRCTC and all, at a very low premium, mass rollouts have been done by the general insurance companies where everything is digitized. So I think insurance companies can definitely play a part here. They may even be willing to take a risk over and above 8,000 like if 8,000 is a normalized payout which the states or the country is already used to in terms of number of deaths consistently, any exposure above 8,000 up to 20,000 or something, that's the kind of thing which can be definitely again worked out, and the risk can be passed on to the insurers or the reinsurers.
Thank you. So Venkat, have you seen any kind of a livelihood pool operating globally?
Livelihood, yes, Mr. Rizvi, but not life insurance. I think livelihood is a slightly different concept. What we have seen is loss of income pools. So for example, what has become very fashionable these days, and you'll find it in many global publications as well, loss of livelihood and wages, for example, due to extreme heat. So you have pools which give you a payout if temperature goes beyond 45 degrees or 45 degrees. Or
So
whatever.
who funds that pool? Say, which country has a system like this?
Off the top of my head, there are some African countries who've done this, again, with help from multilaterals and other agencies and other development agencies. So what would happen is you would create a pool of basically daily wage workers or low-income workers who, and it goes both ways. So they pay in something. So the problem with some of these pilots that we've seen and some of these livelihood insurance we've seen is the premiums turn out to be a little bit on the higher side, given the risks, right? They can be, I don't know, 12, 14%, which is super high for like a low-income worker. So what typically happens is there is some agency which steps in to subsidize some of the premium and say 50% or 70% of the premium, and the rest is borne by the beneficiary themselves. So that's livelihoods, yes, but this I wouldn't call a livelihood insurance. This is a classic life insurance product, which, I mean, I had a couple of comments on this, if you would allow me. I don't mean to sound very insensitive, but my question when I was looking at the presentation was, if it's only 8,000 deaths, do we, I know we shouldn't say only, but the current mechanisms, are they in place to sort of handle this? And the reason I wanted to comment on this is because this assumption that because many of the beneficiaries will get it as a lump sum, they may not know how to manage it well. I'm not so sure if we should be making this assumption. Please.
Can I just correct it? So there are immediate needs. So 4 lakh rupees would always be available. So it is not that we reduce that 4 lakh rupees. No, 4 lakh, the potential increases in 4 lakh because we have to update it. No, we have not updated it, revised it since for last 10 years. All the future increases would be pooled and that would be made available as an annuity so that they take care of the long-term needs of the families.
So basically this is over and above the 4 lakhs.
Over and above the 4 lakhs. Sure. And also then, we also then want to say, because you say that PMJJY is static, it's a one-time thing, instead of that you want to do the...
Basically, Venkat, you understand that what people are not, as you talked about, like in India, people are not very financially prudent.
Correct.
You give them money, they will spend it like in 6 months, 1 year. So the purpose is to make them sustainable. If you lose a breadwinner, you know what happens if you lose a normal family member, the breadwinner is still there. He can earn and he can like make the life sustainable for other people. But if family loses the breadwinner, so this is very important that they are getting a payment like for next 10 years, 5 years to sustain themselves.
No, absolutely. Point well taken, Shishir. My only simple point remains that it has to be made an option. You cannot, basically my point is you cannot say that you are, even though a family may not be very financially prudent, it's very difficult to emphasize or impress upon them that you're not financially literate. Right? So it has to be made an option, and you can't say that, or it can't be an assumption that everybody who suffers a loss is financially illiterate.
That's right. That's absolutely right.
Thanks. Yes, Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, actually, I mean, I very much support Mr. Venkat when he said that this model is not available elsewhere. Actually, when this idea came from Mr. Krishnavasa. When he said this thing, I researched extensively. Nowhere in the world is it there. And this is basically a death relief with a staggered payment system. And for the Indian population, it means a lot. You know, for people who are affected and over a period of 6, 7 years or 10 years, if something is done. And again, the number of 8,000 is pretty small because any insurance company would be paying it in a week's time. But then these particular people are not being paid. They are outside the mechanism. So this is something to cover for disasters, something, and again there is a proof of the pool which comes in here is a concept. So the concept is proven in this, so that is the beauty of this pool. So, and Mr. Shishir has very detailedly, he has explained.
Thank you. So you're eventually, if this succeeds, then we get the credit. If it doesn't, then Mr. Vatsa gets the blame. That's the way you're like. Okay, interesting. So, yes, Amit, please.
Hello, myself Amit Mittal. I am working as Senior Consultant Finance for NDMA, and I have a suggestion for this pool. The idea is fantastic, but until and unless we get value for money in terms of the time period we will investing to get the annuity from that, like inflation is 6% like that as in present scenario. So until and unless we get inflation beating returns from that pool, that will give the value for money. Otherwise, the 7% compounding give actually 1% compounding only, and it will deteriorate the money value.
Okay. So, yeah, I get your point. So, it's not purely a return product. It's something like a product that the life insurance, which is actually an assurance product, where you don't get the entire amount of money back. You get much lesser. So, we'll discuss that in detail, but that's a good point. Thank you. So, yes.
Hello. I just want this panel, some of the concepts for a common person, even for a person who's worked in the Finance Commission. This is not my specialization. Some of the concepts are difficult to understand. So let's just take a thought experiment. Just imagine that the 15th Finance Commission, they gave about 32,000 crores from the state mitigation fund. Suppose they had said that we mandate that out of this 32,000 crore, let's say, I'm just taking a figure, 10,000 crores has to go towards risk pooling. Okay? What would you do with that? I mean, I'm talking in practical terms. You explained the theory. Say amount like 10,000, how different would we be today with that 10,000 crore in a common pool after 4 years of the recommendation? Would we be better off? Would that be enough? What would be the mechanism? Just a thought experiment.
So that's a very good one, and I was about to ask a question which is related to what you said. So you set the basis for that. So suppose we are taking 10 out of 32 and our risk pool has been formed in the year 2021. Of this 10, we went to the CAT bond markets through the World Bank and we raised a CAT bond worth 10,000 crores in which the risk was shifted to the financial markets and we were paying an 8% premium. Of that 8%, as Venkat has explained to us in earlier workshops, 4% will be paid by the one who owns the pool or Government of India, the person who is basically floating the bond, and 4% will come from the World Bank.
Yes, if there is an operation, yes, that's, I mean, those, it may not be 4 and 4, it could be 6 and whatever, 6 and 2. I mean, that's a matter of dialogue, 5 and 3, whatever, but yeah, I mean, those are models that exist.
Okay, so for earthquake, traditionally the premiums are lower for CAT bonds, and for, say, floods, it's higher. So suppose it's 8%. So the Government of India will be paying only 4 or 5% of that, and half of that would be coming from the World Bank.
Also wanted to quickly clarify, when you say it comes from the World Bank, it comes from World Bank financing, which is still a loan to the Government of India.
Okay,
So just wanted to clarify that.
So no, I'm just calculating the costs to the Government of India.
Yes.
That once this 10,000 is lying as a risk pool, as a pool,
Right.
with an agency that the Government of India has sanctioned, first question is that 10,000 earning some money?
Yes.
How
Investment
much and
income.
from where?
So it depends. So if you keep it in an investment, let's say you have a fund manager, like the NPS has fund managers. If you have a point of a professional fund manager who manages those 10,000 crores, they will generate a return for you of at least 7 to 8%, even risk-free. I mean, at a bare minimum.
7 to 8%, suppose we are generating through a fund manager. This same 10,000 crores, can it be reinsured?
Yes.
So if it's reinsured, there will be a cost there also?
Of course.
So that cost would cost how much to the pool?
So that depends. I mean, that the insurance rate would depend on what are the kind of perils you're insuring, and reinsurance, is annual. So, I mean, if it's just one peril, and depending on the geographical coverage of the pool, it'll depend 3%, 4%, 5%. It's very difficult to give you one solid number.
So from 2021 to 2026, that 10,000 may, if we do some reinsurance and buy a cat bond and use a fund manager, three things.
Sure.
Fund manager gives us some return, and the cat bond we are expending money, and for reinsurance expending some money. So we would net remain at 10,000 crores corpus up to 2026.
So it depends. So again, if you issue a cat bond, you also realize that you're getting money, right? So issuance of a cat bond means you are getting principal from investors, which is going to an escrow account. That escrow account then gets invested and generates income. But you're not touching this 10,000 crores to buy a cat bond. You're issuing a cat bond as the government of India, which means you are receiving money from investors. So you will get whatever, let's say 5,000 crores from investors, that sits in an account, it generates in an escrow account, it generates some return for you. If the trigger event happens, the thing is you don't have to return that 5,000. 5,000 is ceded to you or is written down in your favor. So you as the government of India get to keep that 5,000 crore. That's what happens. So what you're essentially saying is, if you do, let's say, out of the 10,000 crore, to kind of cover that risk, you issue a 5,000 crore cat bond, and if the trigger happens, then yes, you will receive that 5,000 crore as written down principle as the government of India.
Thank you. Mr. Podar, so if we can answer that question, that if you had a 10,000 crore risk pool after 5 years, what would you foresee? What would have happened?
10,000 crore as a seed capital, you start the pool.
Yeah, in 2021.
2021. It depends actually how much other premium contributions that you have collected from the participating states. That is number one, which I tried to give a projection actually there. And how many catastrophes actually has happened actually over the last 5 years. If you have something like that, Tista Barrage, Sikkim and all, probably this entire capital can simply, just go out actually. In that case, certainly this very good XOL policies, and the second layer, that the cat bond would be good. It depends actually what actually constitutes your risk portfolio. So that will be very, very important actually to understand your risk portfolio. Yeah.
Sorry, Ms. But I just wanted to add one thing. If I understood the gentleman's question correctly,
the gentleman is Mr. Mukhmeed Bhatia. He was additional secretary of the 15th Finance Commission.
Very nice to meet you, sir. If I understood the question correctly, the question is, how does the risk pool differ from the status quo? If I understood your question. So how would we be better off by doing a risk pool vis-a-vis the status quo? And yeah, Mr. Podar's analysis clearly shows that. The presentation that he did and the financial modeling that he showed us, that very clearly shows
so insurance about if you are really going to the global market, whether through the reinsurance route or through a cat bond, always the reinsurer or the cat bond subscriber will be looking at that what is your skin in the game. When you have a 10,000 crore at stake, then they also feel comfortable that okay, if disaster happens, there is a stake from the government of India, there will be proper methodology for computation of claims and all those things. That is how the insurance mechanism brings in. That is one advantage. And another advantage, you have a very, very clear-cut capital available with you, which of course, currently you can say that we have already done through SDRF and NDRF and all. And, but here actually the money is kept at a particular, with a particular organization, properly invested, probably risk-free, liquidity is there. So the payment can be made, payout can be made very quickly and very, very clearly, so that you can claim from the reinsurers and the cat bond
to make it more simple, there are two examples, New Zealand and Turkey. So New Zealand started populating its risk pool and putting it through a fund manager, making some money on it on a yearly basis. The big earthquake that came in Christchurch in 2011, that whole thing got drawn down because it was used for reconstruction and rehabilitation. Same happened in Turkey. They took a World Bank loan in 2001 after the Marmara earthquake, and $1 billion loan. And with that loan, they created a risk pool. That risk pool kept growing, growing, growing. And finally, in 2023, when this earthquake came, it was at 1.8 or 2 or something like that. They drew down the whole thing. Now they are rebuilding. Same with New Zealand. So in a way, it's a kind of an FD a country is putting aside, which keeps growing in interest with a proper fund manager and is eventually used by the government for its purposes. The little addition that the New Zealanders and Turkey people have made is that instead of the government putting in the money, they have got the public to be investing in it in a mandatory format. So in a mandatory format, the premiums are coming in straight to that risk pool owning entity, and those premiums are populating that pool, and that pool is eventually being used for the disaster, and the premium is a cost that the individual has been paying. So
It's not an FD, it is an SIP. No, that's the difference. So the point, one principle of economics is this, that your money should not remain idle. No, you should be able to use your money very actively. Now, the shortcoming of the present system, which is actually embodied in the fund, is that some of our funds lie unutilized, or they are not giving us the returns. States are keeping the money. Instead of keeping the money, you put it in the pool, which earns interest and through market linkages, and that will help the pool grow. You manage the pool actively. You buy assets, you buy insurance for those assets for which the insurance in the market is very expensive. So that's one thing. The second is that you are also letting your shareholding grow continuously. So there are many advantages of creating the pool and managing it actively. You are also, you are not just putting your own resources, all the states are contributing. As a result, you are getting the benefit of collective contribution of the center and the state. The present system is called risk retention model, where we have created a large fund and we are managing. Now that we have this fund operating for a long time, it is time to leverage this fund for creating a pool that can perform multiple functions related to insurance, and at the same time offer a broader shield against future risks to the government. I hope I am able to respond to some of the issues.
Yes, sir. That was really good. In fact, better than Professor Safi, sir. Very good, sir.
Sir, I have
Yes, Kandhar.
So, just a couple of things.
Here's another 15th Finance Commission person. They're all moles are sitting.
Sir, in a way, we have tried some bit of this model for debt servicing. There's a concept of consolidated sinking fund in the public accounts of states, where state is for, because debt servicing could become a burden in that particular year sometimes. So states are supposed to put some bit of provisioning every year, and it accumulates, it is invested in the market, and then when there is debt servicing requirement or very high requirement, you draw down from the consolidated sinking fund and then service your debt. So we have tried, but it has not been successful at the state level. So somebody probably can do that study and see why it has not been successful. Of course, one common reason is there is an opportunity cost of provisioning, because you need that money for something else. That's why you don't. And state to state, there have been a lot of different approaches. Some states like Odisha and all have done better, whereas some states don't put any money. CSF would be make it. When SDRF was created in public account as a non-lapsable fund, and also SDRF money is also invested. The idea was again kind of similar to a pool, where you keep accumulating these contributions every year, because disasters are not certain. You keep accumulating, keep investing, And then when you need money, you draw down on SDRF and then spend. So when that mechanism is already there, this pool mechanism, how it will work differently, or how that has been working fairly well, I would say SDRF 1, but not working as well because states are not putting any additional money. Only mandated ones they are putting. They are not actually planning for rainy day. If they are said 10% you have to contribute, they'll exactly contribute 10%. 90 will come from center, and they'll use that money. They don't plan for the actual disaster. So how it will work, that is my question.
I think this has been deliberated to the full regard and respect to the 15th Finance Commission. That's why they have spoken about
one is
that
this,
there
that
has to be.
the SDRF,
Yeah.
the SDRF is held by one state.
Yeah.
What we are looking at is
Actually,
that it will be held by all the states together.
United we stand, divided we fall kind
Yeah.
of thing. Yeah.
So this is a
Push a bit on that information asymmetry he said. In health insurance, for example, I don't have a very deep understanding of insurance, but I, as a beneficiary, don't know what health problem the other beneficiary has. Insurance company might have. So there is an information asymmetry, something on that insurance works. But in case of state, I know when, for example, Tamil Nadu has cyclone every year, and I don't have, say Jharkhand doesn't have much of disaster. Why will I put my money into the pool when I know the other person will benefit more than I do? And then there is opportunity cost. There is political economy. For putting that money.
Jharkhand also has a huge exposure to drought.
I'm just giving an example.
Yeah, I'm saying that all these states have some kind of exposure to the drought. It's not that some hazard or the other. So it's not that they don't have the exposure. Maybe if you have a lesser risk exposure, then that could be adjusted through your contribution. So if you contribute less, those states which are more exposed, they would contribute more.
But in public pool, things will be more transparent.
Yeah,
Everybody knows the information.
Yes, so everybody, the contribution is estimated in a very transparent manner. It is not that every state will pay the same amount. It is linked to one, maybe the SDRF allocation. SDRF allocation is also linked to the hazard exposure, or it could also be based on the overall losses, damage and loss that you are incurring every year.
Absolutely.
So we have some idea how the states are actually suffering and experiencing losses. Based on that, we estimate the contribution.
So you talked about health insurance, just one thing. Even in the health insurance, if you drink, you smoke, you have health hazards, the premium goes up. So same applies to the pool, like your hazard profile is more higher, so you have to pay more.
So just to put this, because we have, let's
I'll just add to that.
We have one whole
response.
presentation after this.
Even if you take a government scheme like Pradhan Mantri Health Scheme, different states are paying different premiums per family. So essentially what is happening is the experience of different states is already available to the insurers. Based on that, they make the pricing. And then that whatever is the ratio, they share the premium. State and the center shares the premium. So each state is already paying a premium differently depending on their experience. And I think the same thing will hold here also. High-risk states will pay more. And low-risk
that question that Mr. Patel was asking, so when I entered this NDMA, even I started asking this question. So then all these people who work in insurance companies, they explained that if you do a single hazard insurance, it will not work because of exactly the same problem that you're talking about, insurance asymmetry, or rather the insurance symmetry, because everything is transparent. Whereas if you do a multi-hazard thing, theoretically one big one for India, so then there are 16 or 17 hazards. Everybody has some 12 to 13 of them. So any one of your hazards can be insured in that policy. So only when it's multi-hazard or largely multi-hazard will that problem be resolved. sir, we have 7 minutes left and we have one full presentation. Yes, one
So
quick
we have
comment.
actually had a group of, we are selecting a group of 8 perils so that there could be more people who could be hurt and who could be joining. And also in the case of health insurance, which you compared, I was just talking aside, that there it is a high frequency, low severity situation in health. Here it is exactly the opposite. It is very low, very low frequency, and the severity could be very high. So there it is a question of this mutuality coming in, everybody pooling in, instead of me going to the market and going somewhere and financing my own problem. I'm getting a share from my brother's contribution. It is something like a joint family system kind of thing, as what the sir was explaining.
Thank you. So we'll quickly have Mr. Podar, who has promised to, instead of 30, he's doing only 2 slides. So it's on the agri pool. Please do it quickly, then we'll finish and then we'll ask questions from everybody. Presentation, please.
Well, the one of the recommendation of the 15th Finance Commission was also to try to make a kind of synchronization between the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana and the SDRF relief, SDRF NDRF relief that has been given. There is also a methodology for that. Earlier it was 50% the losses. If it is now 30% losses, then SDRF actually gives out the payout actually to the affected areas actually. Basically it is the panchayat, blocks, sub-district, district and all. So it is based on a declaration by the government, local government, followed by I estimation or vice versa. It is I estimation based on the IMD data to some as a triggering point, then a government declaration. So ministry, this Finance Commission thought that the PMFBI is a good scheme, and of course around 30% farmers are participating in that. It has become made voluntary now, and how this SDRF, NDRF relief that has been paid out can be synced with the PMFBY, just to make it more attractive and there be no duality. That was the idea. But the issue is that PMFBY comes with certain terms and conditions. This is what we have, I have already mentioned. The last line, effectiveness would increase. Effectiveness means effectiveness of PMFBY would increase considerably if the assessment and the payout for the failures is coupled with the SDRF, NDRF assistance. So look at the assessment. It's a big thing actually. Assessment, loss assessment is very, very important in crop insurance for any insurance payout. So when you think of syncing, naturally you think making PMFBY coming into this SDRF, NDRF mechanism, or it is opposite? Making SDRF, NDRF coming into the PMFBY mode. That is to be answered. So one way is actually to make the parameters of the terms and conditions almost similar. Okay. PMFBY is a policy based. A farmer, by paying a premium, he joins. Of course, there is a huge subsidy. 80% subsidy comes from the government of India and the state government on a 50-50 basis. And the loss estimation is altogether different. Here it is through I estimation, SDRF, NDRF. Of course, there is a system. People goes to the field, takes feedback from the farmers and all, talks to them, and decides that what is the losses and all. Whereas in PMFBY, there is a crop estimation survey properly through a random sampling methodology. All these things are there. And if it is a WBCI as part of PMFBY, then of course you have the data, rainfall data, heat data, and all those things. So altogether different actually. But how still this can be synchronized? Okay, this I can avoid this. This is what can be thought of. It is a huge decision actually the government of India has to take, is that without disturbing the current system, whether it is PMFBY or it is SDRF, NDRF. At the lower level actually what we can think of disaster relief layer based on simple parametric triggers like say torrential rain or maybe heat or maybe frost or something like that. All this can be captured and continue with the existing SDRF, NDRF, but let it be based on weather parameters because it gives you a very quick payout and it is transparent, objective, because before that you have the series of data and all, you can figure out what should be the trigger, what should be the strikes, what should be the exit and all those things, okay. So having done that, also this, the history says that SDRF reliefs are little quicker than the PMFBY claims payment. Okay, it is better actually that way. So farmers will be also happy. Then, so first layer actually is the SDRF. You make a payout, quick payout based on the weather parameter. Then comes PMFBY. PMFBY actually, but it has to be universalized, just like SDRF, SDRF. It is not there now. Now, how universalization has to be done, that government has to take care of. I mean, how? Maybe through this bank account, you deduct some money on a compulsory basis and all, or you integrate the data, the architecture of PMFBY and the SDRF, NDRF together so that you can understand who has taken the PMFBY policy. Only then only you take the SDRF as a deductible and make the balance payout from the PMFBY. Okay, that is possible. That's how it can be linked. And on top of that, probably NATCAT pool come, because say in a particular state or in a particular district, say up to 110%, 120% of the loss ratio. Loss ratio is whatever premium you have collected and what is the claim, how many times of the claim of the premium. After a particular layer actually, strike point actually, attachment point, NATCAT pool can come in. This is one possibility. This is how synchronization can be think of. But most important is that universalization of PMFBY, because SDRF, NDRF relief is an universal thing. And second thing is that the first layer has to be on a parameter basis. And some of the triggers of the PMFBY, like say, prevented sowing, germination failure, can be done away with. So these are certain this thing, and also the sum insured. What should be the sum insured? PMFBY, it is actually around 50,000-60,000 depending on the crop. Whereas in SDRF, it is some 8.5 thousand per, 8,500 per hectare, something like that for small and for cereal crops, something like that. I don't remember fully. For cash crops, it is 17,000 like that. PMFBY makes better payout. So these are the areas, I think, but it is still, at the same time, it is doable. So as I mentioned, that administration, the relevant ministries, they have to come together and make the one policy. Then IT platform has to be synchronized. This national crop insurance portal is there, which is a one repository, one-stop shop as far as the data is concerned. SDRF and DDMAs also has to have that kind of data and has to merge together. Then standard basic cover, as I mentioned, it can be crop agnostic because SDRF and DDMAs is crop agnostic, whereas PMFBY is basically specifically for a crop, for a particular geography, for a particular insurance unit. Budgetary allocation also has to be thought of, and universalization of crop insurance that I mentioned. But it is doable. It depends that if we have the will, certainly we will have a way. It is possible. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. This is the crop insurance part, basically merging it with the regular existing crop insurance and getting the processes merged with the disaster management funds that exist. So are there any queries on this crop insurance product or any comments from the panel? Yes, Venkat, please.
So no, thanks so much, sir, for this interesting presentation. This is the first time I've seen this idea. Just one question I had is, as you know, that PMFBY was reformed about 2-3 years ago, and they have now what they call the cup and cap model, the 80-110. The 80-110 already kind of has a huge downside for states if there is a big loss event. So how do you see that aligning with this model that you're proposing?
Yeah, already I think PMFBY, that cap and cup model is showing some avenues or some space actually to SDRF, NDRF to come in. If you ask me, I think that is possible. It can be layered like that. 110% actually is the capping, while in a particular cluster of districts, if the loss ratio, claim ratio goes above 110%, then state government has to pay that. Central government doesn't have a matching contribution, which means state government really have to be very, very cautious and diligent about doing this crop estimation survey. There is a system. There is a general crop estimation survey, proper methodology, absolutely random sampling based, solid statistical background is there. Of course, when you go to the field, doesn't happen actually what has been written in black and white. That is a different thing. But this 110 actually gives state government that kind of whip actually, which makes them really serious to do this crop cutting experiment very, very seriously. Of course, that is now this thing supported by the satellite imagery and all those things. That also is a very good intervention that is come in the PMABY. So the NATCAT pool can come above 110 also in certain cases in that case. So that state government need not pay. But against that, for a consideration, state government take a layer, say 40% layer purchase from the NATCAT pool, pay premium to that. In case, in a particular cluster of district is crosses 110%, suppose state government has paid some 100 crore, state government can get back for that particular cluster maybe 500 crore of claim, which has to be paid to the farmer. It is possible.
Great, thank you. Any queries on this one or any other of the presentations? Gandharv has asked only 2 complex questions. Are there any more? Mr. Sahota? Sir, yes.
No, all these schemes, which are essentially pooling, are based on the assumption that we would not increase the SDRF, NDRF assistance. All the future increases would be pooled, and the increase would be supported through the pool. The existing scheme of assistance would continue so that people are happy. We want to give more, but that additional should come through the pool so that it is more sustainable. We will follow the same model of assessment which we follow for the SDRF and DRF. So there is a synchronization. There is a parametric feature, and the assessment is much quicker. PMFBY, it takes 7 months, 6 months for the, here we want that the farmer should get quicker assessment. So along with the SDRF and DRF, we pay the top-up layer immediately based on a quicker, simpler assessment.
And that can be used as a deductible for PMABY payment, because that has already gone to the farmer.
Please don't touch the PMFBY.
Yeah, there can be different models.
Thank you.
So one small suggestion. We have colleagues from the states here. So why don't we ask any, 1 or 2 of the states what their opinions?
I think they are feeling intimidated with all this big talk.
At least they can put in their thoughts like what they are thinking of the pool we talked about. Like we made 3 presentations.
Tripura, any ideas on the insurance of the pool level? Mike.
Sir, the problem what we are facing on the PMABY is that we are not getting the kind of support to the farmers even after the claims, and there are so many critical conditions are there that's not matching to the farmers and the perils. And the suggestion what you have made, it's really great. Definitely, sir, we may be interested to take it off.
Yes, Tamil Nadu, I believe you were being cold called. He's very well spoken, and apparently he seems to have done a lot of work.
Sir, the Tamil Nadu state would be very happy to have this risk finance pooling. We are very much interested to be the part of, because every year after year we are having a calamity for the past 5 years, and that is why we have spent 3.5 times over and above what we had an SDRF allocation, especially for the livelihood assistance. So as a state, we would like to have this financing our risk. With respect to the crop insurance, so I would like to know, even after the merger of the existing PMSB, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana and SDRF, will the payout will be done in a time frame as that of the SDRF fund? If so, we are very happy to have such a merger of the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana and SDRF.
Thank you. So I think we will wind up, but I'll make a quick comment here because insurance tends to get a bad name that, insurance is a very poor type of investment. So, but the point is that insurance is not an investment. Whether we look at it personally or we look at it institutionally, insurance is a reasonable expense. And if we look at that 16,000 crore dam that Sikkim lost in its glove, if they had been spending 100 crores a year in insurance of that dam over the last 10, 12, 14 years, and if all dams in the Himalayas, not just in India, but all of Himalayas, had been insured and reinsurance and everything, all structures were in place, so that 100 crore per year premium would have, maybe 1,000 crores in 10 years, would have got them back 16,000 crores. So the reason for insurance is very much there. If you start your policy, like there was a private company that had a kind of a infrastructure facility, most likely oil and gas facility, not a refinery, on the coast. So they went in for an insurance against cyclones based on wind speeds, which IMD measures. So they were ready to pay 100 crores a year as premium for a policy which was, I think, 1,000 or whatever it was. And they were lucky, and the company was unlucky, the insurance company, that in the first year, the wind speeds and the storm surge and everything was higher than parametrically provided for. So they got their insurance money. Once they got it, one of the big things about insurance is that once the payout comes, then जिसको हिंदी में कहते हैं जवार में खबर फैल जाती है. So everybody says, अरे उसने insurance का पैसा दिया था, उसको पैसे मिले. So then that's demonstration of the fact that the insurance system is working. So a lot of companies on the coast, especially the infrastructure ones in the private sector, they have gone in for enhancing their regular insurance with cyclone and storm surge insurances of a more specialized variety. So the concept and the desire and the need for insurance is very much there. Only question is how the government should do it, and if the government does it, will it keep paying premium consistently? Because at the end of the day, if the government keeps paying premium, the private company has to make a profit. So if I'm paying 70 and the payout is going to be 40 or 50, that 20 or 30 every year extra I'm going to keep paying. So it does not justify my public finance accounts that why should I keep paying. That is why the New Zealand and the Turkey model, where that 70 was not paid by the government, but it was paid 0.07 by each person in the population. So 0.07 on an individual's personal balance sheet is a negligible expense, just like home insurance. I was just speaking to some people recently at an insurance seminar. So I asked them, what is your home insurance for a house in Noida? So they said for a 10 lakh rupee insurance for home, which covers ST, what is it called? STPI? Storm, flood, STFI, yeah. That's the best student in the class is sitting at the back. STFI and earthquake add-ons, if you add them, you're paying 1,000 rupees a year for a 10 lakh rupee insurance for that well-adorned house in Noida. So the insurance for property is actually very low. The whole thing is that that penetration is not there. Why is penetration of third party there in motor car? Because it's mandatory. So the companies, private companies have told us that the home insurance penetration in India is 1%, whereas third party insurance is 55%. So this yawning gap, which the private sector is not being able to bridge, and the mandatory part was able to bridge, so we need to think about that. And that is the good reason why we are all here discussing this. And thank you so much for joining in. And we have a quick tea. Then from 4:30 to 5:30, we will be doing that last session on recommendations. And then we will have our chief guest for the valediction. So please stay on. Thank you for the panel. And a photograph right now. Thank you.
So welcome back from the tea. And as we approach towards the end of the day, this is the last session of the day and most important also. The session is recommendations for the 16th Finance Commission, proposed DRI and funding windows. So session will be moderated by Dr. Krishna Sarup Vatsa, and session has discussions. Discussions in the sessions are like, I can say that they're the top-notch people, the boss of their particular domain. So first one is Mr. Safi S.N. Rizvi, advisor NDMA. Then we have Mr. Amit Pruthi, he's a DG CDRI. Then Mr. Malay Poddar. So I will request Dr. Krishna Vatsa and all the panelists, discussants to please come on the dais. And we also have a small presentation before the panel discussion. Mr. Safi S.N. Rizvi will be making the presentation, and after that, the panel discussion will start.
So I don't think we need to introduce ourselves. Is everybody aware of the luminaries on stage? Mr. Poddar we met in the previous one. Mr. Amit Pruthi is the DG of CDRI. He runs an institution which is now a conglomeration of 40 member countries. So he will bring a lot of worldwide experience. 44 now. 45, he keeps adding them every week, I think. So this is a quick presentation. We'll discuss this. The idea is to see not the recommendations exactly, but what are the kind of points that we should make, and we would want the audience, especially the ones from the states and even from the central agencies, to basically tell us what is right, what is wrong with this. So there are 10 points, 10 recommendations that we will discuss. It's not that these are the recommendations we will make, but this is just a tentative kind of draft, you can call it that. So this is an overview of the 15th Finance Commission and the DRF and its uses. So 2.28 lakh crores, that is 2.28 trillion, was the total amount. Half of it, that is 50%, were the two windows of the 10 and the 40. The 10 was the capacity building and 40 was the response. So this 50% worth 1.14 trillion was utilized well by the center portion and the state portion, and we can assume that about 90% of it was utilized. I mean, the numbers may be 95, maybe 85, but I'm just taking a safe assumption of 90%. Then 0.68 trillion, which is 68,000 crores, is a 30% window of reconstruction and rehabilitation, which is very slow because our guidelines got delayed. It took some time, and finally now we are looking at about 8 or 9, actively looking at about 8 or 9 PDNAs, and there are 3 or 4 more PDNAs we will be sending. PDNAs are basically, I'll explain that as we go along. So we've looked at the 10 window, the 40 window, and the 30 window. The 10 and 40 are very well utilized. We assess at 90%. And the window 30, we assess at about 10% currently. But then that's only 4-year cycle of the Finance Commission. In the next 1 year, I'm sure that 10% would go up to 50%. Then 0.45 trillion, as in 45,000 crores, for the M being mitigation, the 20% window. This is about halfway approved, so about 13,693 for the center. Of that, about 7.5 or 8,000 crores worth has been approved, and it's on the way. So that much is 55%. And in the states also, in some states 100% has been utilized, in some states about 20-25. So we would assess that too is at about 50%. So now if you look at all the numbers, these 4 numbers, 1.14, 0.68 and 0.45 add up to 2.28. So the utilization, if you look at a very simplistic calculation, so for the first 2 windows, 10 and 40, it's 90%, 90%. So that makes it 0.45, and 10% for the 30% window and 50% for the 20% window. So overall, the usage up to the end of year 4 is about 58%, which means just about under 60%. So one would expect that if the R&R window of 30 goes up to 50% and the mitigation window goes up to 66 or 70%, we may be able to reach about 70% utilization, which would definitely to some extent answer the question that 16th Finance Commission has been asking us, without asking us actually, but we need to answer that question, and this is some of the maths that we will eventually put forward to you. One of the key points of the overview is that the lower allocation states, they complain of low allocations. Their key complaint is that the DRI is, they basically blame the DRI that I don't have cyclones, so we could not get full marks in cyclones, or various issues with regard to the DRI. So in their analysis, the reason why they did not score well and didn't get enough funds is because of the DRI. So that is one complaint that comes to us from everywhere. So we put that point in overview that we need to address it. Now we have 10 draft recommendations. One is continuity. So why continuity? Because we feel that 15th Finance Commission did a good job, made a paradigm shift.
Can I just make one addition? So we say that the next year, see, 60% utilization. Now, some money would be released by March 2026. And that would be available for expenditure for the next financial year. So it's not that 2026, whatever the money is released to the estates, so we will have one more year.
Okay.
For spending the money.
So to the maths, if we are making the 58% up to year 4, then in year 5 the amount released would be about 70%, and that in year 6 would be used. So it's all about the release up to 31st March 2026. So 65, 70, 75% is what we are looking at. A range of 65, 75 I think is a safe range to. 80%. Sir has always been very hopeful and optimistic, and we will ride with that number, that this is what we are expecting to reach. So the first recommendation we would put is continuity, which means that the basic structure and the basic premise of the 15th Finance Commission was found to be quite good, and successive finance commissions, as we showed in the first presentation yesterday, was that the evolution of finance commissions, of how they went from margin money to eventually calling it a response fund, to calling it a calamity fund, and the whole idea of relief became totally solidified because the finance commissions were talking about it. So relief today is not even questioned. The IMCT is a very established procedure, and it just gets formed, people go, visit, and IMCT money is sanctioned. So the evolutionary part of finance commission is very obvious from that. Then several innovations have come about because of the finance commission's provisions. The IMCT I mentioned, the PDNA is a new one, the post-disaster needs assessment for the 30% window of R&R, where you do a really detailed assessment of what went wrong and whatever was damaged, and then the quality and the quantity of that damage, and basically base all your recommendations for funds transfers on that. Then we've created a new thing called CODA, Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction. This is hazard-wise, there are separate hazards, separate CODAs, and they tend to do two things. One is discuss the hazard from the scientific point of view, and two is discuss the funding, finance, the issues that the state is having with making the proposal and implementing that proposal. Any kind of technical assistance the state needs, that is provided through this means. This entire 15FC has percolated well, brought stability and predictability to the whole concept of DRF, and we feel that it's a benchmark and it needs to be consolidated and not tinkered with too much. The three guiding principles we would speak of are equity, then disaster risk centered as the 15th Finance Commission was, and finally it should be very smooth. The minimal, the process, the due diligence is very important. However, we should make it smooth, we should make it stable and reduce all the small hurdles that keep coming in the way. How we do that in these recommendations is an important thing. So these three guiding principles would be very important. The second is regards those center state distribution. So in the earlier finance commissions, there were times where the center had 80% and the state had 20%. And then the state used to apply to the center and the center used to issue from that 80. That 80-20 came down to 75-25, 66-33. Eventually it turned and now it's at 30-70. So this 30-70 has been, there are problems on the 30 side, there are problems on the 70 side. However, all of them are slowly getting evened out, and the problems that have existed on the 30 and 70 side are almost the same as the problems that are faced in each window. So it's actually the window that needs to be looked at if there are certain issues that come with regard to that. So this 30-70 distribution center state appears to be quite okay. I mean, you can always make it 25-75, but there would be no real reason to do that. I mean, this is what I've just spoken. Now, number 3 is that we are pretty happy with keeping this 10, 20, 30, 40 model because of no other reason except that now slowly it has percolated down to the states. Every state is aware of this model, and slowly it will become, it's conceptualized, it is being actualized now, and soon everybody will talk about it as people talk about relief. Everybody is talking about the word window, which nobody spoke of earlier. Now these windows are well known. So the more we continue with this with exactly these same numbers, the easier it is for the lowest rung in the bureaucracy at the state to understand this and plan for this. Number 4 is the word mitigation, which did not really exist in the disaster management lingo. As was mentioned in the morning, that mitigation, it was there in the climate side, adaptation, resilience, but on the disaster side, mitigation came in only because the 15th Finance Commission spoke of it. So mitigation means risk reduction. How it is done, it's a very difficult concept to understand in the beginning, and definitely very difficult to let it percolate. Just like the previous discussion we had on risk pools, it's not an easy concept to understand that why is money being put aside, the concept of insurance, risk sharing and all that. Similarly, mitigation is similar. So for every hazard, there's a very deep science to mitigation on each hazard. Only when an expert speaks on that subject do you understand, oh my God, it is that deep. So the word mitigation is now stable, and I feel it should stay. So if you look at what came out of that one word that the Finance Commission put in, was that the first 6 programs we have already finalized and they have been approved and they are well on their way. UF stands for urban flood. Now glacial lakes, nobody was putting in money on glacial lakes as a national program. Nobody was putting in effort, resources. It was literally nobody's baby. But eventually now Central Water Commission is looking at it in a very focused manner. They have changed the rules of the game. They have decided finally, after a lot of discussion, 13-point formula on the basis of which they will decide which is a high-risk lake. A lot has been done by the agencies that are supposed to do it because that one word mitigation was there, and NDMA was tasked to do this work. So we were using the coder mechanism to talk to everybody ad nauseum and incessantly about this. And then we had funds to back it. Ministry of Home Affairs had approved 150 for GLOF, 2,500 for urban flood. On urban flood, we have now graduated to our second phase, which is going to tier 2 towns. And we are soon going to the third phase, which is looking at 3 big cities and doing a comprehensive work on them. So in urban flood, we are designing phase 3. In GLOF, we are already thinking of designing a phase 2. In landslide, we just about started phase 1. And lightning and forest fire and drought, just phase 1. In a year's time, we'll be able to really get these things flying. The earthquake one, we are very ready with what we have to do. We are just waiting for the approvals, about 1600 crores, but there is a sense that it should not be, it should be an ambitious program because earthquake is a very serious risk. So we are planning to scale up this number in discussion with the ministry. Same with coastal hazards and riverine floods. So none of this would have come about if that word had not been there. So if that word stays, even better. Then we came up with this concept of jointness, that why should we do anything where at all any ministry has to say that ye to hum kar hi rahe hain, hamare paas iska ek scheme hai. So we will look for the areas where that scheme, the ministry itself tells us that there is a gap here. So you guys work on this, we will go work on that. If we find that there is a gap in the entire structure and the ministry also agrees, we will move on that. So we had a session 2 sessions ago with Ministry of Panchayat Raj. So we are designing a program with Panchayat Raj on how to take DRR down to each Gram Panchayat. Then with Ministry of Mines, we told you yesterday on landslide forecasting, we are doing a program with them, a joint one. And eventually we are also going to go to the Ministry of Health and do something. We have plans to do much more with other ministries, but due to paucity of more Dr. Vatsas in our midst, we are unable to go that far. Then it should be, so this is a point that like right now, when we are approving our programs in year 4, to fructify, it needs about 3 to 4 years. So if you limit them at FY26, so then in every 5-year circle, any program you start in the end of year 3 will get stuck at year 5. It may need to go to year 6, year 7, year 8. So there is some need to start calling it a fund, or maybe for mitigation programs, enhancing the 5-year cycle to 8 years, 10 years. I don't know how that works. The Finance Commission Director would be able to understand that much better. I guess he's already nodding his head and saying no. But I would request him to think about it. Climate change is a topic we discussed in the morning. So we are thinking of suggesting a little window within the 20% mitigation fund window, where extreme weather events, basically based on heat and heavy precipitation, are included for uses which are currently not thought about, but may soon come about. So these are some things that we would like to recommend on climate change. This window could be open to local bodies, as in municipal bodies and public sector entities for resource mobilization, because there's a lot of surround sound on climate. And if there is a lot of surround sound on climate, both local bodies and public sector entities would be able to commit their own resources and get more resources as well. Dedicated hazards. So the concept of earmarked funding, that you must spend 250 crores on earthquake mitigation, you must spend 250 on landslides. So it came out very handy for us in putting forward those proposals, that because there is earmarked funding here in the Finance Commission, you cannot not have a project on that. So that got us to make the forest fire program, that got us to make the landslide program, the earthquake program, because there are earmarked funds. So this earmarked funds concept is extremely good and needs to continue. And we can start rephrasing some of the hazards to call them mountain hazards. Mountain hazards will have flash floods in them, landslides in them, extreme weather events like heavy precipitation, glacial lakes, glacial lake outbursts, avalanches, everything will come in mountain hazards. In coastal hazards, you can have cyclones, storm surges, heavy winds and various other issues, and including erosion as well. Then urban resilience is a new term that can be used, it can be defined further. Fire prevention and management to include also forest fires and what happens for fire safety in cities, and not just tier 1 cities, but down to the tier 4 or whichever number they have reached now. Interventions that promote nature-based solutions. So the mention of nature-based solutions is very important, because there's a tendency that when we go to the states and we talk about designing a mitigation program or looking at an R&R program, So apart from reconstruction, at the end of the day, everything, the easiest hanging fruit is something to do with cement and steel. So cement and steel may be the easiest hanging fruit, may bring in some immediate succor, but at the end of the day, the real story lies in the softer measures, which are nature-based solutions, especially for things like floods. Then the seventh one is the disaster risk index, which was lots of complex formulas were shown to you yesterday. But simply put, there are four components to it. The capacity, which means that the amount of money that they were allotted, have they spent it? That was designed using the term C, which was eventually, that's in the formula. So now that weightage was 70%. So there is possibly a case of reducing the weightage of the usage of allocated funds from 70 to 60%, or if the Finance Commission feels it can go down lower or stay at 70. However, this is a suggestion that this number can be taken down, because we do not, this number may be giving it a bias in favor of states that already have a larger absolute amount. So maybe there is a case. So you can experiment with 65, 60, 55. You can do the scenario building and experiment with that. So this is one suggestion. The remaining 10% or 15% could be the state's performance. Like, you may not have got a good allocation, and on that basis we are saying 60% of your thing will be on that, but 10% will be on what is your performance. This methodology may be a bit difficult to define, but we are willing to work with you and figure out what is your performance would mean. That did we also give you the guidelines in time, and if you did have the resources, what did you do with it? If you didn't have the resources and you still came up with your plans right on time, then it would be great to give you more marks on that point, something of that kind. We would like to stick to that same 30%, which means 15-15 for area and population, which means that if you are large area, large population, so you get that much of benefit. And this area and population essentially means your exposure. So the E part is just as it was in the 15th Finance Commission. The C part, that is the capacity part, we are only saying 70 को थोड़ा सा कम कर दीजिए, और उसकी जगह जो gap बनता है उसके लिए we can bring in state's performance as an extra factor. Then we go to the H part, and the H and the V part. So the H part, instead of 4 hazards, we feel that given that there is data and it's available with the Finance Commission, all 12 notified hazards being considered is a good idea. And if you consider all 12, then every state has at least 6, 7 or 8 hazards. So there will be very little scope for complaint from any state that, okay, my hazard is here. Now they are all notified by the Ministry of Home Affairs, so there won't be any issue in implementing this. And the data also exists. So you can always do that. The other thing is, how much weightage will you give to each hazard? So it will be very contentious if you give, so if you do 12 hazards divided by 100, so maybe if you do 12 weights are 96, 8% for each weightage, 4% for maybe the 13th, 14th, 15th hazard, then 8% equally to everyone, nobody will have a problem. However, if you start doing 12% for one, 4% for another, then you might enter into an unnecessary debate. And as Mr. Bhatia told us yesterday, keeping it simple, because it's such a massive exercise, is a better idea. So maybe a equal percentage of 8% for all these 12 would be a great idea. Second part is that if we also have a second way of verifying the numbers. So once we do this hazard and we have the vulnerability coming out of the MDPI and various other things, that's the next bullet. I'll just come to it. Just stick to the hazard part. So if you're on the hazard part, we do our assessment on the state level, the way we did it in the 15th Finance Commission. And then we look at it separately from a different lens, like Tripura was telling us yesterday. Tripura told us yesterday that they've gone to each one of their 8 districts, and each of the 8 districts has on its own reported what their level of hazard is on the hazards that are listed in their state. So they found differentiated reporting from all 8 districts. So the score for all those 8 districts, as in self-reporting, can also be brought to bear on the number that has been reported by what we have found from our top-down approach. So you have a new verification system which we can, once we have the numbers, we can then take a look whether there's a big difference or a small difference. If there's a small difference, we are very fine. We can just go ahead with it. If there's a big difference, we can think of doing something more to it. And then for the vulnerability part, apart from this should have been MDPI, we have the poverty, the Tendulkar committee, if you want to take the Tendulkar committee, or if there is a better credible, yes sir.
Tendulkar committee pertains to 2013. It's too outdated.
But how will we update it now?
There is no update.
So we just take the MDPI.
So, I mean, if we have to take a set of indicators, then either the HDI, Human Development Index, or MPI. The point is this, the poverty index is just one indicator. It is the income. HDI, it is 3 indicators. And MPI, it is actually called MPI, multidimensional poverty, it has 13 indicators. So we go in for a set of this proxy which has the maximum number of indicators.
Thank you, sir. So that's the V. So this slide is generally discussing the C, the H, the V, and the E. So these are a summary of what we would like to say. Then the district disaster management authorities, which are there legally provided, but have not really been energized. So 5 years ago, 6 years ago, the DDMAs were not very, the SDMAs were not very energized. But now we see that most SDMAs are fairly well populated. Many are not, but many are. And they have become very established. Like Tamil Nadu told us yesterday, their systems are working very well. So like that, there are at least 7 to 8 states more which are working very, very well. And about 10 odd which are doing fairly well. So as that concept has been stabilized, the district disaster management should also be stabilized. That focus, we can consider bringing in district level direct funding, but that district level direct funding, from which window it will come and how much will it be, is something that may be a good idea to look at that and discuss this further. And it's also provided in the Disaster Management Act, hence to follow the act we need to do something about it. Then these funds, if they go and the district magistrate has say X amount of funds in disaster management, so he can use those funds to also invite more crowdfunding, public contributions and CSR contributions, because many factories, industries at the smaller level have a regional focus, a hyper-regional focus, so they could come in and they could add to that kitty. Then pools, we've knocked the hell out of all of you with discussing this subject in the last 2 hours. So I'm just not going to say another word because many of you might just beat us up. All these words say what we discussed in the last 2 hours. Then capacity building. So capacity building window of 10% remains a very important window. It has been of great help in creating the buzz around this whole story and populating the SDMAs with people who understand. We've now got urban development management authorities, so they also need to be trained and brought up to speed. And building systems and all that, that will only happen through capacity building. So that is the net of the 10 recommendations that we have. Thank you. Yes, so should we start with DGCDRI? What would you like to say? Do you disagree with all the 10?
No, I actually really appreciate how you've laid it out, and I'll touch upon 3 things from there, which I think from an infrastructure point of view become quite important. I think one, when you look at just the NDMIS and see where impacts have been reported, floods, the infrastructure impact has been about 12.78% of damage reported is in floods. Or cyclones, 33% impact on infrastructure. So infrastructure actually, when you look at damage, infrastructure is playing a very important part in how states are coming and saying they need funds for linking it to infrastructure. Now, we've also found that if you invest upfront in mitigation measures, so this comes back to your mitigation window, I think there's a unique and really important opportunity to link the mitigation funds to reduce risks for infrastructure in the long term. I'll give you an example. We found that if you invested in landslide mitigation in a road project, over the lifetime of that road, the amount of damage and loss of services that you suffered was reduced by about 12%. So one rupee would give you 12 rupees back. Similarly, cyclone activity that ends up damaging your infrastructure, if you can use your mitigation fund to reduce your risk, maybe underground something, the long-term returns are much, much more than that 1 rupee invested. So I really would push a lot for making sure that states are not leaving mitigation funds on the table, but see how mitigation funds can be used. And because I come from the infrastructure sector, so how those funds can be used for reducing risk in the infrastructure sector. The second part of that I would also encourage is capacity building to start to introduce, when you say nature-based solutions, there's a lot of gap in understanding how they go towards disaster risk reduction. So again, can we use mitigation funds with an element of innovation in them, where you're also saying, states will get a mitigation fund, but let's also use to innovate the market. In your 10 points, I didn't see the word innovation. Can we also make a link between mitigation funds and innovation? Again, another example from urban resilience, because I saw that word and I love that word. Bangkok has developed a public park to manage excess rainfall. When you think about climate change and you think about precipitation and you think about uncertainty of precipitation, it's unlikely you'll build infrastructure to address the amount of uncertainty there might be. But if you can innovate and create spaces that can hold excess water when you need it, that's an innovative solution, right? So again, thinking a little bit more about linking capacity building, linking mitigation, and pushing for innovation, particularly in the infrastructure sector, really excites me actually. And for CDRI, if this is how the 16th Finance Commission decides to allocate funds, we stand ready to push some of those agendas.
Great, thank you. So would you say that in this 10, 20, 30, 40 window, we should increase the 20 for mitigation to 30?
I think if we can utilize the 20 to 100%, because right now I only saw 20 was being utilized to what, 40%?
50%.
50%.
Right,
so we're leaving money on the table, right? Let's make sure that at least we push that. The part that is still missing is that your line ministries that have their own budgets have not yet understood, or this is the opportunity for NDMA to actually work with the line ministry to say, you know what, we have some funds to spur innovation in your sector. They have enough agendas. They may not sometimes understand what do I need to do for addressing climate change. They may not understand how do I actually incorporate disaster risk reduction in my sectoral work. So if that 50% that's left can actually become, okay, let's work with the Department of Transportation and say, let's allocate out of that 50% a certain amount to make sure that landslide mitigation is really promoted in the road sector. I would, again, that's a gap right now in terms of how these funds are getting allocated. Okay. So to me, let's push to make sure that next time around it's 100% and 120% if we can.
Great, great. So you're talking from a business angle that everything should be 100%. Don't leave any money on the table. Thank you. Mr. Poddar, would you like to comment on these suggested recommendations?
Well, what comes on my mind probably some proposals about technology interventions in maybe in creation of a very, very solid data repository, a kind of a dashboard provisioning for the SDMAs from the apex body, and also usage of the satellite imagery, Doppler data, and various other things like for earthquake. USGS nowadays, they are propagating about the PGA, peak ground velocity, rather than the Richter scale magnitudes. So for all these, actually, we need to have a very, very strong research and development wing who will be strengthened with all kinds of data, historical data, as well as probably modeling kind of the software or that kind of thing probably is
Great. So
one
your
thing that
focus
comes
is
to
on
mind, yeah.
enhancing R&D, technology,
Yeah.
data structures. Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah.
So can we have any comments from the audience, the states? Yes, Manish. Or just Kandar, we'll come to you next. Manish? भैया एक माइक दे दीजिए इधर.
Yeah, Rizviji, just two comments. One, when you mention climate change induced hazards, right now it does not, it appears slightly vague, because when you already have cyclones, urban floods, and all of those disasters mentioned, how would states make a distinction between climate change induced hazards? So that's one. Or are we only referring to the slow onset events like decline in fertility, saline ingress, and so on? And secondly, when you make an allocation for the DDMAs, we probably are adding another layer of complexity to the states, because they are struggling to work on these 4 funding windows. And now when we propose to further allocate it across districts, it might create complexities for them. And as a follow-up to that, why not ULBs? So I didn't see any reference to the allocations being made to the urban local bodies. Is that a possibility?
So yes, UDMAs, we did make a mention, I think, in the last slide.
Okay.
So UDMAs should be getting funds and will be getting funds, and we've already got a kind of pilot demonstration of working with UDMAs, where the 15th Finance Commission had recommended the urban flood program of 2,500 crores with 7 cities. So they were all UDMAs. So all those programs have been made with the UDMAs. So that experiment has already been done, the process creation with regard to UDMAs. The SDMA process creation has been done, and the numbers I gave, that 7-8 states I would say are at A level and about 10 would be at B level. So if out of 28, 17 are at A and B level, so these A and B states would be able to deal with delegation of funds and assisting their DDMAs. The DDMA projects and all will never come up to the NDMA level or the Government of India. They would be dealt with by the SDMAs. So in that sense, being forward-looking and at least getting those A and B 17 states started off on their DDMA, there may be problems in some C-level states, but maybe it's still a good idea. And UDMAs, for sure, they will be getting funds. Yes, Gandharv.
Well, these suggestions are good, sir. I just want to strengthen the first slide, where you said IMCT is a very well-established process. It's been established for 60, 70 years, but I find that the capacity of IMCT members needs to be strengthened, because there is no terms of reference being given to IMCT members. They are just pulled out of ministries and brought into a team. They don't have understanding of how to do the assessment of the damages, etc., etc. So I think we need to work on that until we strengthen that process. I think because I see a lot of randomness in the IMCT report also. Sometimes they'll simply say 40% kar do, 60% kar do, without any logic. So we need to strengthen the terms of reference, documentation also, when they report on it. Similarly for the MST as well, for PDNA. Of course, PDNA process is still new and not yet very well stabilized, but I think something like only who are certified, trained person can be part of MST or IMCT could be a good idea. Anybody, at least 50-60% of the members has to have the understanding of, the disaster ecosystem. And MST, for example, there is though guideline says it has to go on site and do the assessment, but it hasn't been happening till now. Hopefully it will happen. But without having ground reality, understanding of ground reality, I don't think a good assessment could be done. So that process strengthening we should.
Okay, great. That's a great point. But do you feel that MST and PDNA together is not smoothening the process? It is adding an extra layer.
I think
PDNA is all experts.
Yeah.
And it's state oriented. State does it.
State does.
And MST center does it without experts. So which are both of them separately necessary, or?
I think necessary because there has to be one layer from the central government side also. Accepting the PDNA demand, I don't think it will be fiscally also possible. Some filter has to be there. I think it will be there. People will not agree for not having any filter, because we have seen the PDNA assessments, generally the demands are also huge, and from center side there has to be some filter. So that layer will be there, but the idea of MST was to have a kind of an expanded IMCT, one, and within a certain time period. That is also not happening. Like it's taking, of course, it's an initial period, I understand it will stabilize, but if IMCT in a way with an extended period or expanded IMCT can do PDNA assessment as well, I think that might be better.
So I'm sorry, you're not part of the panel, but let's treat you as on the panel and on the stage here. So we are talking of parametric insurance at one level, where it's only a parameter which is a threshold that is crossed and the payout is triggered. And here in government, we are talking of 100% verification and then we issue the money. So is there a way in which self-assessment can also, like in the smart city program, apparently self-assessment is used for utilization certificates, and except for a random review, there is no other review. So is that kind of system possible for this MST, PDNA, or you still want to continue with the same process?
No, like in PDNA now we have two pillars. One is the norms based and the other one is the flexible part of it. As far as norms based are concerned, I think self-assessment also more or less being agreed to. The flexible part is where the issues generally come in, where there needs to be some kind of assessment, because there is a constraint on the fiscal resources also. So,
that
everything
is
starts
news
from
to us. That is news to us.
so everything starts from there. The
Okay,
resources
great,
are constrained.
great.
So
Thank you. So any other, yes.
Good evening, I'm Anshul Abbasi and I work with the National Institute of Urban Affairs, representing Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs today. Just a few suggestions, and the context to my suggestions is that we are in the process of kind of bringing in climate and disaster considerations into the various missions, schemes and guidelines of the ministry. This include the flagship missions like Amrut, SBM, PMAY. These are big infrastructure projects. We have been talking about around 2 lakh crore. SCM was something around 2 lakh crore. Then we have PMAY. Just few things, and I'll just categorize my suggestions into 5 I's. The first I being the inquiry. By that I mean that what we have realized with time, that there is a need of a scientific inquiry. If therein the mitigation funds can come in. By scientific inquiry, I mean majorly 2 things, the building bylaws and the planning norms. They were formulated at certain period of time. With the climate change induced disasters, the scenario has changed. There is a time to revisit these norms, and there is a need of bringing in granularity, maybe state-wise. The state boundaries do not follow the hazard boundaries. So bringing in these specific considerations, even within a state, the hazard profile would be different. So I think that end, some scientific inquiry is needed. My second I is something around informed actions, that is like risk informed, bringing in that layer. So the recommendations of UDMA, if we can, and this is I'm specifically talking about city level, that if this whole layer of risk informed action planning can be brought in. And the third is indigenous practices, although like it very well aligns to the nature-based solutions, but indigenous practices are a little more. So like the 2 days I've been listening to the conversations, I thought somewhere one eye which was missing is the indigenous practices. By that I mean that maybe we do not revisit the practices as is, but we look at the principle. And is there a way, can we bring in that layer into the whole, maybe in the mitigation fund? The next I is, as DG CDR said, about innovation. I think if there could be some funds for cities to come up with some innovative, it could be in the form of data and tech, it could be some material subsidies or incentives. This is something which can be promoted. And last I is something around investment. It's about unlocking the private finance. Can the mitigation funds help us in unlocking a lot of private finance in terms of credit enhancing, strengthening the credit worthiness of the ULBs through UDMAs? And sorry, one more last point is about monitoring and evaluation. One thing which we really struggled to understand was to collect loss and damage data. We do climate smart cities assessment framework. It's very difficult to get the loss and damage data. If there could be some mechanism to collect this data, and I think some R&D on this end. So just a few suggestions from Mahua's end. Thank you so much.
So that was 5 I's and 1 M. So IIM, I would say. Yes, thank you so much. Mr. Sahota and then Preksha. Mr. Sahota has always tough questions, so Dr. Vatsa will answer your question.
No, this time I'm not going to give any tough questions. The first suggestion was that we always keep looking towards the states. Let's also look towards the ministries. Damage and loss data. Why is it not coming from the ministries? Can we ask from the Finance Commission to help ministries set up a national system of damage and loss reporting within their regular MIS or whatever that is? So I think we should seek some money for that. Second part was that PDNAs leading to recovery planning, then recovery implementation. Now that becomes a 3-4 year project. By the time next year comes, you have another PDNA and then another, and you have maybe 4 or 5 projects going on at the same time. Now, I think we need more institutional capacity at the state level. So if we have 4 windows, let's create 1 more window for institutional capacity building, which is about staffing, which is about making rules of engagement, etc., etc. So that we are able to do our work. Why there is underspending, we are not able to do our work. Is there another point on my table? Maybe I'll come later.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. That is interesting. Preksha?
Thank you, sir. Sir, my point is on the utilization of mitigation funds. So we hear from Dr. Shekhar of Kerala, who's not here in the last workshop organized by UNDP, that they have faced a lot of challenges in using the STMF, the mitigation fund, though there were a lot of paras that they have used the corpus and the funds from the other cooperative society and their other programs, the existing schemes. So my question is, sir, however, since they are using all these funds are sitting on a table, like Amit sir has said, so why and how do you think this gap can be filled? Since most of the states are here, can it be made more simplified to the states? It is simplified to us, yes, as an outsider stakeholder, but it can be given more simplification to the states, that how they can use it rather than just keeping it unutilized.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Thomas?
Yeah. My submissions are actually 3. One is on the monkey's cheeks, which is something which has worked in Bangkok, that is creating in the urban areas. They're creating systems whereby the water sinks into a few layers. So the parks has got some layer which will be at a slope which goes in and I mean you can study, you can look at that system better. So because that is something which has worked in Bangkok and has reduced the flood systems over there. It's called as Monkey's Cheeks. So I can send details in one of the reports which I did on the flooding in Mumbai. One report which I did for GIC. I can share that. Second point would be there are certain coastal canals in the country, on the western side as well as on the eastern side. For instance, in Madras there is the Buckingham Canal, and also on the western side, in Orissa and West Bengal there is another canal. So these canals have worked in Sendai to break any situation of a tsunami, because the canals more than walls, the canals can absorb the shock of a tsunami and spread it over. So this model, I think maybe we can recommend in India. At least wherever we have got canals, we need to clean them up and make them sort of a buffer zone for a tsunami which may come after 100 years or 200 years, whenever it comes. So we should be prepared for that, and also that could take care of even when the seawater level rises also. My third point is relating to education. Disaster-related education, like in Japan, we need to be having it as part of our curriculum. Actually, after the Mumbai floods, so Mumbai created a body of people, a set of people who are readily available for tackling any kind of a disaster situation and what is to be done. After the flooding time, they created this group of people. Similarly, in every school and college, if disaster, what to do when a disaster comes, whether it's a natural disaster or a man-made disaster or a fire. So it should be readily available. They don't have to wait on the government mechanism. People come together and do that. So I think this is something which we have to think of. Thank you very much.
So we are now at the end of the time for this session. So I think Amit, you have any other point to make?
I think one more thing I'll just touch upon is this whole notion of building back better. I think the more we can link our reconstruction and rehabilitation to some way of building back better, so we're not just building back to the same point. I think if we can introduce that, to me, capacity building probably is one of the most critical elements of what we're talking about, because there's a systematic change needed. The gentleman from NIUA, I helped set up the National Resilience Center, and that the Climate Center for Cities was something that we had set up from Rockefeller Foundation. The challenge is that we are still looking at these elements quite independently. When you look at flooding in cities, it should not be that we have to, the solution is concrete drains. It is how do we train our professionals to say we need to address flood risk and not give them a solution already that it has to be a concrete drain. And I think that thinking comes through capacity building. So to me, the capacity building piece, that 10% of the 50% is also incredibly valuable.
Great, thank you. Any final comments, Mr. Poddar? Thank you. So sir, if you have any points to make.
So why we give so much importance to the recommendations of the successive finance commissions? Because it's not just about the allocation of money, and the representative of the 16th Finance Commission is here, so it is specifically, aimed at him. The recommendations of the 16th Finance Commission or 15th Finance, they are essentially aimed at building the systems of disaster management. We are able to do so many things just because there are a set of recommendations, and that enable us to do those things. So I will refer to all the points that have been made here. For example, we have been asked that we need to work with the ministries, and we have developed the joint programs with the Ministry of Panchayati Raj. We also tried to develop a joint program with the Water and the Ministry of Jal Shakti, and we didn't succeed with the Ministry of Jal Shakti, but we succeeded with the Ministry of Panchayati Raj. We want to have more programs with other ministries. We are working very closely with the MOEFCC on forest fires. We are working very closely with Ministry of Health. So our jointness has increased thanks to the resources that have been made available. And that really, what we call in our own technical language, mainstreaming of disaster management in development sectors. So that's very, very important. Sometimes it's very demanding, but it's worth the effort. How do we prioritize these things? And it's again very important. Say we have drafted the mitigation guidelines. Now you say that we can have the underground sea cables and in the coastal areas. Yes, we can definitely do that, and we can definitely do many cyclone-resistant infrastructure in the coastal areas. But they should be also highways in the coastal areas, but they should be done by those who are owning those facilities. And so the mitigation guidelines clearly lay down that we should support those projects which are reinforcing the community, which are reducing the vulnerability of the communities. So if there are people who are living in the coastal villages who are facing all kinds of risks and vulnerabilities, we need to work with the communities and not work with the and not invest in the underground sea cabling. Mitigation fund is not meant for that. No, I understand that part. So we lay down certain priorities through these investments. That's very important. I'm equally sanguine about investing in underground sea cables also. Electricity too. So the point is, we have limited funds and we have so many priorities. So how do we prioritize? And this is how we prioritize. We should always prioritize communities. We should always prioritize those who are most vulnerable, most exposed to the risks. We have, within the mitigation guidelines, we have also a 5% allocation for innovation. And we have submitted the guidelines for the innovation. It has not been approved. We are trying. We are persisting. But we acknowledge the need for innovation. Thanks to the funds that have been made available through recovery and reconstruction for recovery, we are not going to the World Bank and raising loans every time there is a big disaster. We are doing the PDNA ourselves, and we are asking for the funds. When the funds are made available, we will be able to build back better. We will be able to address many issues that have not been addressed. So it gives us a very dependable source for recovery and reconstruction, which was hitherto not available to us now. So we are allocating money to the districts for mitigation and preparedness. While we are doing this, we are not actually activating the fund. If we are giving money to the districts to spend, why should we not activate the fund? So it is very, very important that we activate the fund. That will increase the accountability of the DDMAs. Go to the districts. The DDMAs are just a committee. DDMAs are not very effective. If we activate the fund, DDMAs will become more effective, more functioning, and more impactful. So we definitely look for activating the third layer of the disaster management fund. Extreme weather events is a category by itself. It has emerged through the climate impact change. These are smaller disasters, but they are very much triggered by climate impact change. We need to address them. We need to address them at the local level, and very, very important that we provide some resources for addressing them across the country, and therefore we would like to recommend that a window of funding be made available for the extreme weather events. UDMAs, the act has been amended. All the cities are going to set up the urban disaster management authorities. However, the cities have their own resources, so we are not proposing that we have a separate funding mechanism for the urban bodies. Urban bodies should be able to access the fund, but there is no need for setting up a separate disaster management fund at the urban level. All these, there were several references to the urban flooding. And for the first time, we have taken urban flooding mitigation program in 7 cities. With each city, there has been a huge negotiation about the kind of interventions you referred to in Bangkok. All the cities came up with proposals for more and more stormwater drainage. And we said, no, we cannot just go on constructing a stormwater drainage. We need to have more holding ponds. We need to have better canals. We need to have more rejuvenated rivers. We need to have more capacity for retention of water. This would not have been possible without the mitigation fund. So this is very, very important how we are actually using the mitigation fund for innovating new solutions. So for all these things, I feel that we need to build a system, and this system will become sophisticated as we progress. We are talking about setting up the pools, insurance mechanisms, more diversified mechanisms, more layers of risk management. The system will become sophisticated, but we need to work together, and the 16th Finance Commission and 17th Finance Commission will become the beacon of reforms. This is what we look forward to. It's not just the more money, it's about how much reforms that you can bring, how efficient you can make the system, and how you help us respond to the challenges that we are facing across the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So, net, the 30% of reconstruction is helping you build back better. The 40% is helping you come back and reclaim yourself after a serious disaster. The 10% is helping you in the long term building your resources, and the 20% is preventing the 40%.
For the first time, and our HOD is here, first time we have allocated 5,000 crores for fire prevention and management. In the post-independence India, this is the first opportunity for strengthening our fire services. Very, very important in the context of rising temperature. It has happened only due to the earmarking of 5,000 crores for fire services. It would not have happened without that earmarking. So, it's extremely important how these funds are planned. Thank you.
So we had DG Fire Service here yesterday who told us about the gaps. So there are gaps of about 20,000 fire tenders, about 50,000 people, large numbers he was talking about. So all those are being bridged because it was mentioned and because of earmarking. So that's a very good sign. So to end over here, yesterday I had meant, oh, there's no end. Okay, yes, please.
So, sir, just to build on Vatsa sir's point, I think I just want to raise the question as to why are we focusing just on community level mitigation measures. I understand the point that instead of structural measures and hard measures should come from departmental budget lines. But soft measures in terms of need for... Yeah, understood. But my point is essentially that there are departments which need technical assistance of sorts to be able to plan mitigation measures, etc., which then can be funded through departmental budget lines. So maybe not just restricting it to community, but even other stakeholders, because infrastructure stakeholders are left completely out of the ecosystem, and they could actually use benefit from this. Yeah.
Thank you. माइक पीछे दीजिए वहाँ पे.
Yeah, thank you for this time, sir. Sir, I'm Dr. Nguyen Beni from Nagaland SDMA. Actually, we actually have years of experience in this disaster risk financing. Actually, I'm sure you are aware also that we have this disaster risk transfer parametric insurance solution, which we started last year. And then actually, like, we had this parametric insurance solution started from 2018 onwards, but this last year we signed this MOU with SBI General Insurance for this multi-year parametric insurance solution, and we were for this, the resources, like, it has been borne by the state, and our funding partners are the ISF, Insur Resilience Fund. They have helped us in also part payment of the part premium. So over the years of our experience, what we realized is that, yeah, we keep on saying about this disaster risk financing, all this and that, but for this, like, we need data also, because we cannot just go ahead with this. So we have also, last year we have come up with our Nagaland Center for Disaster Management and Atmospheric Research Laboratory, where we are compiling all these weather monitoring. We have our weather stations also. We have 34 automated weather stations set up across the states, and there also the ISF has helped us, you know, in for 17 automated weather stations. So, like, these are the examples. Due to the lack of resources, like, we are funding resources from international funds, and then, like, in the lab we carry out all this 3D data collection, and like we want to do so much. Okay, in the laboratory, like, we have so much of visions to carry out, but one drawback is that due to the lack of resources, because to carry out all these disaster risk financing measures also, for example, for our DRTPS also, we need data, the ground data, and we say that there are satellite data available and all this and that, but sometimes what's important is our own data also, because the first-hand data is the most crucial. So we are trying to come up with all these data, because whenever some disaster strikes or something, satellite data we do not get immediately. We have to wait for a day or so. So we send our data for this 3D data collection and everything. So, like Amit sir has said, that I think we really need to strengthen the research and development lab at each SDMA level. So, like, because, like, we're talking about all these parametric insurance solution, but there's a lot of technicality involved, like, through our years of experience. So that's what we're realizing. So if some provisions or flexibility can be made for this direction.
That's an excellent point, that in a state like Nagaland, which was the first in introducing parametric insurance, a state that was showing innovation, a state that was ready to move ahead on anything which no other state in the country had done, if they are feeling the need that the data is not coming to them immediately, we definitely need to figure out a way by which that can be done. So thank you for your suggestion.
Sir, and one small thing, and I'm also glad to say that we were able to get the payout, the claim assessment for our first payout. Okay, we received an amount of 1,650,000, for which, like, 1 crore deductible was already deducted. Actually, it was 2 crore, and after the deductible was deducted, we got 1,650,000, and we were able to disburse the relief to 231 beneficiaries through this risk.
Yeah, yours is
transfer.
the first state government to do a parametric insurance program which is successful and where there was a payout.
Yes.
So that deserves a lot of congratulations.
Yeah,
That is innovation. That is true innovation.
Yeah, thank you,
So
sir.
we must all clap for that. That Nagaland took the step forward and they actually succeeded. So that's a pretty good feather in your cap. So we are now at the end of this session. We are moving to the closing session. I'll hand over to, and thank you to Amit, thank you to Mr. Podar, and we'll just take a quick photograph and move to the next session.
Thank you to our panelists, and I will now request Mr. Safi Hassan Rizvi for a brief overview of the workshop. Sir, over to you. Yeah. So I will like to call upon Dr. Krishna Sarup Vatsa on the stage. Mr. Rajan Singh, HOD and member NDMA. So he's not here in the hall, I guess.
We need a 2-minute break. 2-minute break. Check.
Sir. So for the final closing session, I would now request Mr. Mukhmeet Singh Bhatia to please come on the dais. Then I request Dr. Krishna Sarup Vatsa, Mr. Amit Pruthi, DG CDRI, and Mr. Safi Yasin Rizvi.
So just to take a quick 2 minutes while we wait for Dr. Vatsa to come, we are very thankful to everybody for having attended, including those online. It was a very interesting set of discussions, several points. Some of them may have been really boring, and some of them were interesting, some of them were very complex, but the excellent new ideas we got from a lot of people, and the kind of work that many of those 7 or 8 SDMAs have done, and those about 10, which I said B category SDMAs in performance. So these 17 or 18 SDMAs have been doing fairly well. They are all now concretized, stabilized. We must take this down to the DDMA level and the UDMA we will be doing. How many of those UDMAs come onto the ambit, how we structure that, how the states, how the funds will travel, all that is eventually going to be figured out, and our friend from the DOE will help us figure that out. So it's another new task that is there. Net NDMA would be very happy to see continuance of the 15th Finance Commission, because stability in these long-term things is very important, and that stability, as long as it continues beyond into the 16th and then 17th, it will become stabilized. As Kandar was saying, that the word relief and IMCT has become so stabilized now because it was there and it was mentioned in the finance commissions. So the way you keep mentioning these 4 windows and mitigation and recovery, it will become standardized. So that is the one lesson that we take away from here. And now I invite Mr. Mukhmeet Bhatia, who needs no introduction. He's an IAS officer of the 1990 batch, and he spent several years in the state and several years in Government of India. He has served with 3 finance commissions, and he has great experience. And I was happy to attend one of his talks on fiscal devolution. So the amount of detail that he can get into and the amount of fights he can get into and win with people who are serving in the state right now is quite amazing. So the clarity of thought and the topicality of this subject is the reason why we invited Mr. Bhatia today. Now, I was very fortunate to have trained with him in the Masuri Academy in 1990. So we knew him as a KTP, keen type probationer, which he has shown today also by sitting through all 2 days of this really boring workshop, and he has made copious notes, and today he brought his constitution, the 15th Finance Commission report in red color. It's lying on that table. And this picture I am going to be showing to our foundation course group, that Mr. Bhatia remains very keen, and yet he remains his enthusiasm and his desire to serve and his desire to contribute. So that is why we've invited him. Thank you so much for coming. Dr. Vatsa, you cannot sit over there. Please come here. Come, okay, please. And please take your time. Don't rush it. We are all wanting to hear you because we are going to get a lot of new ideas from you.
Thank you, Safi. I don't know whether you speak on behalf of the audience when you say that take your time, because this is the last session, and I'm sure people, as it is, the audience has thinned down a little bit. But thank you to all who are here. You know, being out of government for a few months, you know, tends to improve your spine also a little bit. So I'm going to make a few provocative comments. Let me start by, of course, saying that it's been a great learning experience, sir, and thank you for inviting me. In fact, when Professor Safi invited me, I said, you know, I just can't come in for 1 hour in the last session and pontificate something when I don't know what's happened in the last 2 days. There always has to be a context to what I say. And I'm glad that I came for this entire 2 days. So when we first met yesterday morning, Safi was very apologetic. Oh no, you have to sit here for 2 days. I said, there's no problem because I'm retired. I can't do anything for 1 year. I'm in government. So there's no opportunity cost. So I'm happy to be here. You're giving me a nice lunch. But on a more serious note, you know, the biggest, first I'll speak in broader terms of the Finance Commission, and then, of course, disasters embedded as part of that process. It is a constitutional body, and all the issues are very deeply contested in the Finance Commission. You know, we go to all the states and they make their pitches, and when the report also comes out, you know, lots of angst. We didn't do well, we didn't get enough money. So it's deeply contested. There is always this big debate that is pervading all our recommendations. Equity versus efficiency. I think this is a debate which has now transcended fiscal relationships. It's gone beyond that in terms of, you know, as we mature as a fiscal, as a union of states, but federalism is becoming stronger and stronger in this country. This whole issue of equity versus efficiency is coming up, whether it is in terms of fiscal transfers, whether it's in terms of delimitation. You know, that's a big issue that's coming up because population has become a very, very critical point of concern and discussion for some of our states who've done very well. So yesterday there was this talk about, you know, some people said that the migration population is not included and, you know, the census has not been up to date. Why is it that poverty is being taken when, you know, we should not be penalized for reducing poverty? So reward efficiency. But then the other part of the debate is equity. You know, there are still pockets of places where the basic services are not provided. And what is the principle on which a finance commission works? The broad principle on which a finance commission works that every citizen of this country should be able to access basic services equally based on the cost of those services. So, you know, there are differential in cost, but broadly everybody should be able to access the at a reasonable level of performance. So it's not that, you know, I don't perform at all and then I expect those basic services to be provided. So there is this constant debate about equity versus efficiency, and that pervades a little into the disaster management bit. But more importantly, it really feeds into the broader recommendations of the Finance Commission when we talk about how the taxes are going to be shared. At that point, the amounts we are dealing with are very, very crucial. We are dealing with amounts which are probably 100 times of, or maybe 50 times of what this amount is, say 2 lakh crores. So this is an eternal debate. I'm glad Safi, in his first slide, he put up those 3 broad principles, he said, which should be guiding principles. And the first one was equity. You know, equity is important. At a very personal level, I would say, you know, yes, we should reward performance also. But you know, when you look at it in a broader sense and when we do a collective decision making, I think at this point of our development, equity still trumps efficiency, but not forever, but for some time. So I'll stop on that point. The second point I wanted to make was, let's not agonize too much over numbers. Numbers are important. You know, we're happy that the grants that have been given to disaster management, the numbers have gone up. As Rajendra ji said, it's gone up almost 3.5 times or 4 times, from about 60,000 to 2.3 lakh crores. But let's not agonize. Don't let the numbers kind of, blindside us. Let's go beyond the numbers, and I think that's a point which Mr. Vatsa also made towards the end, and I'll come to that again. The third point I wanted to make was that often reforms sometimes, there's a word we use in economics, endogenous. You know, they come from within. Some reforms come from within. But sometimes when reforms are spread over a large country like ours, there is a scope for using institutions to suggest. For instance, I'll just give an example. I'm diverting a little bit. But sometimes in the States, difficult decisions to sell on a political economy basis to our political masters. But often opportunities arise when a High Court or a Supreme Court decision comes. So then we piggyback on that. And when there is a broader kind of message coming from elsewhere, then it becomes a little easier to go through with the reforms. So here I would urge the NDMA to further think deeply as to how can we use the FC 16 to piggyback or have them at least start a process of additional reforms that we're looking at. So I'm not saying that we're not doing enough. Lots has happened in the last 5 years. And I think the 15th is a good example. You know, we gave a lot of recommendations, but we were not sure. For instance, risk pooling. We didn't have any expertise in our commission on risk pooling. But we were aware as a concept, this is something that needs to be worked on. And I'm glad that it's, so just even a para in a finance commission report carries weight. It carries weight, you know, because I, as a secretary, revenue secretary in a state, I can go to my chief minister and say, sir, this is something they've said. I'm not saying it. I mean, politically, it may not get too many brownie points. It may have a long-term impact, just like a mitigation fund. Mitigation fund won't get you brownie points immediately in the next election. It won't. So how do you get the political buy-in? You know, the political economy of governing, whether it's India or elsewhere, is so critical. So again, I would urge NDMA in consultation with partners, what is the next level? There are things that we are doing. What is the next level? Maybe a couple of things that we would like the Finance Commission to at least place in its report, which we then feel we are confident that we can take forward. So let's think about that. You know, a point which Safi made and Professor Safi, sorry, made, you know, we've spent a lot of time and energy building up these operational and institutional initiatives that are ongoing and now ready to kind of be implemented. So the phrase that I used out here, which in fact Professor also used, I've used pitch for continuity. I think that's so important. I think what you need to tell the Finance Commission is that, you know, as an institution, don't say Finance Commission 15 was very good. Tell them they were good, but you'll be better, okay? Don't pitch one against the other. But I think what you need to emphasize to them is that lots has happened, and what we don't want is something that comes out in the report that in a way impacts the good work that we've done for the 3 years. And for that, it's important to have continuity. So maybe you need to sell the fact that, you know, these 3 years, this is so much we've done. We've done in terms of institutional strengthening. Now it's just a matter of time before we take off. So let's not upset the apple cart. So, you know, that continuity is so important. leveraging FC funds. Again, let's not get too fixated by 2.28 lakh crores. I think this point came out very strongly. Is there a way we can leverage some of these funds through market mechanisms or other mechanisms to generate more funds for our cause? I don't have a solution to that, but this is something that we need to think about. Institutional strengthening, again, lots of people have spoken about it. I think it is so, so important. I still feel that even our SDMAs, by the way, I'm not an expert on disaster management. I'm more an expert on interfiscal relationship. But, having worked in finance commissions, you get a sense. I didn't even handle the chapters on disaster management. But, the SDMAs are still very not strong enough. And I would think quite deeply about whether I need to start looking at DDMAs also very strongly. There can be, it's a matter of opinion. I think just the last point, the team from Nagaland spoke about institutional strengthening. So I think it's important we look at that. Insurance risk pooling, of course, is absolutely, it's a new topic. I think I just learned a lot in that session. Lots of potential that you can take it forward. Towards the end, I want to emphasize, okay, there's one issue I have about the whole two-day conference is that one of the key players is missing today. There's nobody, I don't think there's anybody from MHA out here. I think that's a big gap because MHA is the ministry that should be concerned about what's happening or what's going to happen over the next 5 years. So whatever the reasons, I'm sure representation could have come, if not from the JS or the AS level, at least some level, somebody who could just be scribing the notes to get back to the ministry. But I'm sure NDMA will work out something whereby you do convey. Well, it would have been nice to get the MHA perspective. Talking about on the topic of MHA, number of times when some of the chief ministers express their angst about the government of India, many issues come up. But one of the issues that comes up regularly is, oh, we had a flood, we asked for 35,000 crores and we got 800 crores. Karnataka put up a full-page ad in Times of India last year in Feb. They put up all their grouses. There was this cartoon of the chief minister, his deputy chief minister. It was the full-page ad. And there were 7-8 things that they said, Finance Commission share has come down, centrally sponsored schemes, this has not done, this. And there was one point on disaster again. This happened 2 years back, we asked for so much and we've only given this much. This is a point of friction. How do we reduce that friction? Especially on this issue of, how much I ask for, how much you give, and how much time you take. Is there a case for having some sort of a time frame? I think somebody mentioned that. I think, Kandar, did you mention it? Is there a case for a time frame? Kandarp is here from Department of Expenditure, but jokingly I was telling him that anything that is unspent in the NDRF is actually a gain for them, expenditure. So there is a conflict of interest here. There is a strong conflict of interest, but since Kandarp has trained under me, I don't think he will indulge in that conflict of interest. But yes, on a more serious note, I wish MHA was here, and there are these operational issues which lead to angst, which is unnecessary, I feel. If Tamil Nadu has asked for 35,000 crore, your assessment is 3,000 crores, close the matter. Just close the matter. In your opinion, in the systems that you have, don't delay it. Explain it to them, this is why we're giving you 3,000 crores. Let's close it. But I think these matters linger on, and when other issues come up, then this also comes as an additional grouse. So getting this right is so important for I think, our federal structure also. One last point on earmarking of funds. Yes, earmarking is good. I think the fire example is very good. But sometimes, there is always this conflict between giving a general pool and a earmark fund, because there is a case also which says that let them decide locally. Give them the amount, let them decide locally. But what 15th has done, which is actually good, is that they have looked at sectors from a national perspective. Okay, fire. Fire is something that was untouched, as you said. In that case, earmarking is fine. But I think earmarking should not be taken to the next level, because you have to leave that local discretion. That's extremely important. I think I have covered most of my points. All I would say is that I think there's a lot of rich kind of material that has been generated in these 2 days. What is important is, number one, I would really urge NDMA to share that with MHA in whatever way you can. And more importantly, it needs to be conveyed to the Finance Commission in a way. Of course, the expertise is here, and I think you are also engaging very actively. I must acknowledge that a point which I made, my last point I'm making, which I made in my first intervention, I think in the first session, where I said that it's very nice to commend the FC15 for doing a great job on disaster management. But let me acknowledge the fact that there was tremendous effort put in by the NDMA. I mean, I think they deserve a big hand, and especially Mr. Vatsa. In government, we tend to hog up the limelight ourselves, but here I would definitely emphasize that a lot of the stuff that has come out in our recommendations was on the prodding, on the constant efforts of the NDMA. So here my last point would be, is there a case, the FC recommendations don't talk too much about NDMA as an institution. Is there a case for FC to take cognizance of this agency, which is actually now spearheading the entire debate? Let's be clear, MHA has a very wide mandate. I mean, Safi was there. How many joint secretaries? 40 joint? 22 plus ASs, and there is one ASO GS looking after disaster. So willy-nilly, it's not going to be a priority. Let's be clear. It's a drop in the ocean in terms of the security challenges the country faces. So is there a case for the NDMA to play a more, I would use the word active or formal role in the process of implementing the recommendations of the Finance Commission? I stop there. I mean, I'm not offering anything, but there is a body which has the expertise, which is displaying a huge level of commitment. I'm sure there could be a role for them. I stop there, and I thank you once again. Thank you very much, especially Professor Safi and sir. Thank you very much, and to all those who stayed back so late to hear me. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir, for boldly and beautifully summing it up with your valued suggestions. And with that, I will ask, first of all, I would like to thank World Food Programme and UNICEF for co-organizing this workshop with us. And now I will ask Mr. Ambati Krishnamurthy from World Food Programme to please come and deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. As we come to the close of this enriching two-day workshop on disaster risk financing for states, lessons learned from the 15th Finance Commission and way forward for the 16th Finance Commission, I have the great honor and privilege of delivering the vote of thanks. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to the organizers of the workshop, NDMA, UNICEF, and World Food Programme. for timely organizing of this workshop. We are grateful to all the participants, representatives from the state disaster management authorities, ministries, financial experts, and partners from think tanks, private sector, and international organizations who brought valuable experiences and perspective to the table. Your active participation and open dialogue made this workshop a true forum for knowledge exchange. We would like to extend our gratitude to Sri Rajinder Singh ji, Dr. Vassa ji, Mr. Rijvi ji, for their guidance throughout the 2 days workshop. We are particularly thankful to the speakers and panelists of each session from discussing the evolution and methodology of DRF under the 15th Finance Commission to envisioning innovative mechanism for the future. Your expertise has laid a strong foundation for the recommendations we aim to present to the 16th Finance Commission. Finally, I want to thank all those who had worked hard for organizing this workshop. Special thanks to Sri Shishir ji for his diligence and energy, which was driving force in organizing this workshop. Let us leave this workshop not just with insights, but with a renewed commitment to strengthening disaster risk financing, enhancing state capacities, and building a more resilient India. Thank you once again for the opportunity and safe travel to all. Thank you very much.